Lord of Mystery, I am Frank Lee by author San Mu Xiao Chong. Chapter 61-90. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 61, The Alarming, Negative Effect. It was the same room. Frank arrived bright and early this time to find Oriel, but there was still someone queuing ahead of him. At 8 a.m., Frank was led by Oriel's manservant to the room filled with various exhibits. Oriel looked up at Frank, then asked in surprise, "Why are you on the verge of losing control again?" Frank didn't answer. Oriel continued on his own. "Don't think about messy, chaotic things, it won't do you any good. By the way, what are you here for this time?" Frank asked. "Do you have yellow alfalfa seeds here?" Oriel stopped what he was doing and looked at Frank. "You have great strength, calluses on your hands from farming, and you bought potions for rotting straw last time, so you must be from the planter pathway. Yellow alfalfa is only grown in some churches of the Earth Mother. You must have been an official Beyander before. 2 people defected from the Church of Mother Earth in the first half of the year. Someone as well informed as me knows this piece of news." Oriel emphasized. "The arrest warrants for the 2 of you are probably still hanging in the big cities of the northern continent, and the bounty is very high. Tell me, is my guess correct?" After saying that, he deliberately gave Frank a creepy smile. Frank hadn't expected to be so obvious in the eyes of someone interested. He knew too little information, and there were loopholes everywhere. If it weren't for the smile Oriel had just deliberately shown, Frank would have already turned and fled. Of course, it was highly likely he wouldn't have been able to escape. Seeing that Frank didn't show a look of terror, Oriel felt rather bored. He put away his playful mood and said, "I'm just a businessman, a weapon crafter, an intermediary, and I also do paid knowledge services, but I won't be a bounty hunter." "How much money can a bounty hunter make?" "I certainly won't sell your intelligence to the Church of Mother Earth, that wouldn't make much money either. If I do a few more deals with you, I'll have made the money. You look like a rich person. You people who fight and kill all day will lose your lives sooner or later. Unlike me, who never gets involved in trouble and still manages to make money." It seemed Oriel had already pegged him as someone who liked to fight and kill. Frank listened to him rambling on and really wanted to ask him, "Do you actually have the yellow alfalfa or not? Could you please stop talking nonsense?" But he didn't dare, fearing that Oriel would develop a new profession. But after waiting for a while, Oriel was still working while rambling. Frank had to hurry back to catch Shax's train. In the pause between Oriel's sentences, he hurriedly said, "Yellow alfalfa." Oriel, "Oh." Then, as if he had just reacted, he said, "The row of glass bottles behind me are all for my research. I'm not from the planter pathway, and I'm not a treasure chest." Frank felt a wave of disappointment upon hearing this. Although he hadn't held much hope, if it really didn't work out, he would just have to use ordinary plants instead. Just as Frank was about to say goodbye, Oriel said, "I know someone who should be from the Church of Mother Earth, but his identity is inconvenient to disclose. I can buy it from him, but you must pay me at least 100 pounds as an intermediary fee." "Fine," Frank agreed immediately. Oriel, "Then come pick it up in the afternoon. I'll have my manservant go buy it." Frank nodded, then bid farewell to Oriel and left his domed castle. Frank sat in the central square of Guadala. Although Oriel said he wouldn't sell his information to the Church of Mother Earth, he didn't dare to believe it completely. It was impossible for him not to come and pick up the yellow alfalfa. Oriel's help to their plantation was too great right now. Whether it was the humus potion, or adding spirituality to sulfur, both were very important for their development at this stage. However, he wouldn't go to pick it up this afternoon. He planned to go tomorrow and use the rotating pendant to divine before going. The next day, before the sun had risen, Frank had sacrificed the rotating pendant from the fallen mother goddess world. Frank hung the pendant in front of him. He asked, "Will I encounter danger if I go to Oriel's place today?" The pendant remained motionless. Frank put the pendant away directly, hailed a carriage, and headed straight for the Rose Bar. At the Rose Bar, Frank found the bartender directly and told him about buying slaves. At this time, the slave trade was already in its late stages, and slave prices had soared. Many large plantations had begun to use female slaves as breeding tools, so female slaves were more in demand and more expensive than male slaves. Now only male slaves were left. Frank spent 2,000 pounds to buy 100 slaves and asked the other party to deliver them to the plantation. Afterward, near noon, he arrived at Oriel's domed castle. This time the butler took him directly to Oriel's workshop. There was no queue. When Oriel saw him come in, he didn't ask why he hadn't come yesterday, but handed a bag of seeds directly to Frank. £100 for the seeds, you cannot resell them. My commission is £100, £200 in total. Frank took out £200 and handed it directly to Oriel. He said, do you have any potions or Beander items that can accelerate animal growth? Oriel, I have a bottle of potion infused with the flesh and blood of a rose bishop. It can make animals grow very fast, but the animals won't live past 3 months. How are the offspring? Are they affected? Frank asked. Oriel, I don't know, no one has studied this, but they should be affected. Frank continued to ask, anything else? If it affected the offspring, it definitely couldn't be used for hybridization experiments. Oriel thought for a moment and pulled the potion cabinet outward. On the inner layer, there were more than 20 Beander items displayed. Frank cursed in his heart, how rich was this guy? Oriel took out a red heart-shaped Beander item. It was still beating at this moment. Oriel said, we call it the life heart, or life radiation heart. It can make the area within a 1,000-meter radius centered on the heart full of life energy, allowing both plants and animals to grow vigorously. After use, the life energy can last for at least 7 days. Its negative effect is, after use, you will be filled with the desire to reproduce. The higher the sequence, the shorter the duration of the effect. Sequence 9 is affected for at least 1 day, Sequence 8 for 12 hours, Sequence 7 for 5 hours, Sequence 6 for 2 hours, and Sequence 5 for less than an hour. It can be used by multiple people, and the life energy formed can stack, but I don't recommend doing so. You will definitely regret it afterward. Believe me, I have seen many such examples, some people even lost control because of it. Oriel emphasized at the end, it also doesn't belong to me. The life heart is only for rent, not for sale. It can even accelerate the growth of spiritual materials, so the rental price is also very expensive. Frank asked after listening, how much? Oriel, £2,000 per use. Someone will escort it to the destination. If you aren't planting spiritual materials, I don't mind you renting it. Frank said without hesitation, can I pay on credit? I'll use the plantation as collateral. Oriel, no problem, as long as you pay it off within half a year. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I also do lending services here. Frank really wanted to say, you motherfucker are truly a genius. Oriel did almost everything. Of course, Frank also knew that Oriel wasn't alone, he should have connections with shacks and even the Beander trading venues in Guadala. However, although Oriel was a bit talkative, he seemed like a decent person. Frank finally decided to rent the life radiation heart, and for 2 times at that. After Frank and Oriel agreed to have someone deliver the life radiation heart to Bolin City the day after tomorrow, Frank left the domed castle. On the train back to Shaxx, Frank suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did he spend £1,000 to buy 100 slaves? He even used the plantation as collateral to rent the life radiation heart. If the hybridization experiment failed, he couldn't possibly sell the plantation, he could only sell Beander characteristics. But selling Beander characteristics in large batches would inevitably attract prying eyes, he definitely wouldn't do that. If he sold the plantation, the grapevines currently planted would just have to be dug up. What would all that long-term effort count for? This was almost a choice made without considering the consequences, it didn't look like a decision Frank would make at all. Whether it was buying slaves or doing hybridization experiments, they were things the original body's consciousness wanted to do. Frank suddenly had a guess. He took out the rotating pendant he had ignored. He had only asked one question, and the rotating pendant had been shoved straight into his trouser pocket. And the answer he got was that it remained motionless, which didn't make sense. Frank hadn't expected this Beander item to be so serious for him in the Lord of the Mysteries world. The negative effect of the rotating pendant is, it easily makes people make irrational choices when pursuing subsequent answers. But in these few hours, almost everything he did were choices the original body would have made. The more Frank thought, the more frightened he became. And having bought so many slaves, the original body's consciousness hadn't digested any of it. Frank decided that as soon as he went back, he would transfer the rotating pendant to the fallen Mother Goddess world. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, he didn't plan to use the rotating pendant again unless he had digested the original body's consciousness. 62. Encountering the Rose School of Thought. The crimson moonlight spilled onto the earth, making the world hazy. By the time he reached Shaxx, it was already 11 p.m. Frank looked up at the mechanical watch in his hand, it was already 11 o'clock, and he certainly wouldn't find a carriage back to Bolin City. Usually, Frank would stay at an inn for the night, but 100 slaves were to be delivered to Bolin City tomorrow, and he needed to rush back to the plantation to notify Caven and make some preparations along the way. With the strength of a planter, combined with his long-term high-intensity morning runs, running back to Bolin City wouldn't be any slower than a carriage. The woods on both sides of the road cast huge, clawing shadows. On this quiet night, the occasional sounds from the forest were enough to make one's heart race. Frank thought he wouldn't be afraid, but running along this desolate road, he realized he had overestimated himself. Reason told him this was a main thoroughfare and there wouldn't be any wild animals. He always wore a pistol at his waist, and his long-term practice ensured his accuracy. Coupled with his immense strength, even tigers or leopards would be no match for him. But his emotions made him feel as if various horrors could jump out from anywhere. Frank pulled out his pistol and gripped it in his hand, the feeling of fear diminished significantly. An hour later, Frank was no longer afraid. After hearing noises from the woods, he braced himself to investigate, only to find they were mostly wild rabbits. Just when Frank thought nothing would happen on this trip, a carriage approached from the opposite direction. The carriage's lantern emitted an orange glow. Frank slowed down, leaned against the roadside, and hid his pistol behind his back. In this era, ordinary people wouldn't hire a carriage to travel through the night. The carriage was roofless, and the person sitting inside had their head exposed. It was the first time Frank had seen such a carriage, but he had heard Caven say that some members of the Rose School of Thought used carriages like this. The driver was a woman, but she had a sturdy build, and she turned her head to look at Frank. Frank also tried his best to meet her gaze with a calm look. The person sitting in the carriage seemed to be a middle-aged man, and Frank didn't dare to scrutinize him. The carriage slowly passed Frank. He touched the clothes on his back, they were completely soaked. Frank immediately ran at full speed, heading toward Bolin City. The heart in his chest did not settle. This road led to Bolin City, and he didn't know if the other party had come from there. The Rose School of Thought, coming here was never a good thing. Their indulgence faction frantically held bloody sacrifices in the southern continent. As long as they didn't touch the armies stationed by the northern continent nations in the colonies, the northern continent armies wouldn't interfere. Frank felt a deep sense of urgency. Just yesterday, he had mocked the original Frank for being reckless and disregarding consequences, but could he really proceed step by step and develop cautiously? He had originally intended to pay Oriel several £100 in breach of contract fees to cancel the borrowing of the life radiation heart, but doing so might stimulate the original consciousness. He believed he couldn't afford the risk of failure and shouldn't gamble with the fate of everyone on the plantation. But when the Rose School of Thought came to Bolin City to hold bloody sacrifices, they would be nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He ultimately decided to take the gamble and also planned to go back and discuss it with Caven. Of course, Frank also knew Caven's character well. He was a gambler. As long as there was a possibility of winning, he would place his chips. At a little past 4 a.m., Frank returned to the plantation. The plantation left only one entrance and exit. The perimeter had been replaced with taller fences, and small huts were scattered around to serve as guard posts. When Frank entered, the middle-aged man guarding the gate gave him a slightly non-standard military salute. Frank nodded slightly and entered the plantation. He didn't plan on sleeping anymore. They would be getting up for their morning run around 5:30, so he took this time to figure out where to accommodate the 100-plus slaves. The two plantations, including the houses, totaled no more than 600 mu, and now it was already starting to get crowded. If there was really no other option, he could only tidy up the two stone houses. Each stone house had at least a dozen rooms. They had been used as warehouses before, but after clearing them out and setting up floor mats, they should be able to squeeze everyone in. He would build more houses slowly later. Frank walked through the plantation while lost in thought, and before he knew it, he had reached the outskirts. A strange smell wafted over. Right in front of him was the biogas pit. Calling it a biogas pit was merely Frank's wishful thinking. Currently, it was just 4 large pits, wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, with the surroundings built up with brick and stone. Throwing in straw and all sorts of miscellaneous things, adding a drop of humus agent, and letting it ferment for a few days could barely count as humus fertilizer. Who forgot to put the lid on? Frank looked at the pit, where the lid was open. Just as Frank was about to step forward to cover it, a head suddenly poked out from the pit. What? A thief? Does he think there's something good in there? Frank thought, feeling a bit bewildered. But the person who climbed out left Frank dumbfounded. Wasn't this that giant slave he had bought more than 10 days ago? At 2.2 meters tall, he was the only one in the plantation. He only ate rye bread every day, which was quite eccentric. Frank walked up and discovered that the man was still holding the bucket used to transport humus fertilizer from the bottom to the top. Clearly, he had been scooping out humus fertilizer. Humus fertilizer was usually scooped by two people, one to pull it up and one to load it at the bottom. And what a strange habit. Who would come to scoop it at night? Scooping humus fertilizer was the most painful thing in Frank's week, but there was no help for it. Since the original owner's wish was, everyone is equal, suffering a little was better than losing control. But Frank really couldn't understand why this guy had to do this work in the middle of the night. Frank endured the pungent smell, walked forward, and called out, "Alan." He remembered the name of every single person on the plantation. The other party was startled by the voice from behind. Upon seeing it was Frank, he put down the bucket, looking a bit guilty. Frank looked up and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Why are you digging in the biogas pit?" Alan didn't speak. Frank asked again, "Why do you only eat rye bread every day?" This time, Alan finally spoke, "I think slaves should eat rye bread." So, should slaves be the ones to dig the biogas pit? Frank suddenly understood why Alan was hiding from people to dig the biogas pit in the middle of the night. Although he understood Alan's motivation, Frank still couldn't understand this kind of person. The disadvantage of slavery was that slaves lacked motivation to work. If all slaves were like Alan, secretly working at night behind the slave owner's back, the slave owner would be able to wake up laughing in the middle of the night. Frank could only persuade him, "There are no slaves here. On the first day you arrived, I announced that you were all free citizens." Frank didn't care what he was thinking. The biogas pit was almost finished being dug, so he simply helped finish the last bit. The two of them washed their clothes and rinsed the smell off their bodies with well water. Frank then sent him back to the wooden cabin and, as he left, instructed him not to eat only rye bread every day. After daybreak, Frank found Caven and told him about the 100 slaves. In reality, they could fully handle these people now. Cole's gun factory was severely short of manpower, and coupled with the training every morning, the current production of firearms was very low. Their current military strength was also clearly insufficient and needed to be strengthened. With the stimulation of empowerment leaves, the grapes would be ripe by June, and it was already almost April. The winery also needed to be built. The grapevines changed every day, some grape trellises hadn't even been set up yet, and the vines had already shot up high. But when he spoke to Caven about borrowing the life radiation heart, Caven looked puzzled. What kind of Beander object cost £2,000 to borrow once? Frank told him about making cows lay eggs. Caven clearly didn't understand crossbreeding, he just felt that making cows lay eggs was a bit strange. But when he thought about cows laying eggs like chickens, being able to eat beef every day, and having calves hatch every day, he was clearly more excited than Frank. He had automatically turned what Frank said was a possibility of success into a certainty of success. It wasn't trust in Frank, but rather, in the eyes of a gambler, as long as there was a possibility of success, it was 100% success. Frank ultimately decided to borrow the life radiation heart. In the morning, the 100 slaves were delivered to Bolin City by the slave trader. They were all wearing shackles. Frank had the slave trader take everyone to the abandoned factory area in Bolin City, and then he brought them to the plantation bit by bit at night. He didn't want to be noticed by other forces too early. Frank only had a little over 500 pounds left, but the plantation's food, except for fish and seasonings, hardly needed to be purchased from outside, so Frank didn't need to worry about money for the time being. Chapter 63, Hybridization Experiment. The next day, in a hotel in Bolin City, Frank met the person who delivered the life radiation heart. The other party was very respectful of privacy. Since arriving in Bolin City, they had stayed in the hotel and did not pry into what Frank intended to use the life radiation heart for. Likewise, their organization was not afraid that he would run away with the life radiation heart. After agreeing to return the life radiation heart, in the afternoon, Frank took the still beating life radiation heart and returned to the plantation. Yesterday, a circle with a diameter of 2,000 meters had already been fenced off at the plantation. Yellow alfalfa had been planted inside, and empowerment leaves were used to accelerate its growth as much as possible. Furthermore, 4 more biogas digesters were dug to ensure a comprehensive supply of humus fertilizer. Inside the enclosure, there were 19 cows, 1 calf, and over 30 roosters. There was also a table with glass tubes, glass bottles, as well as pens and notebooks placed on it. 13 people, including Frank and Caven, all stood in the very center of the enclosure. This time, apart from Frank and Kevin, everyone else had to take turns using the life radiation heart. After using it, Frank would knock them unconscious, forcing them to spend a full day in the fallen mother goddess world. Even if they had reproductive urges, it would only be physical. Of course, Frank needed to test whether this reproductive urge would wake them up, otherwise, that would be a huge problem. Ernan stepped forward first to conduct the experiment. Ernan struggled to control his own heart to match the beating frequency of the life radiation heart. 2 minutes later, Ernan activated his spirituality to connect with the life radiation heart. Frank did not feel anything and was unsure if Ernan had successfully used the life radiation heart. But Ernan suddenly looked at Kevin, his face instantly flushed red, and he charged toward Kevin. Afraid of hurting Ernan, Frank and Kevin had to put in a lot of effort, working from both front and back, before they finally managed to knock Ernan unconscious. Ernan woke up in the fallen mother goddess world. He remembered what had just happened clearly, and even the transparent panel of the spirit people showed a crimson hue. After a while, the crimson faded. He only recalled the memory of the incident. The physiological desire had not been brought into the fallen mother goddess world. After waiting for half an hour, Ernan did not wake up, which put Frank at ease. Frank had people bind Ernan with iron chains and send him back to his room. Afterward, they took turns using it one by one. After Frank and Kevin knocked them unconscious, they would bind them with iron chains and have people send them back to their rooms. He hoped they could persist for a day in the fallen mother goddess world without getting sleepy. Frank told Kevin the hotel room number and asked him to return the life radiation heart to the deliverer. After 11 people had taken turns using the life radiation heart, the alfalfa had already sprouted tender shoots. The alfalfa seeds had already been stimulated by the empowerment leaves. Now, combined with such a dense aura of life, they immediately sprouted and grew. The 19 cows Frank bought were already approaching their estrus cycle. At this moment, they became somewhat irritable and began to bellow as they went into heat. These cows were all tethered with thick iron chains, so Frank was not worried about them going to find bulls. Beneath them, there was wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, and other grains. The calf was the same, lowering its head to frantically eat the grain on the ground. For this hybridization, Frank had invested heavily. Frank did not feel hungry. It seemed that only underdeveloped organisms would grow and develop rapidly under the aura of life. Frank saw Alan staring at the grain the calf was eating, looking as if he wanted to rush over and snatch it. Alan was only 16 this year and already 2.2 meters tall. It seemed he was still growing. Frank quickly made him leave the fenced-off circle, and he also chased out everyone else under the age of 20. Frank also felt a wave of heat, but it was still within a tolerable range. Frank grabbed a clucking rooster from the cage and handed it to the person beside him, telling him to hold the chicken steady. Frank held a glass tube in his right hand and used the thumb and index finger of his left hand to gently massage the rooster's lower back, quickly completing the semen collection process. Afterward, Frank went to a cow in heat and used the reversal vine to perform the hybridization. Frank numbered the roosters and cows, matching them 1 to 1. Out of 19 cows, only 2 remained that had not been hybridized. The 15 hybridized cows also began to lower their heads to eat grain. Beside the cows, there was also water, with a little bit of salt added to it. Frank also used 5 hens as subjects for hybridization to conduct a control experiment. An hour later, the 5 hens were still eating the various insects and wheat that Frank and the others had caught, but their bellies were getting larger and larger. 10 minutes later, the chickens' bellies looked like balls, and the chickens were already on the verge of death. Frank had his men kill the 5 chickens. The person slaughtering the chickens had witnessed the entire transformation and was now deathly pale. Frank felt equally uncomfortable, but he still used a small knife to dissect the 5 chickens. Inside the first chicken's belly was a pink, sticky lump of flesh. The people observing from behind immediately ran outside the enclosure to vomit. To tell the truth, Frank also felt a bit nauseous, but he still controlled himself and continued the dissection. After Frank roughly pieced it together, he discovered that this lump of flesh already had the rudimentary shape of a calf. Inside the second chicken's belly was just a deformed lump of flesh. The third and fourth were the same. When Frank picked up the 5th chicken, he didn't dare to dissect it immediately and first asked someone to bring over an iron bucket. When he cut open the chicken's belly, dense, marble-sized little balls of flesh fell to the bottom of the bucket. Frank observed and discovered that the chicken was almost nothing but an outer shell. Clearly, this was one of the strange reproductive methods among the negative effects of the reversal vine. Before killing the chicken, Frank had already sensed the countless lives within it, but the lives had only existed for an instant. Clearly, the chickens' energy was insufficient to support their growth. The few people helping Frank turned their heads away, not daring to look anymore. Some of them ran out again to vomit, and Frank also felt like vomiting. Kevin had just returned from delivering the life radiation heart, and happened to see the scene of Frank cutting open the last chicken's belly. He hadn't expected the so-called hybridization to be like this. He didn't vomit, but his expression was extremely abnormal. Frank had his men set up a fire immediately, intending to burn all these chickens right there, especially the last one. Seeing Kevin standing outside, he waved at him, accidentally smearing the blood on his hands onto his face, smiling in a way that was somewhat unsettling. After Kevin walked over, Frank said, "Take a look and see if they still have any aura of life." Kevin used his death pathway abilities to sense them and said, "They are all dead." The two men's Beyonder abilities were almost opposite, but both life and death could determine the presence of a life aura. After their joint assessment, Frank was completely relieved and had the men burn all 5 chickens. Frank realized he had overestimated the success rate of the hybridization. Out of the 5 chickens, only the first one was normal, the other 4 would not have been successful even if cows were used as the host mothers. Kevin looked at Frank and asked, "Are we still continuing?" This was the first time he had doubted his own choices midway through. Frank nodded. They had already come this far, he wouldn't give up before testing the unreliability. From the very beginning, he had anticipated the process of this hybridization experiment and did not believe anything would happen that he couldn't handle. If an accident really happened, there were various gods in this world to cover for him. Frank had someone call Beam over and said, "Buy 10 more cows, no, 20 cows. No bulls, and I need them today." After speaking, he handed 100 pounds to Beam. A cow cost 3 pounds. Boland City was close to the Hagati grasslands, so cows were not expensive and not difficult to buy. Watching Frank make his choice, Kevin swallowed the words he had intended to use to dissuade him. That evening, no one chose to eat the chicken prepared by the chef. At night, Frank had people light torches all around and take turns standing guard. He did not intend to go back and even had them bring his bed over. He told them to wake him up as soon as they discovered any situation so he could handle it immediately. At around 3 a.m., just as Frank had drifted off to sleep, he was called awake again. Frank went to inspect. At this moment, the first cow had laid an egg. The egg was very small, only the size of a fist, and it had no shell. The yolk and egg white were almost flowing out. As a sequence 8 feet doctor, Frank knew at a glance that this was due to a calcium deficiency caused by rapid growth. For a doctor, this was easy to solve. At this time, the yellow alfalfa had already exceeded 2 meters and was blooming with small yellow flowers. Frank had people cut half of it and feed it to the 15 cows. The 15 cows immediately stopped eating grain and switched to eating the yellow alfalfa. The calcium content in alfalfa was extremely high, 7 times that of milk. The yellow alfalfa had an even higher calcium content. In this era, because there were beyonders like doctor and apothecary, many folk remedies for calcium supplementation had been passed down, and herbal shops even had ready-made calcium carbonate. Although it was not like calcium tablets with added vitamin D3 and had more impurities, it was already sufficient for calcium supplementation. Frank sent people to the herbal shop overnight to buy calcium carbonate and the folk remedies. Frank had several ways to solve this. Crushing marble into powder could also provide calcium. As for the cows getting kidney stones from eating too much, Frank hoped they would survive until tomorrow first. At around 7 a.m., the calf that had been eating for a day had grown up, but due to calcium deficiency, it could barely stand. Chapter 64, Hybridization. As the morning light broke, the calf lay on the ground in pain, trying to stand up again and again, only to fall each time. Frank went up to examine it. The calf's bones were practically soft. Frank guessed that even if it had been given calcium supplements from the very beginning, it would at best be slightly better than it was now, it still wouldn't be able to stand. The dense life energy caused it to develop rapidly, but clearly, this accelerated growth driven by life energy was not without its price. This was also a female calf. Frank told himself not to have any pity. The calves hatched from subsequent cows would not be fundamentally different from this one. After closing his eyes for a few minutes, when Frank opened them again, his gaze was no longer as lost as before. He had someone grab a rooster. A few minutes later, Frank assigned a number to this cow, which had grown up in just one day, and a corresponding number to a rooster. Both were numbered 18. At 11 a.m., the cow numbered 7 began to give birth, and Frank personally assisted in the delivery. What was born was not an egg, but a wriggling, elongated mass. As soon as it was born, it tried to pounce on the cow. Clearly, this was another strange life form, so Frank had someone set up a fire and burned it immediately. At 12 p.m., the cow numbered 1, which had given birth prematurely yesterday due to calcium deficiency, had recovered, and Frank hybridized it again. At 1 p.m., Frank had everyone bring over all the roosters on the plantation and began hybridizing the 20 cows bought yesterday. Frank didn't stop for a single moment, his meals were brought to him by others, and he would just wolf down a few bites. The 11 people who used the life radiation heart yesterday had also returned from the fallen mother goddess world. To provide food for the cows, everyone on the plantation was called back, with only one person left at the gun-making workshop to guard the facility. At 2 p.m., Frank again asked Beam to go out and buy more cows, this time 10 bulls. After such a long time, only 2 cows had developed problems, which greatly boosted Frank's confidence. But just after Beam left, Frank sensed countless lives appearing inside the cow numbered 6. Frank immediately ordered the cow to be killed. In just a moment, a piece of the cow's chest cavity was missing. It was the first time Frank had seen such a method of reproduction. Frank also had this cow burned immediately. At 4 p.m., the cow numbered 2 finally gave birth, or rather, laid an egg. The egg was a soft-shelled egg and could not be hatched. It was still calcium deficient. Frank had people crush marble into powder and feed it to some of the cows. Afterward, the cows that had been hybridized early on began to lay eggs one after another. The cows did not change their habit of giving birth while standing, so Frank had people hold quilts, with one person watching each cow to prevent the eggs from being smashed upon impact. The eggs varied in size. The cow numbered 17 was the last to lay an egg. The egg produced was the size of a wash basin, and the shell had already fully formed. Most of the eggs laid by the cows were soft-shelled, or simply came out as a mixture of yolk and egg white. In the end, Frank obtained 4 complete eggs. The smallest was about the size of an ostrich egg, slightly smaller than a human head, while the largest was the size of a wash basin in diameter. Of the 17 cows initially hybridized, only the cow numbered 11 had not yet given birth. Frank did not sense the aura of new life gestating inside it, it was likely viviparous. Frank had people move over the boxes that had been prepared in advance, large boxes containing smaller boxes, with various insulating materials placed in between. Inside the circle of life energy, he built something similar to a northern Kong and placed the boxes on top of it, keeping the Kong at around 38 degrees at all times. Frank guessed that eggs might be the most difficult to hatch, but they should also be able to absorb the life energy. At 7 p.m., the sky today was almost entirely dyed red by the sunset. This was the first time Frank had seen such a spectacular sight in this world. At night, Frank had barely drifted off to sleep when he was woken up again. That night, Frank had 2 more cows killed, both with chaotic birthing methods. In just a day and a half, 3 cows had already died. On the morning of the 3rd day, everyone stopped being flustered and began to rotate shifts in an orderly manner. Some were making wooden boxes, some were cleaning out the biogas digester, some were observing the cows at all times, and others were frantically crushing stones. The 12 Beyonders, including Caven, were also performing their respective duties. The planter used empowerment leaves, and the apothecary did their best to assess the health of the cows, either by treating them or by reasonably mixing their food, and even mixing herbs to feed the cows. Caven constantly observed the life state of the cows to prevent accidents, while Cole continuously adjusted the incubation boxes, made of wooden boxes, optimized the structure of the Kong, and ensured the stability of the Kang's temperature. After 8 a.m., after Frank wolfed down a few bites of food, the cow numbered 11 finally gave birth. It laid a total of 119 eggs, all the size of chicken eggs. Frank kept them and had people incubate them to see what would happen. After 9 a.m., the apothecary said that the first batch of cows that had given birth had all returned to health, so Frank hybridized them again. After 11 a.m., the second batch of 20 hybridized cows began to lay eggs one after another. The eggs laid by the cows fed with marble powder did not include a single soft-shelled egg, but it felt like they had been fed too much marble, and the cows were listless. Frank had people feed all the cows marble powder, but the amount was reduced to 1/3 of what it had been. The cow numbered 18, which had grown from a calf, also successfully gave birth, producing a normal egg. This time, Frank obtained 16 eggs. Except for 1 egg the size of a fist, the other eggs were not much different from the 4 eggs produced the first time. Frank and the people on the plantation were busy day and night like this, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day of the hybridization experiment. Within these 3 days, 4 more cows had died, and a total of 104 eggs had been obtained, including the eggs laid at the beginning, but excluding the 119 chicken egg-sized eggs laid by the cow numbered 11. The first egg had been incubating for 3 days. Under such dense life energy, it only took 1 day and 1 night for a calf to grow up. Just as Frank was wondering if the life energy was ineffective on the eggs, 2 of the 4 eggs laid initially began to show signs of life energy, coincidentally, the largest one and the smallest one. As soon as the life energy appeared, the life form inside the egg took shape in less than 10 minutes. After the largest egg hatched, Frank observed that its upper body was cow-like, but it had 2 chicken claws. The cow head was also equipped with a sharp beak, and it had a very obvious chicken tail. The smallest one couldn't hatch on its own. After Frank helped it break out of the shell, he discovered it was a deformity, with chicken and cow organs randomly pieced together, along with some deformed organs that Frank didn't recognize. Frank had the second chicken killed immediately. What hatched next were the 119 small eggs laid by the cow numbered 11. They also took shape in the eggshells in less than 10 minutes and then hatched one by one. Of these eggs, only 30 hatched, the others were likely dead eggs that had died from genetic collapse from the very beginning. Among these 30 eggs, more than 10 were deformed, and Frank had them put to death one by one. Of the remaining 20 eggs, in the dense life energy, they had grown to the size of calves, and they looked neither like chickens nor cows. Such rapid growth caused them to be unable to stand, just like the first calf. Only 8 of them could continue to be hybridized, the other 12 might have had incorrect chromosomes, and they could not be hybridized even using reversal vine. Frank, like a butcher, had people kill these 12 creatures that were neither cow-like nor chicken-like. The males were also killed, leaving only the females for hybridization. Subsequent experiments revealed that these chicken cows were all viviparous, not oviparous. Frank had them all killed. He wanted cows that could lay eggs every day, not cows that gave birth every day. Killing these bizarre creatures was also a kind of torture for the people on the plantation. Frank could only pin his hopes on the other eggs. By the 7th day, Frank already had over 300 eggs, and Frank continued to perform hybridization every day. The number of eggs increased daily. There were also over 100 hatched creatures, but 3 of the cows bought at the beginning had died. Of the 100 hatched eggs, 56 were normal and not deformed. Frank killed another batch of deformed chicken cows. Frank was not in a hurry to hybridize these 56-feet chicken cows. Today, he needed to borrow the life radiation heart again. Frank also clearly felt that since yesterday, the life energy within the circle had been dropping rapidly. Even the newborn chicken cows were no longer eating constantly. Moreover, the circle now reeked. The cows and chicken cows were not just eating constantly, they were also defecating constantly. Today, at the very least, he had to clean this place up first. In the afternoon, the circle had been simply cleaned up. At least there wasn't excrement everywhere one stepped. The 11 people still took turns using the life radiation heart, and Hernan was still the first to use it. Hernan still lunged at Kevin the moment he did, and Frank and Kevin still had to expend a great deal of effort to knock this guy unconscious. After knocking the 11 people unconscious one by one, binding them all up, and sending them to the rooms, Frank began the next round of hybridization experiments. After Frank's testing, only 38 of these 56 chicken cows were oviparous. He didn't want the viviparous ones, so Frank had them all killed immediately. In the end, only 20 normal females remained. The males had already been killed as ordered by Frank. The people killing the cows had gone from trembling hands at the beginning to numbness now. Compared to Frank, who only gave orders, they were the true butchers. The stench of blood from the slaughter area drifted far away. Others worked in teams of 2 or 3 to kill the chicken cows or cows, but Alan would just pin them down and slash their throats, not caring if the blood splashed onto himself. Among the 20 oviparous chicken cows, only 1 chicken cow had no reproductive isolation from the bulls. Frank used reversal vine to hybridize the other 19 chicken cows. For the 1 chicken cow without reproductive isolation, Frank did not use reversal vine, but hybridized them directly. When reversal vine was used on the oviparous ones, the negative effect took hold, and the mother became viviparous again during hybridization. 3 days later, the chicken cows hybridized using reversal vine successfully gave birth to chicken cows, while the chicken cow that had no reproductive isolation from the bulls produced a ball of flesh. Clearly, their genes were too different, even without reproductive isolation. If the Yander abilities were not used, the result of their hybridization would be genetic collapse. The 19 chicken cows were also looking more and more like cows, with only 1/3 of their chicken characteristics remaining. But among them, 4 more chicken cows became viviparous. Frank killed the viviparous ones again. The remaining 200 plus eggs also hatched one after another. All the viviparous ones were killed, leaving only the oviparous ones. Almost every moment, someone was killing cows, and Frank was becoming more and more emotionless. After using the life radiation heart on the oviparous ones, the negative effect caused the mother to become viviparous. This meant there was no need to wait the 3 days for the eggs to hatch, greatly reducing the hybridization time. Likewise, the chicken cows were giving birth almost every day. Chapter 65, Success. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Frank could no longer remember how many generations they had crossbred. He kept the egg-laying ones and killed all the live-bearing ones. Because they had been continuously crossbred with bulls, they looked more and more like cows, and the chicken characteristics were decreasing day by day. The life aura in the pen dissipated, and Frank rested for a day. His crossbreeding experiment was almost successful this time. Caven mortgaged his plantation and borrowed the life radiation heart. For another 7 days, they already owed Oriel 6,000 pounds. It was the same familiar process. As soon as the life aura was generated, Frank began the crossbreeding. From this point on, Frank had the chickens and cows crossbreed with each other. He also had those that could not form multiple follicles in their bodies like chickens killed. Actually, calling them chicken cows was no longer appropriate. They already looked almost like cows, with only a few chicken characteristics. Over the next few days, Frank began a frenzied slaughter. As long as he was slightly dissatisfied with an individual, he would have it killed, finally leaving only 2 types of cows. Frank called them number 2 cow and number 3 cow. The number 2 cow showed almost no chicken characteristics in its appearance. Like chickens, the cows would lay eggs daily under human intervention and could not produce milk, but the bulls would make a moo sound in the morning. They had reproductive isolation from regular cows and could almost be considered a new species. The number 3 cow also showed no chicken appearance, and the bulls would not make a moo sound in the morning. They had no reproductive isolation from regular cows. Frank hesitated again and again, but eventually killed all the number 3 cows. When number 3 cows were crossbred with ordinary cows, the hatched calves still had a 1/5 deformity rate. However, the number 2 cow also had its drawbacks. It still laid eggs while standing and could not incubate them, meaning it could only be raised artificially and could not survive in the wild. Frank had Caven use the questioning pendant to divine whether the number 2 beef was harmful to health, and the pendant rotated counterclockwise. This crossbreeding experiment could be considered successfully completed. In the end, Frank was left with only these 23 number 2 cows, 2 bulls, and a flock of roosters. The other 10 bulls could be considered to have died from exhaustion. During this time, Frank wasn't sure exactly how many cows he had killed, but it was at least 1,000. Regardless, the place on the plantation where the cows were slaughtered reeked of blood. Frank had the cows burned. Every day, flames soared into the sky. The ashes were not thrown into the biogas digester, nor were they scattered in the vineyard, but were instead buried in a chosen spot. It could be considered a form of remembrance, but it was mostly because he was afraid of feeling disgusted when eating grapes. These 20-plus days were like an artificial natural selection tournament. Only 23 survived. These were 23 black and white cows, and their eyes held only clarity. With the replenishment of the life aura, the crazy crossbreeding experiment did not make Frank lose weight, but Frank was truly exhausted. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in over 20 days, and in the last few days, he hadn't even had time to close his eyes for a moment. After washing up, he climbed into bed and found that he was sore almost everywhere. Of course, the bed was new. One could probably scrape a pound of cow dung off the previous one. Having not slept for so long, he couldn't fall asleep immediately and started thinking about this and that. Frank discovered that after this crossbreeding, at least a quarter of the original body's consciousness had been digested. Before advancing to sequence 6, Frank no longer needed to worry about the original consciousness causing trouble. Furthermore, Frank discovered that his potion had also been fully digested. He hadn't summarized any acting principles, nor had he treated anyone for illnesses. With how many lives had slipped through his hands, even veterinarian was not a fitting title. Frank guessed that the ability was about treating illnesses, but it was really just about changing the state of others and making them give feedback. Hacking an opponent or torturing them also helped digest the potion. Just like in Ruis's sacrifice, where he dug up most of the tree roots to make the tree provide the maximum degree of feedback, which actually helped digest the sacrifice potion. What was the power of the potion you drank? Did it really just mean you had to act a certain way? Frank didn't believe that such a distorted potion system worked by acting like that. In Frank's view, it was merely about making the target provide the maximum feedback within the rules of the acting. Theosacrifice, potion was about making trees, mountains, rivers, and even gods provide feedback under the rules of sacrifice, even if you were originally harming the sacrificial object. The doctor, potion was about making the target's body or soul undergo a change. Whether the process was treatment or harm, it was all about making the target provide feedback in the end. Just as the inventor of the Gatling gun in Zhang Wei's past life was a doctor, he invented the Gatling to reduce casualties. Of course, acting this way required one not to care about doing bad things. If a good person did bad things specifically to digest the potion, they would not only fail to digest it but would also easily lose control. If a bad person were forced by the potion to do good deeds, they would also easily lose control. Gradually, Frank drifted into dreams amidst his wild thoughts. Frank didn't sleep for long. Early in the morning, someone came to knock on his door. Frank knew it was an urgent matter. No one would knock on his door at this hour if it wasn't urgent. After Frank opened the door, he saw Kevin. Kevin's expression was not good. Frank invited him inside and asked first, "What's wrong?" The Rose school of thought is demanding 4 slaves from every plantation. They want to hold a sacrifice. When he said this, Kevin's whole body was tense. Where did this news come from? Frank was the first to doubt the authenticity of the matter. "Kevin, someone came to our plantation to notify us. They were riding in an open-topped carriage." The Rose school of thought notified us themselves. Frank asked doubtfully, "Does the administrative hall not care? Does the Loan military stationed here not care?" "I don't know, they probably don't care," Kevin replied. "There are over 20 plantations in Bolin City. If each plantation provides 4 people, that adds up to over 100 people. What date did they require the people to be sent over?" Frank continued to ask. "Kevin, April 22nd, Thursday. Today is April 18th. What do you plan to do?" Frank asked. Kevin tugged at his hair and then said, "I don't know either." The pain made him less agitated. A sequence 6 feet zombie of the Rose school of thought can fear no guns or cannons, and the southern continent is the stronghold of the Rose school of thought. If they can hold a sacrifice openly and above board, the forces they sent cannot be weak. Things always change so quickly. Frank is always forced into a mess. Frank also rubbed his head. It was impossible for their 2 plantations to hand over people, and it was also impossible to buy slaves to hand over. If the other side dared to come to their doorstep, at worst, they would fight to the death. The 2 fell into silence. Should we spend money to find Oriel? £20 per slave. 100 slaves would only be £2,000. The people from the Rose school of thought holding the sacrifice this time should give some face to the power behind Oriel. Frank could only think of this self-deceiving method for now. "We have no money," Kevin said with some helplessness. Kevin only cared about Bolin City and couldn't control the Rose school of thought holding sacrifices elsewhere. "How much longer until you digest the Gravedigger potion?" Frank asked a seemingly unrelated question. Frank knew that Kevin had been acting as a gravedigger, for which he often went to dig up graves where others had been buried. Frank and the other 11 people on the plantation had digested the consciousness of another body from the fallen mother goddess world, so their consciousness was stronger than others. Since consciousness is closely related to the spirit body, the digestion of the potion was also faster. "It's still a bit off. I still don't know the feedback object. I've just been forcing the role, and I haven't summarized any acting principles." Kevin smiled and continued. "I even specifically had others watch me dig graves, but there was no feedback." Frank said to Kevin, "Kill a few people with me, and bury their bodies and spirits in others' graves to see if there is any feedback." He also told Kevin about the acting method he had re-summarized last night. Frank was not worried that Kevin would lose control because of doing bad things. Kevin was not a good person in the traditional sense, and furthermore, it didn't count as a bad thing anyway. He planned to kill the 3 people who led the spirit dance at Odin's Festival of the Dead back then. They had harmed so many people back then, and he himself had almost lost control. It was time to go back and take revenge for this grudge. Chapter 66, Murder and Arson Bring Riches. The morning light was faint. Frank and Kevin only brought 8 people, 7 planters and 1 Alan. Bringing Alan along was because Frank quite liked him, and also to round the number up to 10. Everyone was carrying a pistol, with only 3 rounds of exorcism bullets in each person's possession. These were bought by Kevin previously, and their spirituality had almost completely dissipated. They were poor and had too little time to develop, so they didn't have any offensive Beander items. The runic steel sword that Frank had bought for Kevin for £100 previously also had its spirituality almost completely dissipated. in Alan's hands, it was just treated as an ordinary melee weapon. However, with high-intensity training and the strength enhancement from potions, the combat power of the group was perhaps not that bad. Frank and Caven also carried bows additionally, which were crafted with Cole's help. The two had used bows and arrows for a long time in the fallen Mother Goddess world. Although there was no potion enhancement in the Lord of the Mysteries world, they had the memories of using bows and arrows, and combined with their immense strength, bows were far more useful than guns. The two also had pistols at their waists. Carrying bows and arrows in and out of certain places was, after all, not very convenient. Frank and Caven each also carried 3 grenades. Caven did not think this trip would be dangerous, but Frank still had him leave Cole at the plantation. Caven led one team, and Frank led one team. Boland City to Odin was very close, both were small cities. Boland City, Shax, and Odin almost formed an isosceles triangle. The road between Boland City and Odin was full of potholes and could not be traveled quickly. Ordinary carriages usually went around via Shax. But Frank and his group were in a hurry and didn't have that much time. The 10 people chose to run to Odin. Whether it was the Mother pathway or the Death pathway, low sequences were all about physical enhancement. As for Alan, who was the only non-Beander, Frank was even less worried given his physique. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Frank and his group had arrived at Odin. The 3 people on the other side were at most sequence 8. In a small city like Odin, it was very difficult for a sequence 7 to appear. Even if they ran into a sequence 7, Frank and his group were not afraid. A death sequence 7 was still limited in strength, like the sequence 7 feet werewolf. In the Rose School of Thought, ordinary bullets could hardly threaten them anymore. Frank and Caven came to the bar wearing masks, while the others dispersed outside. Frank scanned the surroundings, and there was no one in the bar at this moment. Frank asked the bar attendant, "What time is the Beander trading fair?" The attendant said cautiously, "From 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Frank and Caven left the bar, spent a high price to buy a carriage, parked it diagonally opposite the bar, and placed the bows and arrows and the runic steel sword on the carriage. Frank and the others either squatted or stood near the bar. After 5 o'clock in the evening, people entered the bar one after another. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock in the evening, and Frank still hadn't seen one of those 3 people. Frank lay on the carriage, his consciousness first transferred into the red thin tube. Then, the pale, transparent consciousness, invisible to the naked eye, followed the connection with Frank and appeared beside Frank's body. Anyway, there was a high probability that no one here could harm his consciousness, so Frank directly planned to carry out a violent search. First entering the bar, he didn't see the 3 people. Frank's pale, transparent consciousness then entered the Beander trading area, where there were only 4 people in the trading venue. None of the 4 people wore masks, and at a glance, it was clear they knew each other. Beanders in a small city, without the suppression of the Orthodox churches, almost everyone knew each other. Their trading was more like a small grocery store, and of course, such a grocery store had both buying and selling. If the trader didn't know you, you were usually an outsider. If you were still sneaking around asking about Beander gatherings, you were either a novice or from the northern continent. They would judge the level of the items you bought and sold. If they felt they could beat you, they would kill you and steal your goods, and the Beander characteristic that precipitated after your death would also be their spoils of war. Among these 4 people, 3 of them were exactly the 3 people who performed the spirit dance at the Festival of the Dead. The 3 of them should be the organizers, and Frank planned to take action once the other person left. A few minutes later, both sides bargained, and the buyer only bought 10 rounds of demon hunting bullets, a transaction volume of 220 pounds, they were selling a bit expensively. Once the person who bought the demon hunting bullets left, Frank's consciousness instantly returned to his body. He grabbed his weapons, and made a gesture to the few people at various corners. Having cleared up the background of the 3 of them, Frank even had people take off their masks to prevent any spies in the bar from letting the 3 people run away. The 3 of them were just unacknowledged peripheral members of some organization, without any background. Frank and Caven did not carry bows, nor did they let Alan carry the runic steel sword. Frank and the others entered the bar one after another, which did not attract anyone's attention. Several people took turns walking towards another room in the bar. Inside that room, there was a passage leading to an underground room. The trading venue was in the underground room. Frank walked at the end. The bar attendant had already discovered that something was wrong by now, as it was impossible for so many Beanders to come all at once. But he clearly did not have the necessary sharpness. He looked at Frank and the others hesitantly, and just as he wanted to call out, Frank stepped forward and twisted his neck. Frank did not have the skill to knock someone unconscious by chopping their neck. The bar was quiet for a moment, then became noisy. Frank ignored them and quickly caught up with Kevin and the others in front. Frank heard gunshots coming from the passage. It should have been the other side coming out to inspect what was happening, and they happened to run into Kevin and the others. After a particularly steep staircase of less than 5 meters, Frank saw 2 rooms, and in front of the door of one of the rooms, there was a corpse. He looked at the 5 people on his side. No one was injured. Kevin pulled it. The door had already been locked from the inside. Kevin kicked the door diagonally. The immense force directly kicked the wooden door open from the middle. The next moment, he heard the rat-tat-tat of a rifle, and a long string of bullets shot out from the door, colliding with the wall behind and making a clanging sound. Fortunately, Kevin retracted his leg in time and was not hit. Frank threw 3 grenades in succession through the crack in the door. The grenades exploded one after another, and the huge explosion completely tore the door apart. There was no sound inside anymore. The group entered one after another while on guard. There was only one corpse inside, and beside the corpse, there was a rifle. There was another door behind, which was also torn apart by the explosion's shockwave. The other person should have already run away. Hernan raised his rifle, checked the bullets, and ran towards the passage first. In this kind of terrain, they would definitely not let Kevin and Frank run at the very front. When Frank's consciousness left his body, he had checked the escape passage, and there were 4 people guarding it over there. Sure enough, after running for more than 200 meters in the passage, they saw light after turning left. A person was lying there, and Alan and the other 4 people were simultaneously pointing their pistols at the opponent. Frank walked up. The opponent was not dead yet, but he was dying. He had been shot countless times, but Frank did not want him to die. Frank just tapped him a few times, and the bleeding stopped. Then he pressed a few other places, and his complexion became visibly rosy, and his breathing became steady. Now, as long as the bullets were removed, the opponent would be full of vigor and vitality in a few days. This was not about overdrawing life potential. The doctor had medical skills that transcended reality and could treat any malignant disease. As long as there was still a breath left, the doctor could cure you, except for death from old age. Hernan lifted him up, and the group of 10 followed Frank back to the room just now. In a short while, the 3 people's Beander characteristics precipitated, and it was not different from Frank's prediction. 2 were death, sequence 9 feet corpse collector, and the one who wasn't killed should be the death, sequence 8 feet gravedigger. The assets on the 3 of them added up to more than 3,000 pounds, and there were many messy things. Frank and his group were not afraid of the police station coming, so they collected everything they could, returned to the bar above ground, and began to inspect the spoils of war in the bar. There was no one in the bar. In what looked like a bedroom, they found another 200+ pounds. First of all, there were no potion formulas. It seemed the other side should have memorized the potion formulas in their hearts, or they were in some other place. There were 10 demon hunting bullets and 10 exorcism bullets each, and the rest were some miscellaneous spirituality materials and charms, which should be worth more than 500 pounds. There were no Beander materials inside. It was a very low-end Beander trading market. Frank despised it, but finally, in the bedroom cabinet, he found a Beander characteristic, which Kevin identified as a death, sequence 7 feet spirit medium, Beander characteristic through divination with the question and answer pendant. It should have been prepared by the other side for themselves, but now it was Kevin's gain. There was also a Beander item, which was a ring in appearance and looked very plain. Through Kevin's divination, it was learned that it corresponded to the demoness pathway sequence 8 feet instigator, and after using it, one could unknowingly persuade the other party during a negotiation. The negative effect was that after using it, it would cause one's malice to constantly amplify. The longer it was used, the greater the malice. Frank planned to sell it. The negative effect was too strong. Don't talk about sticking to one's original intention. When you decide to use it, most of the time, you no longer have any so-called original intention. Frank did not want to let himself, or his own people, become the kind of person he hated. Finally, Frank calculated that, including the precipitated Beander characteristics, the total added up to at least 5,500 pounds. This did not even count the ring Beander item. Sure enough, murder and arson bring riches. Frank sighed silently in his heart. Chapter 67 Inches all are equal. At this moment, a group of policemen arrived outside. Except for the leader, the others were all locals. The leader had the distinct appearance of a Loan. After Frank revealed his rifle and crushed a stool with his bare hands, the other party dared not interfere anymore. Unless they called in the Loan army, they would always turn a blind eye when encountering matters involving Beyonders. They came to the colony to make money, not to actually manage the locals. Frank and the others swaggeringly loaded the 2 corpses and the still unconscious person onto the carriage, and under the gaze of the policeman, slowly drove out of the city. In the quiet of the night, Frank and the others found a graveyard in the wilderness. Caven randomly picked a grave and began to dig. Frank slapped the person awake, and the man woke up in a daze. Frank made him watch as Caven dug the grave. That afternoon, Frank and the others had already bought a set of grave-digging tools. Locally, on the Festival of the Dead, parents would dig up the remains of their deceased children, clean them, repay their respects, and rebury them. Therefore, these tools were as easy to buy as skull ornaments. Before long, Caven opened the grave, and the corpse inside had long since turned into white bones. Caven buried the 2 corpses one by one. During this time, Frank asked the man, "Can you tell us the formula for spirit medium?" "I can, but you must swear to death that you won't kill me," the man replied tremblingly. "Then go see death yourself." Frank thought inwardly, he couldn't be bothered to haggle with him. Although death was dead, Frank still wouldn't chant the name of death. By this time, the 3rd grave had been opened, and the corpse had also turned into white bones. Frank handed him over to Caven. His arms and legs had already been detached by Frank, and his spine was broken, leaving only his head capable of movement. Caven laid him flat in the coffin. In order to shift the man's hatred onto Caven, Frank said to Caven, "Sir, it is done. You can bury him alive at any time." The man indeed began to beg Caven for mercy, but Caven remained unhurried, placing the original bones from the coffin onto his body. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the man began to curse Caven. Caven took the runic steel sword, handed over by Frank, and pierced the man's heart. Of course, Caven wouldn't bury him alive. Lying about burying him was just to elicit the maximum feedback from him. The man's spirit slowly appeared. In places like graves and prisons, those who died easily generated spirituality, but it would only last for 3 months at most. The spirit was dazed and confused. Caven activated his Beander ability to imprison it. After waiting a while for the characteristic to precipitate, Frank closed the coffin lid. Afterwards, one person buried it. After burying it, Caven placed the skull-shaped candies and orange marigolds he bought on the road in front of the tombstone to pay his respects. "How is it?" Frank asked hurriedly as soon as Caven finished paying his respects. "The potion has been completely digested," Caven said, unable to hide the joy on his face. Frank was equally happy, not only because Caven had digested the potion but also because it proved that the acting method he had summarized was effective. Of course, this acting method had limitations and was not universally applicable. It remained the same saying. Good people cannot do bad things, and bad people cannot do good things. Moreover, the potion gradually changes you into the form the potion desires. For example, if a person who is not too good takes the instigator potion, they might start turning bad slowly. At this point, going to do good deeds would obviously greatly increase the risk of losing control. Only those who are relatively firm in their convictions are suitable for this acting method. Was Frank firm? The 7,000+ years of walking alone in the red pipeline had made the essence of who he was something that no one could easily change, not even the potion. Frank and his group of 10 traveled through the night and arrived at Shax at around 10 p.m. Frank and Caven needed to take a train to Guadala to find Oriel. Since they might encounter the Rose School of Thought on the road from Odin to Shax, Frank instructed Hernan and the other 8 men to drive the carriage back to Odin tomorrow morning. The 3-hour train ride passed quickly, and Frank and Caven arrived at Oriel's Spire Castle after 7 a.m. Frank was already a regular guest of Oriel, and Oriel's manservant was already familiar with Frank. At 8 o'clock, the manservant led the 2 to Oriel's workshop. Oriel was working non-stop, carving and drawing on a stone the size of a fist. Seeing Frank come in, he merely looked up and glanced at him, then said to Frank, "Recovered from losing control again. Your situation is so strange." Frank bypassed this topic and went straight to the point. "You should be aware of the sacrifices of the Rose School of Thought." Oriel stopped his work and said suspiciously, "I'm afraid there isn't a single Beander in East Balam who doesn't know about it." "What's the matter?" Frank said, "You should be clear about their method of sacrifice." Frank did not continue. Oriel sighed, understood what Frank meant, and said, "Oh, they are going to sacrifice a batch of slaves in Bolin City recently. I know what you mean. The Rose School of Thought holds 4 sacrifices a year. This is the result of a compromise between several organizations. Go back, this is not a problem that money can solve. When the Rose School of Thought presides over the sacrifice, there will be a sequence 5, and above that, there are even demigods or even saints paying attention to this matter. If you don't have slaves, hurry to the slave market and buy a few, instead of coming to find me." Frank had actually known from the beginning that since the stationed Loan army had already acquiesced, it was impossible for the matter to be resolved so easily. It was just a case of grasping at straws. However, he did obtain some useful information from Oriel. At the very least, he wouldn't foolishly go and risk his life against them. For the prisoner, Pathway, Sequence 6 feet zombie, was already unafraid of guns and artillery, let alone a Sequence 5 feet wraith. Frank and Caven sold the Ring Beander item for £800, spent £2,000 to buy the Spirit Medium potion formula and the Harvest Priest potion formula, and used £500 to buy all the auxiliary materials. They had intended to use the remaining money to buy a Beander item, but with only £1,500+ left, they couldn't buy anything good. Moreover, they didn't know where to go in the future, so it was better to keep the money. By the time the two returned to the plantation, it was already the 21st, and tomorrow was the day for the slave sacrifice. The two would not hand over their people, nor would they go buy slaves to hand over. If they bought slaves and handed them over, what would be the point of what they were doing now? The two couldn't get over that hurdle in their hearts. Frank finally decided to take his people to Odin's plantation to hide for a few days. As for the other slaves to be sacrificed, Frank and the others couldn't manage that much. The grapes in the vineyard were almost ripe. He hoped that the Rose School of Thought wouldn't be insane enough to burn the plantation. Frank no longer knew how many times he had run away. Since waking up, he had been chased around and constantly moving to new places. Now, he had been in this world for almost 10 months, yet there wasn't a single place where he could stay with peace of mind. The group packed their things, and it was already night. Including Frank, there were 156 people in the plantation. They pulled the cattle Frank had crossbred a few days ago and set off for Odin's plantation under the cover of night. When dawn was about to break, the group arrived at Odin's plantation. The huge commotion woke up the people in the plantation. Keppa had also managed the plantation in good order, and the planted sweet potatoes were almost ready to mature. The 19 people, including the cook, stood before Frank, just like the first day Frank came to the plantation. But they were no longer as thin and weak as before. Sigh, Frank sighed inwardly. From their positioning, their order of speaking, and their gazes, Frank discovered that a hierarchy had already formed among just these 19 people. The reason for this was that the rules Frank had originally set were entirely to motivate them, focusing too much on mutual competition. Keppa managed them with everything centered on the plantation's food output. There was simply none of the atmosphere that existed in Caven's plantation among them. Of course, Frank didn't force them to become anything. Originally, Frank had wanted to take them to Caven's plantation, but seeing this situation, he extinguished that thought. Is equality for everyone really possible? Frank began to ask himself in his heart, as if he were also asking the consciousness of the original body. Chapter 68, Sacrifice. Frank hadn't had a moment of rest for a long time, and there hadn't been any messages from Enrui in the fallen Mother Goddess world for quite a while either. Frank intended to swap consciousness between the two sides to understand the recent situation in the fallen Mother Goddess world. Fallen Mother Goddess world. Because he had wiped out one human tribe, freeing up a spot for another human tribe nearby, the Spark tribe had actually become safer, and no specialized spirit people slaughter squads had come over. However, the peace between the Spark tribe and the Spirit People tribe was about to be broken. Frank stared at the Spirit People tribe in front of him, watching a group of 9 people emerge from the tribe. At this moment, Frank's height was nearly 2 meters, and it had already been 2 months since he promoted to Copper Man. Frank had been tailing this group, and 10 minutes later, when the 9 people were far from the tribe's perimeter, Frank drew his bow repeatedly. Arrows flew off the string one after another. One could clearly see an arrow stuck in front of each of the 9 people. If the arrows just now had been aimed at them, not one of them would have survived. The 9 people looked around guardedly, but they also knew the other party was warning them and had no intention of harming them. Frank jumped down from the tree, looking at the 9 humans in front of him. He stepped forward and said to them, "I am from a human tribe. Are you willing to leave the Spirit People tribe? I can take you to a human tribe." When Frank finished saying this, the faces of the others clearly showed smiles, but one person's expression changed. However, he immediately returned to normal. Frank had been observing them the whole time, and he saw that person's expression clearly. Frank didn't care about him. Seeing that everyone had nodded, Frank began to walk slightly ahead of them to lead the way. A few people walked up wanting to say something to Frank, but in the end, under the gaze of that person, they didn't dare to speak. Frank was quite disappointed in them, but under long-term oppression, there were very few people who dared to resist. The humans within the spirit people tribe were almost entirely managed by humans themselves, but these managers had to oppress their own kind. Among the managers and the humans, the lower-class humans hated the managers even more. This also made him understand why the spirit people in the spirit people tribe where the original Enrui lived had suddenly launched a massacre against the humans in the tribe. Enrui's father was originally a manager of the humans in the spirit people tribe, but he was unwilling to oppress the humans and eventually died an accidental death. His uncles were still unwilling to oppress the humans in the tribe, so the spirit people simply killed them all. Frank couldn't be bothered to experiment anymore. He directly killed the person who had changed his expression just now, as he was also the only Beander in the group. The remaining 8 people breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. They might have resisted before, and some might have been lucky enough to reach a human tribe, but human tribes might not be willing to accept these ordinary people. Every human tribe was controlling its population, fearing it would exceed 500 people. Like the tribe where Shang Mo lived before, every time it reached nearly 500 people, they would conduct a round of self-slaughter. But Frank still couldn't be bothered with them. After retrieving the characteristic, he went on his way, leading the path by himself. In this world, he had always lacked patience for these people. One day later, Frank brought this group of people back to the tribe. This was not the first time Frank had brought people from a spirit people tribe to their tribe. Except for Caven who stayed behind to build the tribe, the 3 of them, Frank, Shangmo, and Lang Jie, had been continuously bringing people to the Spark tribe. The number of people in the tribe was about to exceed 500. They were about to face a massacre by the spirit people of the large tribe. But at this time, the tribe's walls had been built into real defensive walls by Caven, and the tribe was built on a mountain, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. They also usually stored plenty of food, and they even had guns and grenades. Frank climbed the wall, and Caven happened to walk over and said, "The tribe is mostly built. Tomorrow, I will go with you to capture people from the large spirit people tribe." Frank nodded. They didn't know the actual situation of the large spirit people tribe. Frank only knew the abilities of the planter, Sequence 6 and knew nothing about other Sequence 6s. They had to have a rough understanding of Sequence 6 abilities. It was impossible for the spirit people hunting squads to have a Sequence 5, the fallen Mother Goddess world was dominated by low sequences, and perhaps Sequence 5 was the highest power in this world. They didn't have a blasphemy slate, and the necessary rituals to promote to demigod. The Mother Goddess of Depravity was also intentionally controlling the appearance of high-sequence powerhouses. Lord of the Mysteries world. A middle-aged man with an unusually pale complexion suddenly appeared on a bench in the central square of Bolin City. He was undoubtedly a Sequence 5 feet wraith, and this sacrifice was being presided over by him. Several open-top carriages were parked nearby, and 4 people got off one after another, standing behind him one by one. In front of them were over 80 slaves, standing cowering in the square, while some were sitting directly on the square. A large pattern had been dug into the square. If one possessed occult knowledge, one could tell at a glance that this symbol represented the chained god. Outside the edge of the square, there was also a lone person wearing a police uniform. The middle-aged man sitting on the bench said, "Why are there 8 people missing? Isn't it 144 people in total?" A woman on the far left, who looked to be in her 30s and had no trace of living aura, said, "2 people from the plantation have fled overnight. The police station will send over 8 more slaves in a while." Fled overnight? The middle-aged wraith asked suspiciously. Then he ordered, "Go investigate the specific reason." The zombie woman replied, "Okay." She then walked towards the person in the police uniform standing nearby. The 2 talked for a while, then left the square together and headed towards Frank and his group's plantation. An hour later, the zombie woman returned and reported to the middle-aged man. "They are the true fools of the East Balam Restoration Society, not the group that hijacks uprisings for the sake of seeking benefits." The wraith man was surprised. How are there still such fools? Didn't they all die out over a decade ago? There has never been a shortage of such fools. 3 years ago, there was another fool who led people to a successful uprising in a small city, only to have the East Balam Restoration Society send their own people, a demigod, to slaughter everyone involved in the uprising the very next day. After waiting for a while, 8 people were tied up and thrown into the crowd of slaves. Some of them were covered in dirt, with broken legs and feet, their expressions numb. When they fell, they didn't get up, instead lying down on the warm square. The wraith man looked at the slaves in front and said again, "They are taking us less and less seriously. At least half of these are beggars, right? I despise such sacrifices, let alone him. When killing them, the fear and despair are also pitifully little. He paused for a moment, then continued. That fool you just mentioned, how many people does he have? The zombie woman replied. According to their investigation, at least 30 people, but I went to inspect their plantation and found traces of at least 100 people living there. Furthermore, they have a gun-making workshop, so it's impossible for it to be only 30 people. Seeing the smile on the wraith man's lips, she continued. They have a death sequence 8, and possibly a mother pathway sequence 6. I saw traces of hybridization in the plantation, and the grapevines they grow are also growing at an abnormal speed. There might also be 7 feet planters, and 3 feet apothecaries. I had someone perform divination, and the answer was affirmative, but I feel it's unlikely, there might be interference with the divination. The smile on the wraith man's lips could not be stopped. His body followed suit, appearing on the bench one moment and then turning into a wraith, and disappearing from everyone's sight the next. After waiting for a minute, the wraith man stabilized his emotions and said. In other words, they are excellent sacrifices. As long as they are not demigods, they are no match for me. Demigods aren't exactly cabbages either. Do you know where they are now? The wraith man asked. The zombie woman replied. They should be in a plantation in Odin. The wraith man immediately said. Then hurry up and sacrifice these people, then continue the sacrifice in Odin. I can't wait to make them feel despair. We should also get moving. The southern continent has almost forgotten us, and he will definitely be satisfied with my sacrifice. The 4 people behind him heard the wraith man's order and stepped forward, controlling these slaves and beggars one by one. These slaves had their limbs violently kicked and broken, twisting unnaturally, and were lying next to the dugout pattern. These people could still speak, constantly letting out painful wails. Subsequently, a cut was made across their throats, and blood flowed into the dugout pattern at a steady, unhurried pace. 10 minutes later, these slaves and beggars, in despair, slowly watched their blood drain away, and each body turned directly into a dried corpse. 69. Starting from the mother goddess of depravity. At twilight, inside Odin's plantation, Frank suddenly heard 5 short, sharp strikes of a gong. Usually, the gong was only struck like this when a major event occurred. Frank's heart tightened, and he quickly opened the door and walked out. At this moment, everyone in the plantation was already grabbing their rifles and rushing towards the source of the gong sounds. Frank also walked along the way to where the weapons were kept and picked up his bow. By now, gunshots could already be heard from that direction, and Frank ran over quickly. Outside the low picket fence, there were 5 people. The 2 tall werewolves in front wanted to lunge forward, but after being shot in multiple places and having many blood flowers explode on their bodies, they could only retreat. The 3 behind, however, were strolling as if in a leisurely courtyard. The bullets caused them no harm at all. Frank immediately recognized the opponents: werewolves, zombies, and even a wraith from the Rose School of Thought. Guns couldn't cause any harm to them at all, so Frank also shot a few arrows. The opponents didn't even dodge, but with his strength, the arrows couldn't pierce the zombies' defenses. Frank knew they were simply toying with them. Amidst the gunfire, Frank found Caven and asked him to order everyone to scatter and run, save as many as possible. But just at this moment, the 2 people behind the werewolves moved. They were extremely fast, and the bullets that hit them didn't even leave a white mark. The middle-aged man at the very back simply vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Frank and Caven. Just as Frank and Caven wanted to attack him, their arms and legs twisted in a strange shape. They were clearly broken. Similarly, after the 2 zombies jumped into the plantation, anyone they touched was immediately sent flying. They didn't kill anyone, they just broke everyone's arms and legs. In less than a minute, there was no one left in the plantation who could stand. The wraith said curiously to the 2 zombies who came to his side. Why are there so many low sequence trash? Not a single beyond sequence 7. Isn't this supposed to be anti-divination? A zombie twitched the corner of his mouth and said, I didn't expect them all to be trash either. At this time, after their initial groans of pain, the people from the Bolin City plantation were unwilling to let out a single scream, no matter how much it hurt. Keppa had originally been groaning, but after hearing the plantation becoming quieter and quieter, he also bit his lip tightly, not letting himself make a sound. Of the 19 people from Odin's plantation, apart from Keppa, everyone else had hidden in the houses at the first opportunity. Cowering when trouble arose was clearly their survival philosophy. But the Rose School of Thought clearly didn't want to let them go. They were found one by the werewolves, cowering and huddled together, not daring to look up at the werewolves. A werewolf took a shovel from the farm tool rack and said to them, "Follow me. Dig for me. If you dig well, I might spare your lives." The 18 people began to push and shove each other to grab the limited shovels, almost getting into a fight. Frank watched them quietly, thinking, why is my plantation filled with such trash? Were they always like this? The slaves newly bought for Caven's plantation just a month ago were willing to bite their lips until they bled rather than groan in pain, yet these 18 people were revealing their ugliest sides. Frank really couldn't understand why the difference between them was so great. But it didn't matter anymore, he would probably have to stay in the red thin tube for another few thousand years. Ever since Frank bonded with the red thin tube on his chest had vanished. Frank didn't know which corner of the world it was in, or if it was even in this world. He had thought being pursued by everything was miserable enough, but in the end, he still couldn't escape death. Frank's tolerance had long been trained, he didn't feel much pain. Frank looked at Caven beside him and said, "Sleep. Maybe after we die, we can see another world." Caven shook his head. Frank looked at Hernan and the others, they also shook their heads. Frank didn't know what would happen to these bodies in the Lord of the Mysteries world after Caven and the others completed their consciousness transfer and died. Most likely, the body's consciousness would slowly dissipate. Their ability to possess others was just an ability of the red thin tube. Since they were unwilling to try, so be it. Caven was truly a person with great personal charisma, Frank sighed in his heart once again. I wonder what Klein looks like, Frank's mind began to wander. He wasn't very afraid of death. Half an hour later, a pattern was dug. The pattern wasn't very deep, only about 20 centimeters. As soon as the 18 people finished digging the pattern, the werewolves broke their arms and kicked their legs until they snapped. Screams of agony erupted one after another at the scene. Keppa's face flushed with shame. He had originally thought these people would be grateful to the Lord, or even die for the Lord. The werewolves and zombies dragged them like dead bodies to the side of the dug pattern. The pattern wasn't small, but there were many of them, and they were placed side by side. Frank and Caven happened to be in the middle of the pattern. The neck vessels of him and Caven were the first to be cut open by two zombies. Frank could feel warm liquid flowing out of his body. The opponents didn't know what method they used, but the blood flowed steadily and unhurriedly towards the side of the dug pattern. Caven suddenly said to Frank, "Meeting you, I am very happy." Their windpipes had not been cut open. Hernan, beside Caven, also heard this sentence and still said with a cheeky grin, "Instructor, meeting you, I am also very happy." After Hernan, Alan heard this and wanted to turn over to look at Caven, but after struggling for a long time, he couldn't do it. He could only say in a muffled voice towards the dug pattern, "Me too." More than 10 people, starting from Frank, were arranged in a semicircle. After hearing Alan's voice, they all followed suit and said, "Me too." Their eyes held fear of death and expectation for life. The pain in their bodies twisted their expressions, but not one of them begged for mercy. Frank was originally a very unfeeling person, but the tears at the corners of his eyes didn't stop, mixing with blood as they fell into the pattern before him. Excessive blood loss began to make him feel dizzy. A voice suddenly appeared in his mind. "Are you willing to be my attendant?" "Who are you?" Frank asked. Caven had also closed his eyes at this time, but after hearing Frank's words, he slowly opened his eyes. "You usually call me the mother goddess of depravity," the voice in his mind resounded again. Frank hesitated for a moment, but in the next second said, "I am willing." "But you must save these people in the plantation," Frank added. The voice in his mind didn't reply again. About a minute later, the 4 werewolves and zombies simultaneously put on monocles and walked towards the wraith. The wraith was terrified and turned to flee. He should have known what this represented. But before he had run a few steps, he also put on a monocle. The 5 of them didn't look at Frank and the others, but when the wraith was about to reach the gate of the plantation, he said, "They are a bit noisy." After he finished speaking, the 18 people who were still screaming all lowered their heads. Clearly, the 18 people were already dead. These 18 people did not possess the qualifications to become Amon's avatars. Amon's main body never appeared from beginning to end, and Amon's avatars didn't even glance at Frank. Frank couldn't care about the raging waves in his mind. He activated his doctor ability to stop his neck from bleeding. If he had used his ability to heal himself earlier, it would have just been self-humiliation. Frank urgently needed to activate his doctor healing ability to make his arm barely movable. He twisted his arm back into place, took a bottle out of his pocket, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. Then he twisted his leg back into place, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed 3 pills in one go. His leg was already able to move. Frank began to treat Kaven's wounds, only treating the bleeding on the neck, then Ernan, then Alan. Just like that, Frank treated them one by one in the order their necks had been cut. The neck only had a small cut, which wasn't difficult to treat, but Frank still took more than 10 small pills before he finished healing everyone. Of course, only the neck. At this time, the night was quiet, and they all fell into a deep sleep due to excessive blood loss. Their necks were still facing the pattern, and the bloodstains in the pattern beneath their necks had merged into one, making it impossible to tell whose blood was whose. Frank's brain, accompanied by the throbbing pain of his spirituality being drained dry, also found a random place and fell into a deep sleep. The Twilight Hermit Order, a group of people sat in front of a long table. A person at the head said, "The indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought, in East Balam, except for the Abomination Sua who managed to escape with a few high-ranking members, almost everyone else was killed by Aemon last night." "Why did Aemon kill them?" one of them asked. "I don't know either. He appeared in East Balam yesterday evening. What happened in East Balam these past 2 days? Chapter 70. The Mother Goddess, Girl's Voice. It was past 10 a.m. The sun warmed Frank, and he woke up from his deep sleep. Just as he woke up, a crisp, girlish voice rang out in his mind, "Good morning, Frank." Frank was startled, his whole body jolting as the events of yesterday flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Is the Mother Goddess of Depravity usually this bored? Just waiting for me to wake up? Is she trying to make me a traitor to the planet? But what can a sequence 8 like me do? Is she going to make me perform random, messy crossbreeding? But in this world with gods, no matter how many ordinary creatures there are, they can't cause any waves. And what is the relationship between Aemon and the Mother Goddess of Depravity? Frank suddenly wondered, can the Mother Goddess of Depravity detect my thoughts? He quickly stopped his brainstorming. At the same time, he responded respectfully in his mind, "Good morning, respected Mother Goddess. No matter what she wants me to do, I need to maintain the attitude of a believer first." But Frank didn't think he had the ability to do the job of a traitor. If it really came down to it, he would stop advancing before reaching demigod status. Frank also didn't think the Mother Goddess of Depravity could forcefully change his thoughts. Stop, don't think about it anymore. Frank began to consciously control his favorite habit of letting his mind wander. No more voices rang out in his mind, and Frank breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, the others were mostly awake, but with broken limbs and lying prone, their movements were limited. They looked exceptionally comical, but their faces were full of the smiles of survivors who had escaped death. Frank did not activate his doctor ability. Instead, he straightened their legs and arms one by one and secured them with splints. Only then did Frank begin to use his doctor ability. He didn't use his full power. It was impossible to make them move as if they were perfectly healthy, but at least it wouldn't hinder their mobility, and he could treat them slowly afterward. Despite the loud gunshots and screams yesterday, no one came to check. Perhaps they had come to check secretly while they were asleep, but in this era, who would be nosy? Frank didn't want to leave the people here, and he didn't know if this plantation could be sold at a low price. The farm tools here were almost new, and the sweet potatoes were almost ripe. Frank spent the entire day treating them. In the evening, he visited the neighboring plantations and eventually sold his plantation for only 800 pounds. Frank buried the 18 people from the original plantation. He didn't know if they had families. Of course, in this era, killing people on a plantation only required paying a fee to the administrative hall. It had nothing to do with the families of the deceased. Frank wouldn't pay the administrative hall either. Whether it was noon or night, Frank roasted cow eggs and boiled porridge for them. The cow eggs were the size of basketballs. They were very resistant to eating them, but Frank knew there was nothing wrong with the cow eggs. Frank ate a little of the egg white and yolk first, finding that they tasted much better than chicken eggs. Seeing Frank eat, some hesitated and ate a little, and subsequently, none of them could escape the true deliciousness theorem. When they were slaves before, they had eaten everything, so there wasn't actually that much to be picky about. Their previous resistance was just because too many strange things had hatched from the cow eggs before. In the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day. They were anxious to go back to look after the plantation, and they planned to return to the Bolin City plantation today. But as soon as Frank woke up in the morning, a voice appeared in his mind, "Good morning, Frank." Frank responded somewhat perfunctorily, "Good morning, respected Mother Goddess." The Mother Goddess of Depravity had been greeting him every time he woke up for 5 consecutive days. Not only that, but at night, the mother goddess of depravity would also say, "Good night, Frank." Frank didn't know how bored the mother goddess of depravity was, and was this something a god should be doing? This is something a sycophant would do. Frank was afraid that the mother goddess of depravity could inspect his thoughts, so he didn't dare to think too much about why she was doing this. Frank went out and bought 5 carriages, plus the 2 from his own home, to carry the people who were still severely injured and needed to walk with sticks. They rushed to Bolan City overnight, just like when they came. The difference was that this time, at least 2 people were sitting on the back of each cow. Of course, except for Alan, he alone was enough to make the cow struggle. When they returned to the plantation in the morning, everyone felt the relief of having survived a disaster. The Rose school of thought did not burn down the plantation, and the chickens in the plantation were still lively and vigorous. The grapes would be ripe in another 20 days or so, and they needed to find a market for the beef, yet most of them were still having trouble walking. 15 days later, past 2 a.m., Frank snuck out of bed and used a silver dagger to carve a spirituality barrier. He wanted to obtain some precipitated characteristics through the bestowal of the red thin tube, including doctor and harvest priest. The 7 feet planters in the plantation had all digested their potions. According to the current progress, it would take at least 20 more days for everyone on the plantation to recover from their injuries. And the grapes were ripening one after another. Now, the only way was to let the planters advance to doctor, so that they could treat everyone on the plantation in a short time. If it weren't for the mother goddess of depravity saying, "Good morning," and "Good night," in his mind every day, he would have already taken out the characteristics to let himself and them advance. However, the girl's voice of the mother goddess of depravity only appeared in the morning and evening, and did not appear at other times, which made Frank a bit bolder. Frank even guessed that this was just a fixed program. Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why the mother goddess of depravity would act like a sycophant, saying, "Good morning," and "Good night," to him every day. Also, the mother goddess of depravity probably couldn't probe his thoughts. His recent thoughts were becoming bolder and bolder, but the mother goddess of depravity had never killed him. Frank lowered his voice to the lowest possible level and chanted quietly, "The unique consciousness that traverses 2 worlds, the creator of second life, the controller of the red space, I beseech you to open the passage between the 2 worlds." But as soon as Frank finished the last sentence, the voice of the mother goddess of depravity came from his mind, "Frank, you actually became a believer of another god." Frank replied reflexively, "I am not, I did not." But this was followed by immense terror. His biggest secret was completely exposed. At this moment, the red passage happened to open, and the precipitated characteristics of 7 feet doctors, and 1 foot harvest priest, appeared on the bed in front of him. Frank was already waiting for death. He guessed that the mother goddess of depravity letting him become a believer was just to snatch his red thin tube. But the voice of the mother goddess of depravity came from Frank's mind again. "You still say you didn't, you are still quibbling. What is that in front of you? He even bestowed it upon you. Frank Lee, I am so disappointed in you." As she spoke, there was even a sobbing tone. Frank first thought about why he wasn't dead. "I am so disappointed in you." Why did this sound so familiar? Wasn't this what his ex-girlfriend said to him when they broke up because she thought he lacked ambition? Frank suddenly thought of a possibility and tentatively said in his mind, "Mother Goddess, can you inspect my memories?" He saw Zhang Wei's memories as if looking at flowers through fog, and he wouldn't recall them. Only by being able to inspect his own memories could she know about this past event. The next words of the mother goddess of depravity confirmed Frank's guess. "Klein." Frank didn't know if it was his illusion, but he seemed to hear laughter in his mind. The voice in his mind rang out again, "It's over. There are only 10 days left until Klein transmigrates. He won't be killed right after he transmigrates, will he?" This was Frank's involuntary thought just now, but it was spoken directly by the mother goddess of depravity. Whatever Frank thought, the mother goddess of depravity would follow up and say it in his mind. Frank simply lay down on the bed. Now that he had already become a traitor to the planet, he might as well just lie flat completely. In the end, Frank couldn't help but say, "Can you not use this tone?" The mother goddess of depravity's tone became puzzled, saying, "Isn't this your favorite voice? You even dreamed of someone saying good morning and good night to you every morning and evening. You also wanted to have a son and a daughter. I can make you give birth right now." "Don't," Frank screamed in terror. He didn't want to grow a certain organ. Frank was silent for a while, thinking that he had given up anyway, and with his own strength, no one could save him. But at the end, he asked a question, "When did you notice me?" Frank couldn't even be bothered to use honorifics. The mother goddess of depravity didn't mind. Since the mother goddess of depravity didn't mind Frank's bold thoughts, she probably minded honorifics even less. She said in Frank's mind, "That leaf is a leaf of the tree of life. The tree of life was refined by my own hands." Frank was speechless. He was really like an old man eating arsenic. The tree of life was the giant tree in the fallen mother goddess world that could move. However, she most likely couldn't kill him for the time being, or if she killed him, she wouldn't be able to snatch the red thin tube, and the red thin tube didn't want others to know either. Hoping that poor Klein could survive this hurdle, Frank fell into a deep sleep. 71. Various nature spirits. "Good morning, Frank." "Good morning, Mother Goddess." Frank responded to the voice in his mind. It was still that girl's voice, and his terrible mood began with the daily, "Good morning." Frank took the characteristics and walked out of the room, 7 apothecaries and 1 harvest priest. It was the same room where the 10 people had consumed their potions last time. It was the largest room on the 2nd floor, and it had now become the exclusive room for consuming potions. The room next door was for storing potions and spirituality materials. Frank sat at the table and looked at the 7 people in front of him, saying, "Tell me your understanding of the acting method and the rules you have summarized." Frank had always let them discuss the acting method and acting rules among themselves. The acting rules might be summarized differently by everyone, and everyone had ones more suitable for themselves, but they could always learn from each other. Ernan, like a student, stepped forward first and said, "I have summarized 3 rules. First, appropriately abandon weak plants. Second, respect nature and revere nature. Third." After Ernan finished, the other 6 people began to speak about the rules they had summarized one by one. The rules were largely the same, with slight differences that might make them more suitable for each individual. Frank handed the apothecary potions to them one by one. The 7 of them promoted to apothecary one after another. They were still weaklings, only having a bit more strength than ordinary people. The planter pathway only gains a bit of combat power upon promoting to sequence 5. Frank continued to tell them about his insights on the apothecary acting method, then sent them off to treat others' injuries. He was also going to promote to sequence 7, Harvest Priest. The layered, illusory whispers slowly disappeared as Frank tried hard to restrain his spirit. Congratulations on successfully promoting to Harvest Priest. The mother goddess of depravity immediately offered her blessings in his mind. Frank thanked her, feeling a bit speechless. "Thank you, Mother Goddess." "Mother Goddess, have you been watching me all this time?" Frank felt that he had no privacy. Well, he indeed had no privacy when it came to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. The Mother Goddess of Depravity responded in his mind, "No, sometimes I fall into a deep sleep to process the useless emotions brought by believers." Frank breathed a sigh of relief. Frank sensed the beyonder abilities of a harvest priest. It could catalyze the growth and reproduction of living things, including animals and plants. It was similar to the previous life radiation heart, but it could only be used on a single target, and the living thing would not show obvious side effects. It could use mutated plants to grow crazily and pierce through the earth to deal with enemies. For mutated plants, it was best to choose vines, as they grew quickly and were easy to control. Frank intended to look for Caven. A few days ago, Caven promoted to Spirit Medium, and now he should be in the vineyard experimenting with his new abilities. Frank walked to the vineyard and saw various colored lights emitting from thin air, shining on the grapes and supplementing their light source. From afar, it looked quite beautiful. Frank activated his spirit vision and saw transparent spirits one after another. They looked diverse and varied. These were nature spirits. Frank also saw a spirit with 2 wings, somewhat resembling a butterfly, but countless times larger than a butterfly. Frank went up to Caven and asked, "Why are there so many spirits? Don't they need you to control them?" Caven shook his head, then nodded and said, "Few people use these spirits. Spirit mediums and spirit warlocks prefer spirits that can emit intense heat, strong light, or others that are helpful in combat. Few people drive these ordinary spirits. They like humans very much, but there are too few humans who can communicate with them. Most humans who can communicate with them despise them for being weak and are unwilling to drive them. They are now automatically cooperating with me, and since they are relatively weak, driving them is very easy." As he spoke, he pointed to a pale green spirit under the tree that looked like a silkworm but had 2 small wings, and said, "Don't look down on it because it's small, it is very powerful at fertilizing soil. Even without being driven, they emit special energy themselves, which is very helpful for plant growth. Many in the death pathway do not like plants around them to grow particularly lush. Some death pathway beyonders even kill them immediately upon seeing them, so their numbers are not high. I have run around the surroundings for the past few days and only found 6 in total. Can they grow? Frank asked. They can, but no one does that. It requires special spirituality materials to feed them, and more often than not, nature spirits are disposable consumables. At this moment, 2 spirits, only the size of a fist, flew over and emitted flashing light, shining into Frank's eyes and making him blink repeatedly. They were clearly aware that Frank could see them now. Caven said, "These spirits are generally introverted and do not have high intelligence, but these 2 are particularly naughty. As long as you focus your gaze on them, they will fly over and shine light on you." This was the first time Frank had seen so many interesting creatures. Frank reached out his hand, and the 2 of them landed on it, but Frank felt nothing at all. If it weren't for Frank being able to activate spirit vision, he wouldn't even be able to see them. Frank recalled the spirit medium Beander abilities that Caven had told him about before. Spirit mediums were already equivalent to mages, but they relied on different spirits to realize various magic and create various supernatural phenomena. Their abilities were quite comprehensive. Frank picked a small bunch of grapes and tasted them. They were very sweet. These were wine grape varieties that Frank had specially purchased. They were supposed to have thick skins and be sour, but for the sake of flavor, this type of grape had high acidity and sweetness. Now, with the continuous irradiation of the spirits, a large amount of starch had converted into glucose, and they had started to become sweet. When making wine, less sugar could be added, and the taste would be even better. This area had sufficient sunlight all year round, and like Daisy Bay, it was very suitable for growing grapes. Several plantations near shacks were all growing grapes for winemaking. Whether it was winemakers, bottle manufacturing, or wine sales, everything was very convenient. That was why Frank had chosen to plant grapevines in the first place. Caven had bought a factory at a low price a few days ago. With the local population dwindling due to death, factories had started to close down in large batches, making them very easy to buy. Frank had taken a look yesterday. The winemaking equipment had already been purchased, and the grapes were ripe, so he could start making wine tomorrow. Frank set a small goal for himself, to first crash the wine market and let them know exactly how cheap wine could be. 72 Klein. Gail Warnard felt that this time, he was really going to make it big. He hadn't expected that a desperate, last resort choice would become his chance to turn his life around. He was a Sequence 9 lawyer of the lawyer pathway, and his ambition was to become a lawyer. Although consuming the lawyer potion made him eloquent and gave him extraordinary oratorical skills, he had consumed the potion for 3 years and had failed the lawyer certification exam in the Loan Kingdom several times. He could easily find loopholes between various clauses, but he still had to memorize these complicated legal clauses. Clearly, memorizing these things was not his forte. Therefore, in the first half of the year, unable to stand his stepmother's sarcasm and his younger brother's disdainful looks, he finally chose to give up on being a lawyer and wanted to rely on his eloquence to become a businessman. Although his family had no title, his father was a prominent lawyer who had successfully entered high society by representing new nobles in lawsuits. Having attended many high society banquets with his father, he knew that most of these emerging nobles had made their fortunes in the southern continent. According to their descriptions, the southern continent was paved with gold. Taking the £300 he had saved over the years, he left home overnight and bought a ticket to East Balam. More than half of East Balam was a colony of the Loan Kingdom. Upon arriving in the southern continent, he realized that the gold was made of blood. At the same time, reality dealt him a heavy blow. The interests in the southern continent had long been divided among various groups, which had begun to unite to squeeze out newcomers like him. Once the other party heard he was a newcomer, they wouldn't even give him a chance to use his eloquence to trigger his Beander abilities. He had thought about using his lawyer Beander abilities to distort the other party's will, but when he consumed the lawyer potion, his father had firmly warned him not to try to distort others' thoughts and will. He had also seen those of the lawyer pathway who would wantonly distort others' thoughts and will, only to end up with a miserable fate. Half a year had passed, and he had still accomplished nothing. The only deal he had managed to complete was actually a trap set by the other party specifically for him, which swindled him out of all his business capital. He couldn't even afford a ticket back to Loan anymore. To make a living, he started working as an intermediary, handling trivial matters for nobles who were not in the southern continent. However, after half a year of hitting walls, he understood which factories and plantations belonged to which nobles, and what connections they had at the top. His father had always hoped he would take over his work and often took him to various banquets of the new nobility, so he was already very familiar with these new nobles. A few days ago, he received the biggest commission of the month, helping to sell a factory in a small city. The minimum selling price entrusted by the other party was £300, any money sold above that would belong to him. The person who came to trade with him was clearly a local, which surprised him. Gale Warnard looked at the cold, eerie aura emanating from the other party. It was clearly a meander of the death pathway. Both sides did not engage in excessive pleasantries, and he did not use his lawyer meander abilities, eventually reaching a deal for £320. He had intended to leave once the transaction was completed, but the other party was clearly in a hurry, followed by more than 20 people who immediately began renovating and cleaning the factory. Beam, do you know which nearby city has a factory that manufactures wine bottles? I don't know. Neither Shax nor Bolin City nor Odin has one. Just as Gale Warnard was about to leave, he heard this conversation. Therefore, Gale Warnard hurriedly went up and said, I know of one. I can introduce you to them. Through their exchange, Gale Warnard also understood that the other party wanted to brew wine. Wine had recently become very popular in low and high society, but the production of wine had never kept up, and Gale Warnard keenly sensed a business opportunity. The group of people clearly didn't look like businessmen. The grapes in their vineyard would be ripe in a few days, yet they were only just starting to look for a factory. Although the vicinity was considered a wine-producing region, transportation here was underdeveloped, and they hadn't even contacted a merchant for wine bottles. Gale Warnard watched their muscles exposed while they were renovating, as well as their violent methods. Their renovation style was kicking, stomping, and hitting. No matter how sturdy the wall was, they didn't use tools, they just kicked it. If one person couldn't do it, two people would. Gale Warnard really wanted to suggest that they change professions and become bodyguards, or even go to the docks to unload cargo. In the end, Gale Warnard took full responsibility, stating that he would find all the tools needed to make wine, and even a winemaker, within 3 days, but he would be in charge of selling this year's output. Caven only agreed to a volume of 30,000 bottles. Their plantation grapes, accelerated by empowerment leaves, could ripen once every 2 months. From over 500 mu of grapes, the first harvest would be around 30,000 bottles. Caven couldn't promise the entire year's share to the other party all at once. But Gale Warnard was already crazed with joy. He had thought this plantation could produce a few thousand bottles a year, but the surprise had come too suddenly. To ensure the winery could start operations smoothly, he once again summoned the desperate drive he had when he stayed up late studying for his lawyer certification. The day after Frank advanced, the plantation began harvesting grapes. Frank also woke up early. Today, he was going to drive a carriage to deliver the grapes to the winery. More than 100 people picked grapes together, and soon 10 carriages were fully loaded. The grapes were packed in woven bamboo baskets. The woven bamboo baskets were very durable and had been delivered to the plantation overnight yesterday. The 3 feet apothecaries had not yet digested their potions. Otherwise, only one beast tamer would have been needed. Even without letting these carriage-pulling horses become beyonders, one could make the horses obedient, and only one driver would be needed to lead the way. Upon arriving at the winery, Frank immediately saw the signboard Forestpark Winery. The winery's outer walls had also been painted, and there were flower baskets placed outside the winery. This didn't seem like something Caven would do. Caven and he were both pragmatists. As long as it worked, that was fine, and they wouldn't pursue any aesthetics. But doing so undoubtedly made the winery look much more legitimate, and if anyone came to the winery to buy wine, it would leave a good impression on them. Just as Frank walked into the winery, he saw a Loan person he didn't recognize. The other party was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and was dressed impeccably in a suit. But after seeing the grapes Frank was pulling, the other party immediately ran over. Gale Warnard ran to the carriage pulling the grapes immediately, picked a grape, and tasted it. The skin was slightly thick, it was very sweet, and upon careful tasting, one could detect a hint of sourness. Moreover, the grapes were evenly exposed to sunlight. Although he didn't understand grapes before, he had learned from the winemakers over the past few days that this was exactly the kind of premium grape used for brewing wine. Gale Warnard felt that the Evernight goddess must be favoring him, otherwise, how could he have encountered such a good thing? Frank looked at this strange person in front of him, whose expression was extremely distorted after eating the grape. If he weren't a doctor, he would definitely have thought this person had been poisoned. For the past few days, Caven had been busy with winery matters, and he had spent most of his time treating their injuries. However, he had also heard Caven mention an intermediary, and this must be the intermediary. Gale Warnard finally stopped immersing himself in joy and introduced himself to Frank. Frank also gave his name. Clearly, the other party knew Frank, and he acted like a host, explaining everything about the winery to Frank. What Frank was more concerned about was the winemakers. There were 3 people now, and they were all low-end people. They promised to teach Frank and the others wine-making techniques, and for this, Frank paid them a weekly wage of £5. Gail Warnard asked a winemaker in his 50s, "How is this grape for brewing wine?" The other party replied, "I've only seen such high-quality wine grapes when I was an apprentice at the Ormere winery." Gail Warnard explained to Frank, "A bottle of 1330 Ormere red wine costs £128, and the current year's wine also costs £20. The older the vintage, the more expensive it is. However, some new wines that have been on the market for 3 months are also very expensive. I suspect some kind of spirituality material was added. Less than 30 bottles are produced each year. I was fortunate enough to drink it once. It was particularly delicious and beneficial to the body. However, after 3 months, when the spirituality dissipated, it turned into ordinary Ormere red wine." Gail Warnard's words reminded Frank of the spirituality material in his red thin tube. In the fallen mother goddess world, small tribes didn't have a so-called potion system. There were many spirituality materials in the wild, left to grow naturally. Frank had previously had people collect them, intending to resell the spirituality materials, but the spirituality materials of the fallen mother goddess world were very different from those of the mystery world, and only a few of the same kind could be found. Frank didn't really understand the specific uses of these spirituality materials. One had to be a sequence 6 feet potions professor of the moon pathway to distinguish these spirituality materials. Currently, the cheapest red wine in Loan is 10 soli. Frank intended to sell it for £1 a bottle first, to open up the market with price. Their plantation had too much grape output every year. Of course, it also depended on the quality of the wine brewed. They couldn't enter the high-end market for now, they had to wait until they could first identify the specific uses of the spirituality materials. Frank was busy for 10 days straight. Now, their 150-plus people were clearly not enough. They weren't even doing their daily training, which was clearly not a long-term solution. But Frank didn't have the money to buy slaves right now, so he could only wait until the wine was sold before buying more slaves. In the blink of an eye, time reached June 28. Today was the very day Klein transmigrated. At this time, it should be early morning in the northern continent. Originally, it would have been impossible for Frank to remember the time so clearly. It was the mother goddess of depravity who helped him recall it. Frank did nothing today, constantly thinking about how Klein could successfully escape from the mother goddess of depravity. He prayed that Klein would be protected by the Evernight goddess early on, but Eamon had an ambiguous relationship with the mother goddess of depravity, and Frank really couldn't think of a possibility for Klein to survive. Pain. So painful. My head hurts so much. After a series of confirmations, Joe Mingrui finally accepted the fact that he had transmigrated. In the evening, Frank tentatively asked the voice in his mind. Mother Goddess, is Klein still alive? A voice immediately came from Frank's mind, he should be alive. In the past, I would have killed him, but now, killing him is of no use to me. Frank didn't understand what that meant, and the Mother Goddess of Depravity clearly didn't intend to explain it to him. Mother Goddess, did you not notify Eamon? Frank really wanted to know what had happened to Klein. No. The Mother Goddess of Depravity still answered every question but would not explain a word more. The young girl personality that the Mother Goddess of Depravity had previously exhibited never appeared again. Last time, it must have been her imitating someone in Frank's mind, but the Mother Goddess of Depravity still had a young girl's voice. Frank felt much more relieved. He really didn't want to be a sinner against humanity. Although he wasn't sure if Klein was alright, the Mother Goddess of Depravity should not deign to lie to him. Mother Goddess, have all the people around me turned into Eamon? Ever since he encountered Eamon last time, Frank was always afraid that someone around him would suddenly pull out a monocle. When an Eamon appears around you, don't doubt it, you have already been surrounded by a nest of almonds. This statement was not just a joke. What are you thinking? Instead of thinking so much, you might as well pull more people to the planet I was previously on. The Mother Goddess of Depravity finally stopped saying only one sentence. But this sentence made Frank even more confused. Ever since he became a blessed of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, he had stopped causing destruction in the fallen Mother Goddess world. And Rui had also been staying quietly in the Spark tribe for over a month, and he had stopped putting newly acquired characteristics into the red thin tube. He had already turned over a new leaf. The Mother Goddess of Depravity had saved his life, and he was quite grateful from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, she hadn't forced him to do anything heinous. But now, the mother goddess of depravity was asking him to pull more people into her world. But afterwards, no matter how he called out in his mind, the mother goddess of depravity would no longer pay him any attention. 73. The essence of nature spirits. Twilight Hermit Order. Around a long table sat over a dozen people, exchanging information with one another. As the gathering was nearing its end, Adam, who was seated at the head of the table, spoke up. It has been a month. Where is Aemon now? Why did he suddenly go to East Balam last time to kill members of the pleasure faction of the Rose School of Thought? Below him, an old man with a full head of white hair said, Aemon should be in the forsaken land of the gods, now. Multiple divinations and investigations have revealed that he went to East Balam for the sake of a person named Frank Lee, and the killing of the Rose School of Thought members was also related to Frank Lee. Another person next to him interjected, this is the first time Aemon has killed for someone else, isn't it? What is the relationship between the two? How come I've never heard of such a person? Adam, at the head of the table, nodded. Almost all of Amon's actions were under his control and within his expectations, but this killing of the Rose School of Thought, pleasure, faction members was quite inexplicable. The others also perked up their ears. Aemon gave many people present a major headache, and they were also very concerned about his sudden abnormal behavior. The white-haired old man said, Frank Lee is just a sequence 7 feet harvest priest. The Rose School of Thoughts, pleasure, faction intended to sacrifice Frank Lee. Aemon went over to stop them, and subsequently wiped out the entire force of the Rose School of Thoughts, pleasure, faction in East Balam. Sequence 7. The person who spoke first asked in confusion. Even the most overbearing person wouldn't uproot an entire faction just for a sequence 7, would they? Moreover, everyone sitting here was at least a sequence 2, when had they ever discussed a sequence 7 before? The old man confirmed, saying, in fact, when Aemon saved Frank Lee was only a sequence 8. Adam asked, does this Frank Lee have any other identities? The old man replied, last year, Frank Lee defected from the Church of Mother Earth. Adam, reason for defection. The old man, at the time, Frank Lee had just consumed the planter potion. His condition was unstable, and he was on the verge of losing control. He was afraid that the Church of Mother Earth Bishop, Claude, would kill him. After defecting and leaving the Phaenopotter kingdom with his friend, who was a human-made product of Claude, he was detained by a blessed of the Church of Mother Earth while fleeing to the Loan Kingdom. He was implanted with psychological suggestions, but without any help from others, he ultimately remained unaffected by the psychological suggestions. The old man described Frank's movements over the past year almost entirely. Finally, he added, his behavior is extremely unreasonable, his fate is vastly different from before, and recently, all divination and deduction methods have ceased to work on him. Is it a wraith, or parasitic possession? Someone asked. The old man said, no. Adam made the final decision. As before, do not expose yourself, do not take drastic measures, and find a way to infiltrate his side to investigate. The old man responded, Frank Lee is currently a member of the East Balam Restoration Society, and often buys slaves. I will have someone disguise themselves as a slave to infiltrate his side, conduct investigations, and secretly guide him. Adam nodded, approving the old man's idea, and announced the end of the meeting. Subsequently, the figures disappeared from their spots one by one. In Bolin City, inside the Starfire plantation. With the grape harvest over, Frank resumed his role as an instructor, and the training that had been paused for a month began again. The tribe now had 7 feet Mother, Pathway Sequence 8 feet Doctors, 3 feet Moon, Pathway Sequence 8 feet Beast Tamers, 2. Death, Pathway Sequence 9 feet Corpse Collectors. The precipitated characteristics obtained from the last time Frank and Caven took 10 people to Odin to kill someone. 5 feet Planters, 5 feet Apothecaries. Since the Mother Goddess of Depravity didn't care about him bringing people into her world, Frank brought in 10 more people. 1 foot Paragon, Pathway Sequence 8 feet Archaeologist, Cole, with 0 combat power. 1 foot Planter, Pathway Sequence 7 feet Harvest Master, Frank himself, still without mutated plants, combat power is 0. 1 foot Death, Pathway Sequence 7 feet Spirit Medium. Caven, the spirits collected are weird, without any combat power. It was currently winter for the southern continent, but Bolin City was semi-tropical, so it wasn't cold in winter. Before 6 a.m., everyone except the night watchman had arrived. It was still not dawn. But they could see the road surface clearly. Frank looked at the glowing spirits on the track. These were pollution-free streetlights. Now there were more and more spirits in the plantation, and the variety was increasing as well. However, Caven liked the green little silkworms that could enrich the soil the most. followed by these spirits that could emit lights of various colors. Now that the grapes had all been harvested, these spirits were used by Caven as streetlights. I'm afraid no one else would collect these weak nature spirits like Caven did. Caven was also deeply influenced by Frank's farming philosophy. For every unknown nature spirit, he had to experiment with its abilities, and there were more and more strange spirits in the plantation. Frank didn't even dare to open his spirit vision when going to Caven's room now. It was simply hair-raising and triggered his trypophobia. These nature spirits were too weak and posed no threat. As long as one could open spirit vision and knew a little bit of mysticism knowledge, they could wipe them out in 5 minutes. Finding them took 5 minutes, killing them took 1 second. Some of them were afraid of humans and hid in every nook and cranny. Every day when the kitchen was lighting the fire, they had to find someone who could open spirit vision to see if there were any spirits hiding inside the stove. Of course, the spirits of other, spirit mediums had decent abilities. Spirit mediums could use them to achieve various supernatural phenomena. They were all helpful in combat, or simply used as disposable consumables to unleash powerful energy. But Frank found a glimmer of possibility for ordinary people to use extraordinary abilities from these spirits. But there were a few points that couldn't be resolved. 1. Ordinary people couldn't drive them. 2. Ordinary people couldn't see them. 3. Their numbers in the natural world were too few. Frank thought for a while and stopped thinking about it. He was only a sequence 7, and thinking about these was too far-fetched. In the morning, Frank moved a rocking chair and watched them train, flipping through Caven's notebook in his hands. In this notebook, Caven recorded the strange abilities of various strange spirits, which opened Frank's eyes. The more Frank read these records, the more he felt something was wrong. Spirit number 33, transparent white ladybug shape, 20 centimeters long, has a pair of small wings. After driving it, it makes people's temperament gloomy. Spirit number 144, transparent green jointed worm shape, 9 centimeters long, does not possess flight ability. After multiple experiments, it was discovered that after driving it, one can distinguish vine seeds. Spirit number 214, transparent green caterpillar shape, multi-legged, 7 centimeters long, does not possess flight ability. After multiple experiments, it was discovered that after driving it, one can distinguish tree seeds. Spirit number 98, jellyfish shape, circular, 50 centimeters long, wings are larger. After multiple experiments, its specific ability has still not been discovered. Seeing these dense records, Frank immediately had a guess and asked in his mind, "Mother, why do these nature spirits seem like single extraordinary abilities?" A girl's voice immediately came from his mind. "I will check your memory first to see what you know about this aspect." Frank asked a stupid question, "Why do you need to check? Haven't you already looked at my memories?" The voice in his mind responded, "Just like when I examined Zhang Wei's memories, I only examine them when necessary. I won't specifically make these memories my own." 74. The essence of nature spirits 2. The morning sun was very gentle. The slightly youthful, girlish voice of the mother goddess of depravity echoed in Frank's mind. "There is a law of conservation of Beander characteristics in your memories." Frank answered without a moment's hesitation, "If there are many high sequence open black lens bracket items close black lens bracket, there will be fewer low sequence open black lens bracket items close black lens bracket, and vice versa." The mother goddess of depravity said, "This law is correct," but then she changed her tone and asked Frank, "Then, where did this law come from?" Frank thought for a moment and said, "You can derive it by observing carefully." The mother goddess of depravity, what about its principle? Newton's law of universal gravitation in your memories also has a principle. The mother goddess of depravity continued, "In your memories, Newton saw an apple fall, wondered why the apple fell from the tree, and thus discovered the law of universal gravitation. You descendants always need to ask why the law of universal gravitation exists in nature and figure out the principle behind the law of universal gravitation." The mother goddess of depravity was very patient, and Frank understood what the mother goddess of depravity meant. Indeed, when predecessors discover a certain rule, descendants need to continue asking why such a law exists, rather than just adopting it without question. Discover problems, solve problems, then discover new problems within the problems, continue to solve them, and cycle like this. We have always been wondering and searching for what the world is really like. Viewing the world as an onion, solving problems one by one is like peeling the onion layer by layer. Frank humbly asked the mother goddess of depravity for guidance. "Great mother goddess, then what is the principle of the law of conservation of Beander characteristics?" The mother goddess of depravity did not respond to Frank's question, but instead said, "Why do you keep thinking, mother goddess of depravity, in your mind, but say, great mother goddess with your mouth? Frank quickly apologized and tried hard to visualize the glorious image of the great Mother Goddess in his mind. The Mother Goddess of Depravity said, "Don't make it glow, I am not Ultraman from your memories." Frank quickly retracted the light radiating from the female figure in his mind. The Mother Goddess of Depravity then began to say, "The function of nature spirits is similar to the microbial degradation. In your eyes, nature spirits are decomposing Beander characteristics. There is also a big difference between the two. The microorganisms in your memory degrade organic matter through metabolism, converting it into simple inorganic substances. You should understand what metabolic degradation means." Frank nodded, indicating he understood. The Mother Goddess of Depravity continued, "Nature spirits are themselves both microorganisms and inorganic matter. Their bodies are the basic particles within Beander characteristics. After they die, their bodies completely shatter. They absorb a single Beander characteristic, then decompose it into the basic particles within the Beander characteristic, using those basic particles to compose themselves, allowing themselves to grow larger. They can use Beander abilities because they haven't fully digested the single Beander characteristic. The single Beander characteristic still remains within their bodies." The Mother Goddess of Depravity continued, "Like the 6 green silkworm-shaped nature spirits that Kaven likes the most, they cannot digest and absorb a single Beander characteristic very well, and they are constantly leaking some Beander characteristics." The Mother Goddess of Depravity, "I am just using an analogy. If I speak too profoundly, you won't understand." But Frank already understood what the Mother Goddess meant. A sequence 9 characteristic contains several, or even a dozen, Beander characteristics. For instance, the planter Beander ability is distinguishing different seeds, possessing high strength, and being good at predicting weather. In the notes Kaven recorded while analyzing nature spirits, spirit number 144 and spirit number 214 both distinguish seeds, but one distinguishes vine seeds, and one distinguishes tree seeds. The law of Beander characteristics convergence does not allow Beander characteristics to be decomposed macroscopically. Frank has currently only encountered half a sequence 9 that decomposes Beander characteristics. Apparently, spirits can continue to decompose them. The Mother Goddess of Depravity said, "It's almost as you thought, but there is an obvious error in your cognition. High sequence characteristics cannot be decomposed into low sequence characteristics, they can also only be decomposed into basic Beander particles. For example, leaves and meat are not essentially different to microorganisms. Similarly, even if you consume more sequence 9 potions, you are still sequence 9. The reason the law of conservation of Beander characteristics forms is because the total amount of Beander particles remains unchanged. If more low sequence potions are formed, high sequence potions will naturally decrease." Frank thought for a while and understood what the Mother Goddess meant, but the questions in Frank's mind actually became more and more numerous. But when Frank opened his mouth to ask the Mother Goddess these questions, the Mother Goddess was unwilling to explain them to him anymore. The Mother Goddess of Depravity said in Frank's mind, "It's useless for you to know these now, it only adds to your troubles. You just need to know that nature spirits are similar to microorganisms. Hurry up and pull people into the world where I am." However, she added one last sentence. "Microorganisms are an important link in the natural ecological chain, and also the lowest link. Nature spirits are the same. It's a pity that in your world, the spirit world and the natural world are separated. These spirits lack the soil to live in, they are becoming fewer and fewer now, and their birth is becoming increasingly difficult." This was the first time Frank had heard such an argument. In his occult knowledge, the separation of the spirit world had countless benefits, whether it was traveling through the spirit world or offering sacrifices to deities and receiving bestowals, everything relied on the spirit world. How did it become a bad thing here with the Mother Goddess? Apparently, the Mother Goddess of Depravity happened to perceive Frank's thoughts and said, "To use your memories, everything has two sides. The separation of the spirit world and the material world is the same." After that, she stopped speaking. Frank thought for a moment about what the consequences of having no spirits would be. No more Beander plants and Beander animals forming. Advancement can only rely on characteristics. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Frank had recently started writing a book. A book about equality for all, gender equality, and a communist society. Of course, right now, this book mainly advocates equality for all and gender equality. It is interspersed with some Marxism, though only a small amount. Originally, it would have been impossible for him to remember all of Marxism, but the Mother Goddess of Depravity helped dig Frank's memories out. Frank drew references from many books and also modified them heavily. But in any case, to implement it, two prerequisites were needed. First, the high development of social productive forces. Second, the power to implement it. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, Frank stood on the mountaintop, watching the 6 rising moons, and activated his spirit vision. Various strange-looking spirits came into Frank's view, their numbers were at least dozens of times that of the mystery world. There were also quite a few, green silkworm, nature spirits like the ones Caven liked. With them as the center, the trees, flowers, and grass within 100 meters grew exceptionally tall and large. Frank looked into the distance, and relying on the enhancement of vision from the Archer pathway, he discovered at least 500 spirit people rushing towards the Spark tribe. Among them, there were at least 50 who looked exceptionally tall and strong. Frank knew they were at least copper men, and Frank immediately blew the wooden whistle in his hand. After 3 sharp whistle blasts sounded, whether they were humans or spirit people in the tribe, they all came out of their houses one after another and climbed onto the city wall. The 20-plus spirit people currently in the tribe were almost all consciousnesses that Frank had pulled over from the mystery world. But after climbing onto the city wall, everyone's expression became ugly. Even with the natural stronghold and guns, they couldn't possibly win. But the humans on the city wall still gripped their guns tightly. Although they knew they were no match, the tribe would be dead if it were conquered anyway. Since they would die regardless, they might as well choose a more dignified way to die. Just as the 500-plus spirit people were about to step into the attack range of the Spark tribe, the 500-plus spirit people stopped, and only one spirit person walked forward. Caven reached out his hand, signaling the humans not to attack. Under the city wall, after the other party saw that Caven did not open the gate for him, he easily leapt up onto the wall that was over 4 meters high. After leaping onto the wall, the other party walked straight towards Frank, and then knelt on one knee in front of Frank, saying, "The 9 Trees tribe, the Iron Bear tribe, the Phoenix Parasol Tree tribe, a total of 513 tribes, having received the Mother Goddess's oracle, submit to the Spark tribe as their master and offer tributes." Caven, Shangmo, and others nearby who heard this were dumbfounded, their minds blank, feeling as if they had fallen into a hallucination. Frank also had a head full of question marks, but he understood that this was arranged by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. But what was the Mother Goddess of Depravity trying to do? Frank quickly helped the person up and jumped off the city wall alone to see what was going on. Frank walked in front of the 500-plus spirit people. Before Frank could speak, the 500-plus people each took out an exquisite tray and placed Beander characteristics on them. Frank took a look. There were at least 20 Beander characteristics on each tray, adding up to at least 10,000 characteristics. Frank, who was in the fallen Mother Goddess world, did not dare to accept them. He immediately contacted his main body through the red thin tube. Chapter 75, Uprising. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, it was currently night. Thanks to the illumination from Caven's glowing nature spirits, Frank didn't need to go to sleep as early as usual. Vines rapidly burst from the soil, moving swiftly like snakes and emitting whistling sounds as they cut through the air. He was currently researching mutated vines. To put it simply, mutated vines were just vines forced to grow using Beander abilities. He wanted to find a vine that could withstand the forced growth and was also sharp. Vines didn't inherently require much nutrition to grow, making them much easier to accelerate than other plants. A few days ago, Frank had asked Gail Warner to collect over a dozen types of vines, and eventually, through crossbreeding, obtained a very tough, thorny vine that possessed paralytic toxins. Now, Frank finally had some semblance of Beander abilities. Frank had the intention of getting some Rose Bishop flesh to crossbreed, but he clearly couldn't beat a Rose Bishop. Once he advanced to Sequence 6, he would definitely get some Rose Bishop flesh for experiments. By then, his vine abilities would definitely see a qualitative improvement. After Frank finished experimenting with his vine abilities, he was just about to go back to sleep when information appeared in his mind, and Rui was requesting to swap consciousness. Frank immediately transferred his consciousness to the red thin tube. At this moment, inside the red thin tube, the 10th shadow had already formed a small part. Frank immediately traded a portion of his consciousness within Rui and instantly understood what had happened. Frank didn't understand what the Mother Goddess wanted to do, but if he didn't understand, he could just ask the Mother Goddess directly. Letting his consciousness return to Frank's body, he immediately asked in his mind, "Mother Goddess, why did you give me so many characteristics?" A voice immediately came from his mind. "Continue pulling people into my world." Frank asked again the question he had already asked the Mother Goddess several times. "Why must you pull people into your world?" But the Mother Goddess of Depravity, as usual, did not answer. The Mother Goddess of Depravity kept making Frank pull people into her world without telling him the reason, which always made Frank wary. The mother goddess of depravity changed the subject and said, I haven't gone back for over 7,000 years. This time, less than 40% of the tribes listened to my oracle. If you need to possess a host body, it's perfect to use these people who don't listen to the oracle as targets. Frank, aren't they your anchors? The mother goddess of depravity, I don't need that many. Yet, from this simple sentence, Frank heard a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Frank finally persisted and asked, can't you tell me why you want to pull people into your world? The mother goddess of depravity responded this time, I cannot speak of related things, it will be perceived by some things. After you become a god, you cannot speak of it either. The mother goddess used related things and some things in succession, both of which were euphemisms. Clearly, before this, she hadn't even been willing to use pronouns. Frank decided to accept these characteristics. 6 pathways, 10,000 precipitated characteristics, Frank didn't even dare to imagine it. In the fallen mother goddess world, Frank received the representatives from their 500 spirit people and accepted the tributes. He placed most of the characteristics into the red thin tube, leaving only a small portion in the tribe to serve as the tribe's foundation. Frank set a few rules for them. 1. The tribes must not continue to send out spirit people slaughter squads to massacre spirit people. 2. Humans and spirit people are equal in status, there must be no incidents of oppressing humans. 3. Establish a Starfire kingdom, with Kaven as the first king, Frank as the state preceptor, and establish 12 great elders. These tribes did not object. They were already willing to obey the oracle and honor a human as their master. Compared to that, these conditions were not that hard to accept. Frank followed their suggestion and chose a plane for the Starfire kingdom. Each tribe sent a builder, along with over 50 spirit people or humans, to settle in the Starfire capital and began a grand construction of the royal capital. Since the mother goddess had already given him power, he naturally had to use it. As for Frank's purpose in building the kingdom, it was merely to facilitate his experiments. He planned to change his possession, host body to a planter, and summarize the acting principles in both worlds simultaneously. Compared to fighting and killing, he preferred research. Continuing to use Enrui's body was clearly no longer suitable. However, it remained to be seen which human tribe or spirit people tribe would walk into his trap. Lowen Kingdom, Tingen, late July. When Klein was returning home from the Blackthorn Security Company, he discovered that the vendor who sold lamb was selling beef today. Beef was a rare sight. Seeing Klein look over, the vendor immediately said, beef shipped from the southern continent, very cheap, only 3 pence a pound. Klein felt it was incredible and asked suspiciously, it wouldn't be some diseased cow, would it? As he spoke, he took out a copper penny to perform a simple divination, it landed heads up. It wasn't, and it didn't look like a diseased cow either. The vendor uncle spoke up at this moment, it's not any diseased cow. This was brought by a cargo ship from Backland this morning. If it weren't for our water and land transport with Backland, how would such good beef ever reach us? I've never seen cows killed for meat before they were fully grown. This is all tender beef, isn't it more cost-effective than buying lamb? I used to sell lamb, if this beef wasn't good, I wouldn't dare to change trades so directly. While the vendor uncle was talking, he sold another 3 pounds. Seeing that there wasn't much beef left, Klein finally decided to buy 2 pounds to see if he could pan-fry a steak. On the way back, Klein complained internally, I hope Melissa believes that the beef only cost 3 pence. Thinking of Melissa's gaze of concern for her mentally challenged brother made Klein quite helpless. In the blink of an eye, it was late July. The wine had already begun to be bottled, and new grapes were already hanging on the vines. Frank had also used his harvest priest ability to accelerate the growth of cows several times, had Gale Warnered contact cargo ships, and sold them to Lowen, earning over 2,000 pounds. Other harvest priests didn't have that many calves to accelerate, only Frank's oviparous cows had such conditions. Even so, the number of calves in the plantation was increasing. Frank had Gale Warnered by the adjacent plantation specifically to grow alfalfa for raising cows. Now, he was too lazy to negotiate such trades himself. Gale Warnered could always buy the needed items at the lowest price. By comparison, neither Frank nor Kaven knew how to haggle, and sometimes they didn't even know where to buy things. Now that they had bought a new plantation, the matter of buying slaves had to be put on hold. Fortunately, raising cows only required one beast tamer to handle, which was very easy. Good morning, Mother Goddess. Good morning, Frank. It had now become Frank, paying his respects to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Regardless of what the Mother Goddess of Depravity's true purpose was, as a blessed of the Mother Goddess, he had to show the proper attitude. Knock, knock, knock. Frank's door was knocked upon. Frank was puzzled. It was only about 5:30, who would be looking for him so early in the morning? Frank walked up quickly and opened the door. At the door was Caven. Frank suddenly remembered that he had also knocked on his door in the morning last time. The last time, the matter of the Rose School of Thought's blood sacrifice almost caused them to be completely wiped out. This time, Caven's expression was similarly ugly, and Frank had a bad premonition in his heart. Without waiting for Frank to ask, Caven spoke first. The East Balam Restoration Society is going to launch an uprising the day after tomorrow. They have notified us and want us to join the uprising. Frank and Caven had been operating under the name of the East Balam Restoration Society, which made things much more convenient. Of course, they only needed to go through the motions when they rose up, but there might be other insurgents in Bolan City who would force people into the uprising. They had to kill these people on that day. To the countries of the northern continent, the East Balam Restoration Society was nothing, but to them, it was still a behemoth. At this moment, the Mother Goddess's voice sounded in Frank's mind. Why don't you just launch the uprising the day after tomorrow? After the uprising succeeds, directly declare independence from East Balam and form a new kingdom. Chapter 76, Making a Decision. Listening to the voice in his mind, Frank asked, if I declare independence, won't I be wiped out by the Loan Kingdom in the next second? The Mother Goddess of Depravity said in Frank's mind, no. I have a Beander item, similar to the barrier outside your planet. Nothing above sequence 7 can enter, and only some above the saint level can barely break it. Frank asked suspiciously, what's the use of that? The Loan Kingdom definitely has saints. Mother Goddess, you only need to claim you are my blessed, and they won't easily make a move against you. Just as Frank was about to ask, the Mother Goddess began to explain. Saints are already high-ranking members of the major churches. They have started to need anchors and will not easily attack the believers of other gods. This is a kind of preset rule. Otherwise, the Rose School of Thought, or whatever you call the outer deity sects, wouldn't have enough believers for them to kill. The Evernight Goddess in your memory could kill them all in a single day. With divination and other calculation methods, they wouldn't be able to escape. But doing so would only lead to the crazy retaliation of the outer deities. Long ago, the barrier of your world could already be penetrated by the power of the outer deities. Although it was useless, it was easy to kill ordinary believers. The outer deities know that killing more ordinary people only makes the gods of your world mentally unstable. It has little effect. The gods of your world also know that killing a few outer deity believers won't hurt the outer deities' foundations. The Mother Goddess said at the end, the only ones not bound by this rule are me and Amen. In your memory, in the book, Lord of the Mysteries, others fear Amen not just because of the strength of the Marauder pathway, but also because he can act without scruples. Seeing that Frank was still hesitating, the Mother Goddess said, if other gods or angels really make a move against you, I can squeeze directly into the barrier. Frank was startled and asked, you can come in from outside the barrier. Mother Goddess, I can. As long as I give up the status of the third pillar and the outer deity, the law of Beander characteristic convergence of the original creator can directly suck me in. Frank was speechless. Giving up the status of a pillar and an outer deity to become an ordinary god, Frank didn't believe the Mother Goddess would do that. Moreover, if the three great pillars gathered on Earth, Frank didn't even dare to imagine what would happen. Frank finally decided to revolt. The Mother Goddess had supported him with so many Beander characteristics, dealing with low sequence Beanders and ordinary people should be no problem. Moreover, he would not preach the Mother Goddess's faith on Earth. Every time he provided potions to others in the plantation, he would emphasize, do not believe in any oracles. The force he built would only have one believer of the Mother Goddess, himself. At most, he would tell Caven the truth. There was another main reason why Frank chose to revolt. The current development speed was too slow. The apocalypse might arrive in 10 years, and he was still stuck in Bolan City, still unable to digest the original body's consciousness. If he didn't revolt, he would have to slowly spend money to buy all the plantations and factories in Bolan City. This would take at least 3 years, and that was assuming he wasn't hindered by the administrative hall. Frank didn't have a network of connections. Countless people might come to target him, and he wouldn't go to Loan to cultivate connections. Furthermore, he would eventually be hindered by the administrative hall. After all, he wasn't doing this to make money, he was going to build his own army. A falling out with Loan was only a matter of time. However, the revolt was a bit rushed and involved some gambling. Fortunately, the Loan army's reach was limited, and the forces they initially sent couldn't be too strong. Besides, once he got on the Mother Goddess's boat, he might have to be an enemy of the whole world later. After telling Kaven his thoughts, Kaven did not object. Last time, the Sequence 5 of the Rose School of Thought had no power to resist, and Frank suddenly establishing a kingdom in the fallen Mother Goddess world, these events had already given him enough shock. He had begun to blindly trust Frank. What's more, protecting Bolin City had always been his dream. The two immediately split up to take action. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, Frank finally chose to take action against a nearby spirit people tribe. Frank looked at the tribe in front of him. It could barely be considered a large tribe. The reason he chose this tribe was simply that this tribe was unwilling to submit to Theospark Kingdom. As for whether they abused humans or even if there were humans inside, Frank didn't know and didn't want to know. He attacked this tribe simply because his main body urgently needed possession, hosts, and this tribe just happened to run into Frank's gun. There were no high-sounding reasons, nor did he need those reasons. The sounds of killing lasted less than 10 minutes. When Frank walked into the tribe, a pungent smell of blood wafted over. Frank looked at the scene and frowned, then said to the druid, following him, "Take all the living ones back." It was the same method of spirit people dealing with spirit people as last time. Frank was in a hurry this time, and his methods were more ruthless. In less than half a day, he had picked out more than 50 half-dead possession hosts. At the same time, the hosts of the planter pathway were also found. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, Frank looked at the 50 people in front of him. They already knew a lot about Beyonders, and the points to note when taking potions, as well as the taboos of Beyonders, had been told to them several times. If this batch of 50 people advanced, the first batch who followed Kaven would all become Beyonders. The other 30 or so were those who had performed well recently, like Alan Carlyle and Beam. With this group of people, the number of Beyonders in their plantation would exceed 70. After that, Frank would not grant Beyonder characteristics so easily unless they made contributions. Of course, given that Frank was not short of Beyonder characteristics, this contribution might be very easy to achieve. Frank wanted equality for all, but he didn't support getting something for nothing. Among the 50 bottles of Sequence 9 potions on the table, there were no planter potions. Frank planned to save the planter potions for researchers. The more he learned about the planter pathway, the more Frank felt that this pathway had a high ceiling. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, the planter and apothecary pathways were the rarest. There were 30 bottles of the archer pathway. Archer had a high bonus to eyesight and a high bonus to marksmanship, which was a combat power they urgently needed. For the remaining 5 types of pathways, there were 4 bottles of potion for each. As the large tribe acknowledged Frank as their master, Frank also obtained the potion formulas for these pathways. Frank also confirmed them with the Mother Goddess, and the Mother Goddess made simple modifications to some of the potions. "Pick whichever potion you like," Frank said. Most of them would definitely stop at Sequence 5. Frank only told them about the low and middle sequences, what Beyonder abilities they had, and let them choose according to their preferences. As the last person drank the potion, the thing Frank didn't want to see happened. One person, shortly after drinking the potion, lost control and turned into a monster, attacking their companion. Frank's vines appeared suddenly under their feet, piercing through their skin, paralyzing them, and binding them. The others were obviously affected, but fortunately, no second person lost control in the end. "I must build a room specifically for advancement. The room needs to be partitioned into small cubicles," Frank thought to himself. After the 49 people successfully advanced, they looked at the person tied up by Frank's vines. This served as a lesson for them. They remembered a sentence Frank emphasized: to become a Beyonder, to become the Beyonder itself, one must pay a price. They felt sad for the death of their companion, but they would not indulge in sadness. For them, death and eternal parting were already commonplace. Frank designated a cemetery in the plantation and held a funeral for them with everyone in the plantation according to local customs. This was the first companion to leave them, and there would be more and more later. Later, this cemetery would also become the graveyard where they would be buried. 77 Chapter 77 Preparation. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, Frank walked to an open space where a pile of weapons and bows and arrows were stacked. Besides the weapons, there were more than 10 people in the open space, busily carving on the weapons. At this moment, a spirit people trotted toward Frank. His name was Matty, a caster, promoted by Frank. He came to Frank and said, "Master, over 20 Beyonder bows and arrows have been collected. If we want to collect more, we might need to go further, and there isn't enough time. Frank, that's enough for now. What negative effects do they have? Maddie said. Most of them enhance eyesight and improve shooting talent, while a small portion increase perception and enhance physical flexibility. The negative effects are not very strong, and the Runemaster has carved runes to suppress the negative effects to the minimum. Frank inspected them. They should have been formed by the combination of the Archer characteristic precipitation and bows and arrows. The 10+ people beside him were Runemaster of the Architect Pathway Sequence 6. A Runemaster could use spiritual materials to carve runes on ordinary bows and arrows. In Frank's view, it was similar to an artisan, but more focused on runes. An artisan makes Beander weapons by relying on the attributes of spiritual materials, like demon hunting bullets or exorcism bullets, but for a Runemaster, it relies more on spiritual materials to activate runes. They cannot manufacture mechanical wonders like an artisan, but they can carve strange runes on various weapons and Beander weapons using spiritual materials, making ordinary materials extraordinary. Take a very ordinary knife, add some spiritual materials inside, and carve a sturdy rune, and even with the strength of Frank's Copper Man, it wouldn't bend. Of course, the number of runes that can be carved on a weapon is also affected by the material itself. Frank asked, "What about ordinary bows and arrows?" Maddie replied, "More than 1,000 arrows with sharp runes have already been half finished. The wood for making bows needs to be soaked in spiritual materials for more than a month in advance. However, we have collected more than 20 feet bows, already made by major tribes, which are engraved with flexible, antispirit sealing runes, and can be used for more than half a year." Frank said, "That's fine, just do those first. Move them to my room." The uprising was tomorrow, and Frank needed to sacrifice these. After receiving these bows and arrows, Frank immediately distributed them so they could get familiar with them. At the same time, he also received the Beander item bestowed by the Mother Goddess of Depravity, which looked like a copper coin with a square hole in the middle. He had a total of 12 pieces, and there were obvious traces of runes on them. Beander items that were too powerful could not pass through the barrier, so the Mother Goddess of Depravity could only bestow such items upon Frank. Frank guessed that the Mother Goddess of Depravity must have made these on the spot. Using them was also very simple. Just activate them in order in the center of Bolin City, and it would automatically expand the boundary of the barrier. According to the description of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, this barrier range would cover Bolin City and more than 30 nearby plantations, which was much larger than Frank had expected. If you want to automatically divide the barrier range, you just need to activate the 12 coins at the corresponding locations. Of course, after that, the coins cannot be moved, and the divided range is also limited. These 12 coin Beander items had almost no negative effects under the suppression of the power of the Mother Goddess of Depravity. It was just that the spiritual consumption was relatively fast every day, but with the spirituality of Frank's Harvest Priest, he didn't need to worry too much. August 1st. Today was the day of the uprising of the East Balam Restoration Society. After today, Frank and the others didn't know where their path would lead. 157 people at the entrance of the plantation, including Frank, participated in the flag-raising ceremony. At dawn, the dark red flag fluttered in the wind, and a few spirits emitting white light danced along with it. It was a very crude ceremony, all put together in a hurry yesterday. The flag was also made directly from white cloth, mixed with everyone's blood, dyed red, and then dried with spirits, full of a barbaric atmosphere. But everyone needed this sense of ritual. Of course, none of the 157 people standing in front of the red flag felt it was barbaric. After the flag was raised, 4 horse-drawn carriages pulling 4 cannons left the plantation first. These were the 4 cannons that Cole bought from Oriel. Their factory made a lot of guns, and Cole could also build cannons, but only Cole knew how to build cannons, and he couldn't build them alone. Others were too busy and didn't have time to follow Cole to learn how to build cannons. Frank had a pistol tucked in his waist, held a Beander bow in his hand, and had an eagle that had consumed an Archer potion on his head. It was the pet of a beast tamer, specifically for reconnaissance and dropping vine seeds for Frank. The Loan army stationed in the city only had 30+ people, and counting the local armed forces of the administrative hall, it would not exceed 100. When the sky brightened, Frank entered Bolin City. They immediately scattered around the administrative hall. They needed to judge whether there were other insurgents in Bolin City. These people would use drugs to control and drive local citizens. When the locals attacked the administrative hall, they would run away. They were not like Caven, they were just taking money to do things. Around 7 o'clock in the morning, the Loan army stationed outside the city walked into the administrative hall with rifles and helmets, leaving 8 people at the door. Frank observed carefully and found that the others were holding guns and guarding the windows. Obviously, these Loan soldiers also received the news that the East Balam Restoration Society was uprising today. 2 hours later, the Loan soldiers at the door also began to relax. Just when Frank thought that no one would come to uprising today, the beast tamer, next to him, through sharing the eagle's vision, immediately discovered a group of people. So he immediately said to Frank, "There is a group of people coming from the left. The 2 leaders look like they are from the death pathway." Frank thought for a while. Hernan and Alan's team of 20 people happened to be on the left. He said, "Notify Hernan and the others, try not to kill ordinary people while ensuring their own safety." Hernan and his team of 20 people were currently on the road to the left of the administrative hall, scattered along the wall, some squatting, some sitting. An eagle flew down quickly. Hernan reached out to catch it. The eagle opened its mouth and said in a vibrating voice, "There are more than 30 people in the left direction, and there should be 2 Death Beyonders. Try not to kill ordinary people while ensuring your own safety." Hernan stood up and quickly greeted the 20-plus people to follow him. The eagle flew in front to continue the reconnaissance. His team had 10-plus people who had consumed the archer potion, and the others were also holding Beyonder bows with guns tucked in their waists. His team and Kavan's team were meant to intercept other insurgents. 2 minutes later, Hernan chose 10-plus people to jump onto a building and lie down, while the others quickly went around from the left and right alleys to prevent them from escaping. A few more minutes passed, and a team of 50-plus people appeared in the sight of Hernan and the others. The 2 people in front had pale bodies, obviously low sequence, death pathway. The 5 people behind were relatively tall, holding guns, and the others were extremely thin, holding wooden sticks and farm tools. With a whistle, 10-plus people drew their bows and shot arrows at the same time. The 2 people in front and the 5 people holding guns behind were immediately hit by arrows. The arrows engraved with sharp runes easily pierced flesh and blood and stuck deeply inside. The 2 low-sequence Death Beyonders walking in front were hit heavily, with arrows in their heads, and died instantly. Of the 5 people holding guns behind, 2 were only hit in the shoulders, but because of the extreme pain, they cried out, and arrows were inserted into their heads. The people behind holding farm tools and sticks saw Hernan and the others and rushed over like crazy, which was obviously abnormal. Hernan and the 10 people jumped off the roof. With a clatter, after about 1 minute, no one was left standing. Their legs were all twisted. Both Planter and Archer had great strength, and if they were touched, their hands and feet would break. But these people still had red eyes, looking at Hernan and the others fiercely. Hernan threw all 40-plus people into the corner. Anyway, there were many doctors in the plantation, and he planned to treat their legs later, so there was no need to hold back. The other 10 people also came around from the back at this time. After Hernan took the precipitated characteristic, the 20-plus people immediately rushed to the administrative hall. That was the main character they had to deal with today. 78 Chapter 78 Uprising. With 4 boom sounds of cannon fire, 4 huge holes were immediately blasted into the administrative hall, followed by continuous gunfire. Frank had intended to resolve the battle quietly, but due to the Loan soldiers' laxity, everyone except the 8 people at the entrance had already returned inside. Charging into the administrative hall would inevitably result in casualties given the narrow terrain. Frank intended to use the cannon fire to lure them out. The administrative hall's stone structure could not withstand continuous bombardment from Frank and his team's cannons. Of course, Frank and his team were unwilling to waste a large number of cannonballs here, but the Loan soldiers in the administrative hall did not know that. As expected, after the 4 cannon shots, most of the Loan soldiers impatiently peered out from the windows. In the sky, swishing arrows immediately pierced the heads of the Loan soldiers by the windows. Arrows enhanced by Thesharp rune meant the helmets worn by the Loan soldiers offered no protection at all. Unfortunately, the current, sharp, rune arrows were rushed, so no spiritual materials were added to the arrowheads. They could only be activated by Beyonders themselves. When used by ordinary people, they were no different from regular arrows. However, only the archer pathway was suitable for using bows and arrows. For other sequences and ordinary people, firearms were still more useful. The Loan soldiers, combined with the local administrative hall armed forces, totaled just over 100 people. Cole directed his men to fire another round of cannons, causing stones from the 3-story administrative hall to fly off, but even so, no one dared to show their heads again. To collapse the administrative hall with cannon fire, at least several more rounds to a dozen rounds of cannonballs would need to be fired. Frank intended to charge inside, using the 8 people killed by Frank and his team's gunfire in the first round as shields against bullets. Frank had intended to make some extra thick steel plates and engrave runes on them, but time was too tight, and the runemaster from the fallen mother goddess world was still working on them. Fortunately, as long as they weren't shot in the head or heart, Frank and the other doctors could save them. The administrative hall was narrower than imagined. As soon as Frank and his team entered, dense gunfire erupted from within. Fortunately, they had the corpses to use as resistance. The rifles of this era lacked sufficient power. Although they blasted bloody holes in the corpses, they could not penetrate the bodies to hit the people behind them. However, the enemy's bullets were too dense, and they were still hit in places not covered by the corpses. Frank didn't want anyone to die here, so he had them retreat. Cole pulled up 4 cannons, aimed them at the door of the administrative hall, and fired 4 more cannonballs. The door of the administrative hall was instantly turned into a large hole. The few who had just been shot were rotated out to treat their wounds, and the group picked up the 8 battered corpses again to enter the administrative hall. Without the advantage of narrow terrain, the administrative hall clearly could not form dense firepower this time, and was easily suppressed by Frank and his team's firepower. Frank was not in a hurry, advancing bit by bit to ensure not a single person was lost here. Some archers were also guarding outside the windows to prevent them from jumping out and escaping. When Frank and his team advanced to the 3rd floor, a voice came from the stairwell. "Cave in, don't court death. Even if your uprising succeeds, none of you will live. You know better than I do why the East Balam Restoration Society started this uprising. If you run now, there's still hope." Clearly, the other party recognized Caven. Caven had grown up in Bolin City, so it was not strange for him to be recognized. Caven waved his hand, signaling to continue pressing forward. At this moment, a grenade was thrown from upstairs, and the person carrying the corpse instantly threw themselves and the corpse onto the grenade. With a boom, the corpse beneath was shredded like rags, and the person on top was thrown away. The doctor, following behind, immediately went up to examine him and shook his head. Frank also went up to check, and a piece of shrapnel was embedded right in the heart. Frank and his team had encountered grenade throws several times before, and they had always carried the corpses to suppress them. Although they would get injured, for Frank and his team, it was not fatal, and it prevented shrapnel from flying around. This was the first person to die in this uprising. Including Frank, no one said anything, but the steps of the people carrying the corpses in front became a bit firmer. A few minutes later, everyone holding guns had been killed. The others who did not resist had their legs broken by Frank and his team. But Frank did not intend to let these surrendering people go. Except for the clerks, everyone else had to die. Frank and his team had to establish strong power immediately. Frank and his team had no time to slowly rehabilitate them. The bad things they had done were enough to sentence them to death. For this, the original consciousness might be stimulated, but as a sequence 7 feet harvest priest, Frank was fully capable of suppressing the original consciousness. With a few gunshots, several people who originally belonged to the administrative hall's violent institutions were shot dead by Frank and his team. The legs of the others were set by the doctors, as they would still be needed later. In at most 2 days, their legs would be no different than before. There was still one Loan soldier at the scene. Frank pulled him into a room alone and said to him, "I need you to take a message to the Loan kingdom. If that's possible, I will let you leave." The Loan soldier nodded. Frank continued, "Starting from today, Bolin City declares its independence from East Balam. It will no longer be a colony of the Loan Kingdom, and will have no subordinate relationship with the Loan Kingdom." Frank added one last sentence. "Starting today, Bolin City is renamed Balam Empire, under the protection of the Mother Goddess of Depravity." Frank also handed a letter he had written to the other party. Although Bolin City only had a total of 20,000 people and claiming to be the Balam Empire was a bit embarrassing, Frank still hoped that there were still people in East Balam who wanted to restore their country, hoped that there were still people unwilling to be colonized, and hoped that they could come to join them. 20,000 people was really a bit too few. The Mother Goddess of Depravity had told Frank that she had already greeted the few great gods of the mystery, and Frank had already been labeled as a blessed of the Mother Goddess of Depravity. After sending the Loan soldier away, Frank used his spirituality in the administrative hall to activate 12 feet copper koan-shaped Beander items. Frank immediately felt that Bolin City was enveloped from top to bottom. 79 Chapter 79 The Berlin Empire. Chapter 79, Balam Empire. Frank felt a little more at ease. He mocked himself, spending so much time with Caven, I'm starting to copy his gambling habits. Frank would remain in the administrative hall for now. Taking over the administrative hall was only the beginning, there were still many subsequent matters to handle. Caven and the others split into several teams to quickly deal with the city's gray forces, as well as over 30 plantations and a cotton textile mill. Beside him was still that beast tamer, acting as the communication link between the teams and Frank. He was afraid the original body's consciousness wouldn't be able to bear what was about to happen next, so he could only hide here to coordinate and schedule. Caven was followed by over 10 people as they rushed toward Bolin City's only tavern. The recent sounds of cannon fire and gunshots had already driven the ordinary citizens of Bolin City to hide in their homes. No thugs came out to loot during the chaos either. In a city this small, coming out was just seeking death. Or perhaps the thugs had all joined the administrative hall. Or maybe in this era, none of those who could survive as freemen in a colony were decent folks to begin with. Frank didn't know which was the case. Upon arriving at the tavern, Caven kicked open the door as usual. There was almost no one inside, only a waiter. Caven searched the tavern inside and out, including the Beander trading venue, the underground passages, and the bedrooms, but in the end, he didn't find the owner or any Beanders. Caven sent the information here to Frank through the eagle behind him. Frank listened to the chirping of the eagle in front of him. It seemed the Beander organizers of the tavern had fled upon seeing things go south. This tavern in Bolin City had to be controlled by Frank and his people. Beanders also had to be registered, and double-crossing would absolutely not be tolerated. After Frank's consciousness left his body, using his keen perception of Beanders, he saw that the 3 individuals had already fled Bolin City. After notifying Caven through the eagle, Frank stopped paying attention to them. Caven had the only waiter lock up the tavern and led his men straight to the south gate. Calling it a gate was generous, it was just an entrance and exit that hadn't been repaired in years, offering no defensive value, and the walls were very low. On the other side, Ernan also led over 10 people to the north gate. The 2 of them guarded the gates, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. Upon receiving the information, Frank said to the beast tamer behind him, "All right, let them move." The beast tamer flew toward the others waiting in the plaza and said in a booming voice, "Begin the operation." The instructor ordered us not to let any able-bodied male go, including Lonas people. Even beggars who can be treated must not be spared. Upon hearing the message, the crowd immediately split into groups of 5 and headed toward their assigned areas. The area assigned to Alan was the southern corner of the city, designated as number 14, which was also the furthest from the administrative hall. As soon as he arrived, feeling that the time was right, he immediately beat the bronze gong in his hand. At the same time, bronze gongs resounded one after another from more than 20 locations across the city. Alan had consumed the Archer potion. Standing at 2.2 meters tall, he was almost as tall as the low houses. He and his 4 companions shouted at the top of their lungs. Today, Bolin City declares independence from East Balam and establishes the Balam Empire. For a moment, it seemed as if only this single voice remained in Bolin City. The ordinary citizens of Bolin City were utterly baffled, not understanding what it meant, while those with a bit of knowledge thought this group of people had gone mad. But the booming voice that followed made it impossible for them to remain calm. The Balam Empire is implementing conscription. Those between the ages of 16 and 50 who meet the requirements must immediately step outside, line up, and report to the administrative hall. Yet, not a single person stepped out of their house voluntarily. To the locals, this was just another call to go to their deaths. Frank had long anticipated this situation. Alan and his 4 companions began to act according to Frank's instructions. Starting from the house on the far left, Alan knocked on the door. Seeing that no one opened it, he violently kicked the door down. Inside was a middle-aged couple and a 6 or 7-year-old boy. The couple held knives and clubs, while the child was crying hysterically in fear. Alan pointed at the man and said, "Come with us. No one will harm the women and children." But the man clearly didn't believe him. Alan pulled out his pistol, pointed it at him, and said, "Don't force us to get violent." Having no choice, the man could only put down his knife, step out of the room, and obediently follow behind Alan's group of 5. In this manner, Alan's group of 5 knocked on and kicked down doors house by house. There were those who refused to go no matter how much they were coerced, and those who threatened Alan and his men. In those cases, Alan simply had the 4 behind him step up and beat them up. He didn't dare to get physical himself, fearing he might break these frail people with their thin arms and legs. When they encountered people hiding, Alan would ask the neighbors if there was a man in the house, and they could usually find them. There were also those who refused to go with the 5 even on pain of death. Alan simply had the 4 break their legs and carry them to show the next household. Hearing their agonizing screams, the people after them became much more cooperative. For a time, Boland City fell into a state of weeping and wailing. The 130-odd people from Frank's plantation were like a band of bandits who only press-ganged men. When they encountered citizens of the Kingdom of Loan in the shops, they simply told them to scram. Frank had no time to deal with these loneless people right now. Currently, every blade of grass and tree in Boland City had to be controlled by Frank and his men. Frank listened to the agonizing wails coming from the city with complete indifference. There was a faint whispering in his ears, but it wasn't very distinct. The eagle in the sky kept watch all around, and the beast tamer behind him kept informing him of what was happening. Nothing major occurred, and the level of resistance was within expectations. Frank's thoughts began to drift. Did they really think Loan was a pushover? Trying to resist Loan with just over 150 people was pure fantasy. Frank had to train at least 5,000 soldiers who could shoot within a month. Frank wouldn't act like the protagonists in other novels, trying to win them over with love, talking to them about the future, the darkness of enslavement, or the grievances they had suffered. And then have the common people follow him to the death with unwavering loyalty. Perhaps the protagonists of those novels possessed unparalleled personal charisma, but in any case, Frank couldn't do it. Frank didn't even believe in his own future, asking others to believe in it was simply a joke. He had to transform Boland City into a system of public ownership and authoritarian rule in a short period of time. Trying to implement democracy now would be an absolute joke. A year from now, the grass on Frank's grave would surely be a meter tall. They might not want to risk their lives for their own future, but Frank needed them to risk their lives. Just as Frank never advertised himself as a good person, he wasn't a good person to begin with. Chapter 80, Training. It was now noon. Frank looked toward the square. The phalanxes were crooked and uneven, and some people had obvious bruises on their faces. The clerks from the administrative hall had just done a quick count, totaling over 8,000 people. Those among them with broken legs had fully recovered under the treatment of 7 doctors, using their Beyonder abilities directly, so it no longer affected their training. Even the beggars at the street corners had their unamputated leg injuries healed and were likewise incorporated into the phalanxes. Those missing arms or legs were also pulled out and placed separately on the square. They were now public property, and Frank would not allow them to die so easily. Compared to the minor cost of feeding them, they could still do a lot of things. To Frank, a single person with a broken leg was more important than 100 cows. Frank walked out of the administrative hall and looked at the formations in front of him. There were 80 formations in total, with over 100 people in each. At the very front of each formation stood a man with a gun. They were people from the plantation, followed by the formation's commander. You'll be the deputies, Frank said, pointing his finger continuously as he picked out 10 people from each formation who stood relatively straight and looked more energetic. The clerks following behind Frank immediately worked with the captains to pull the 10 people out and assign them 10 people to manage. As Frank walked past each formation, he would point out 10 people. Frank did not have the time to discern whether they were suitable or not. By the time Frank finished selecting from all the formations, the boiled beef and rice was ready. Beef, bull testicles, chicken stewed with potatoes, rye bread, rice, and some yellow alfalfa egg soup. Frank and his people did not have that many bowls. Fortunately, Frank had already arranged for people to knock on their doors beforehand, telling their families to come eat and bring bowls with them. For those who had no families left, the iron basins on Frank's side were enough for them to use. This batch of iron basins was bought with the help of Gail Warnard last time. They were large enough and multifunctional. Later, Frank would make a batch of these iron basins. After that, every formation would need to cook their own meals, and every formation had to possess independent combat capabilities. It was past 1 o'clock when women began bringing bowls and chopsticks one after another, but not a single one brought a child. Frank was not surprised either. He had the formations go up one by one to serve themselves. Zola was a blacksmith. In Boland City, as a freeman, he barely scraped by a living by blacksmithing. Because he was relatively sturdy, he had also been selected by Frank to manage 10 people, but he could not bring himself to be happy right now. He watched as an obvious beggar in his squad filled an allocated iron basin to the brim with beef. Then he looked at the black earthenware bowl in his own hand, whose opening was only as large as his son's fist. This was the smallest, most broken bowl in his house, with a large chip on it. He looked at his wife's bowl, which was the same size as his and even more broken. He could understand his wife's actions, she was simply afraid that their nice bowls would be snatched away by these people. Who could have thought that this group of people would feed them beef directly? Beef was something only noble lords could afford to eat. He had lived for 30 years and had never eaten beef in his life. Zola and his wife kept swallowing their saliva. Seeing their bowls, the server retrieved 2 iron basins from behind him. Zola quickly pointed at the beef. After serving them beef, the man serving the food specifically added a piece of bull testicle for Zola. Bull testicles were currently only supplied to those who would be training in the afternoon. By the time everyone finished eating, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. In fact, they were all stuffed now, lying around in all directions. However, they had doctors. Even if the beggars hadn't eaten for a long time, overeating all of a sudden wouldn't cause any issues. Being stuffed was exactly what Frank wanted to see. He would not let being stuffed delay the afternoon training. From the red thin tube, Frank had bestowed a batch of zoo grass. In the fallen mother goddess world, this grass was known as zoo grass. This grass was a type of spirituality material that could accelerate metabolism and speed up the body's absorption of nutrients. To maximize the effect of this spirituality material, it was best to concoct it into a potion with extraordinary effects. Sequence 6 of the Apothecary pathway could discern the uses of spirituality materials and excelled at concocting various potions. There was plenty of this grass in the fallen mother goddess world, but there weren't that many sequence 6s of the Apothecary pathway to concoct potions for them. Frank could only distribute them and have them eat it directly. Half an hour later, after everyone had eaten the zoo grass, they began to line up in 4 columns and run around Bolin City. The chants of 1, 2, 1 kept echoing, accompanied by bursts of miserable shrieks. Frank had to make them develop the habit of obeying orders in the shortest time possible. The fastest way was undoubtedly beating them. Beat them if they made a mistake, beat them if they disobeyed orders. Frank and his people had plenty of apothecaries and doctors. It wouldn't leave any internal injuries, nor would it affect their training, it just hurt at the moment. Frank also kept running back and forth, observing these local citizens, as well as the people from the plantation. This was a test for everyone, including Frank. With the boost from the zoo grass, they ate once every hour. However, this time, the formations took turns to eat. After eating and consuming the zoo grass, they continued running, with toilet breaks scheduled once every 2 hours. Frank had scheduled their time down to the letter. By evening, they had already eaten 3 rounds of meals, and their complexions had visibly improved. In the evening, Frank would have them take medicinal baths, also infused with spirituality materials, to relieve fatigue and heal minor injuries like muscle strains. Otherwise, they might not even be able to walk tomorrow. No one had ever used spirituality materials so extravagantly. The spirituality materials Frank used on them in a single day were enough to buy them all. Chapter 81, Reactions from All Sides. At the same time, Kevin and Hernan each led more than 30 people to begin sweeping the surrounding plantations. For these plantation owners, Frank's order was to check the physical condition of the slaves in the plantation. If they casually tortured and killed slaves, they were to execute the plantation owners on the spot. The first plantation made Kevin's face turn ugly. This was a very large plantation. Aside from over 40 men responsible for farming, there were also over a dozen young girls living in the castle. There were many children in the castle, at least 20 of them, and some of the girls' bellies were already bulging again. In addition, there were women specifically responsible for taking care of the children. The plantation owner had already fled. So Kevin had his men send everyone in the plantation back to Bolin City. Fortunately, such things did not happen in the subsequent plantations, though all the plantation owners had fled. There were over 20 men and over 50 women in the textile factory, and the factory director had also fled. Kevin took everyone away. However, this factory would definitely resume production in a couple of days, but it would only employ female workers. For now, everything was focused on resisting the Loan army. Across more than 30 plantations and factories, there were a total of over 500 men and over 100 women. Frank organized the 500 men into 5 more squads, bringing the total number of male soldiers in the army to over 8,500. Frank planned to recruit another 1,500 female soldiers tomorrow to make it a total of 10,000 soldiers. The first day of the uprising thus ended in a rush. But the uprising of Frank and his companions dropped a bomb on this world. On August 2, in Tingan City, Klein was sitting in a trackless public carriage on his way to the Blackthorn Security Company when he heard the shouts of a newsboy. Paper. Read all about it. Bolan City in East Balam of the southern continent declared independence yesterday, establishing the Balam Empire. Just then, the carriage stopped, and others reached out of the windows with copper pennies to buy newspapers from the newsboy. Klein also handed over a copper penny and took a newspaper from the newsboy. Printed in large letters on the front page was the headline, "A hilarious event. Bolan City in East Balam of the southern continent declared independence yesterday, establishing the Balam Empire." Klein read on, finding it stranger the more he read. Bolan City had a permanent population of less than 20,000 people. It detailed the course of the uprising, the size and background of the rebel group, as well as key figures like Caven and Frank. The passengers sitting next to him in the carriage burst into a flurry of discussion after reading the paper. Are these people crazy? A small town of less than 20,000, and they dare to declare independence and build a nation. Especially Frank and Caven, they are simply too wicked. Just then, the carriage arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein folded the newspaper, got off, took a few quick steps, and walked into the Blackthorn Security Company. "Good morning," Roseanne greeted Klein first upon his entry. "Good morning," Klein responded. Seeing the newspaper in Klein's hand, Roseanne said in her unique voice. "Klein, did you buy a newspaper today too? Today's news is just too hilarious." She giggled as she spoke. Klein did not laugh, however. The newspaper only mentioned the 30 fallen soldiers in a small corner, which made him think of his original body's father, who had also died in battle in the southern continent. Just then, Leonard and Dunn walked in as well. Seeing Roseanne so happy, Leonard asked, "Roseanne, what happened that made you so happy?" Roseanne trotted over, grabbed the newspaper she had bought that morning, and handed it to Leonard. Seeing that a small city of 20,000 dared to declare the establishment of a nation, Leonard was also quite speechless. But when he saw Frank's name, the slight curve of his lips faded. Leonard looked at the introduction of Frank in the newspaper. Frank Lee, orphaned at the age of 1, was adopted by the monastery of the Church of Mother Earth. He possessed an antisocial personality from childhood and was extremely paranoid. At age 6, because his roommate refused to sleep, he knocked the child unconscious. At age 7, showing no fear upon seeing a corpse, he hid the body instead. At age 9, curious as to why cows could not walk upright, he wanted to slaughter a cow for research but was discovered and stopped in time by a nun. As he grew older, although Frank still spoke nonsense, he stopped putting his thoughts into action. The monastery believed he had reformed, but he defected from the Church of Mother Earth a year ago. After his defection, Frank obtained a large sum of money from an unknown source and traveled to Odin in East Balam to buy a plantation. Later, he colluded with Caven to murder all 18 people on the plantation, where obvious signs of a sacrificial ritual were found. Subsequently, he and Caven purchased slaves multiple times to perform human sacrifices. "Old man, is this Frank the same Frank we were investigating before?" Leonard asked in his mind. Pallas Zoroast, who was parasitizing Leonard's body, thought of the figure who had pretended to adjust his glasses and said, "It's him." He had suspected countless people later on, but he still couldn't figure out who was parasitizing that person's body. However, he had heard a while ago that Aemon had slaughtered almost all the members of the Rose School of Thought in East Balam for Frank's sake. That night, he had been so terrified that he fled Tingen, only daring to return recently after seeing that things remained calm. On August 2nd, in Backland, Gail Warnard was having breakfast with his father when the butler came over and placed the Backland Daily commercial on the corner of his father's table. Gail Warnard had returned this time to negotiate wine business, and he had pre-sold all 30,000 bottles of wine at a price of £1 per bottle. Over the past 2 days, many nobles and merchants had visited his home, allowing him to show off his presence in front of his stepmother and younger brother, thoroughly venting his long-held frustrations. Today, his father had even invited him to have breakfast alone. He planned to go buy a ticket back to East Balam this morning. At this moment, Gail Warnard's father suddenly said, "The southern continent has been restless again lately. They've even declared independence. Why don't you stay in Backland instead?" Hearing his father's words, Gail Warnard felt a warmth in his heart. How long had it been since his father showed concern for him? Ever since he repeatedly failed to obtain his lawyer license, disappointing his father time and again, but now that his business was finally picking up, how could he not go back? Thus, Gail Warnard comforted his father, saying, "East Balam isn't that dangerous. There are uprisings almost every year, but they are just the East Balam Restoration Society seeking their own benefits." Gail Warnard's father, who also kept track of the situation in the southern continent, said, "This time seems a bit different, but it should be suppressed very quickly. See for yourself." With that, he handed the newspaper to Gail Warnard sitting opposite him. Gale Warnard's expression changed when he saw the headline. Bolan City in East Balam of the southern continent declared independence yesterday, establishing the Balam Empire. Then he read on, his face turning uglier the more he read. It introduced the lives of Frank and Caven, both of whom could be considered heinous, especially Caven. Caven, full name Caven Aber. When he was 3, his mother was involved in an evil god blood sacrifice and was eliminated by the Loan Kingdom's army. Out of pity for his young age, the Loan Kingdom spared him. At age 5, Caven stole a pistol from a bar counter and killed a child who was begging alongside him. Before the age of 10, Caven had killed at least 10 people. After that, Caven joined the underworld forces and continued to kill. A few years ago, he organized a group of people and began robbing merchant ships traveling from the southern continent to Loan. He caused at least £1 million in losses to the Loan Kingdom, and no fewer than 200 Loan merchants and sailors died at his hands. Later, he and Frank frequently purchased slaves on the plantation to conduct human sacrifices, and the plantation was often filled with a sickening stench of blood. Gale Warnard could not, under any circumstances, connect the Caven described here with the somewhat cold, quiet young man on the plantation. The more Gale Warnard thought about it, the more he felt something was off about Caven. He had proposed several times to visit the plantation to look at the cultivated grapes, but had never been allowed. But then Gale Warnard thought of the laughter and joy between Caven and his subordinates, and felt that Caven was not that kind of person. Many of Caven's subordinates, after all, had slave brands on their foreheads. Chapter 82, Hidden Dangers. August 2, the Twilight Hermit Order. This was an ad hoc gathering, yet there were more people seated on both sides of the long table than ever before. Adam still sat at the very head of the table, and as usual, he was the first to speak. What are your thoughts on the Mother Goddess of Depravity publicizing her blessed's identity with such fanfare? To them, whatever Frank did was not worth their attention. What mattered was the behavior of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, and analyzing her intentions through those actions. Does this mean the Mother Goddess of Depravity is increasing her influence on our world? But Frank is only a sequence 7. But who among us didn't start from a low sequence? The speaker glanced at Adam at the head of the table and silently excluded him. The barrier will disappear in 10 years. Will Frank even be able to become a demigod by then? What is the use of the Mother Goddess of Depravity nurturing him? The crowd began to argue endlessly, but no one knew the significance of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's actions. As the third pillar, the Mother Goddess of Depravity had always been a major focus of their vigilance. Adam put a stop to this meaningless argument and asked George Augustus, who was sitting on his right. George Augustus, how exactly does the Loan Kingdom plan to handle Bolan City's independence? George III, king of the Loan Kingdom, replied. Vardik in East Balam can urgently mobilize 2,000 Loan soldiers. They can depart in batches by train and all arrive in Bolan City by the 7th day. We can also mobilize 5,000 soldiers from near Vardik. Trains are too slow, so we can use transport ships. Factoring in mobilization time, it will take about 15 days to reach Bolan City. To prevent Frank from escaping, I plan to dispatch 5,000 soldiers directly to completely besiege Bolan City. Adam nodded. Last time, he had planned to infiltrate the plantation to investigate Frank, but he hadn't expected such a thing to happen in just a few days. However, before Adam could speak further, George III said. Frank will never be able to stir up any real trouble. What's more important is what exactly is the relationship between Amen and the Mother Goddess of Depravity. The others echoed the sentiment and asked Adam. This was also their main purpose for attending today's gathering, even 1,000 francs wouldn't be worth their attention. Under everyone's gaze, Adam said, his recent behavior is very bizarre, but Amen will definitely not become the blessed of the Mother Goddess of Depravity. The two parties have likely reached some temporary transaction. Then can we launch a joint hunt to kill Amen? Asked a person sitting in the bottom right corner, staring at Adam. Upon hearing this question, the others stared at Adam as well. When it came to Amen, no one understood him better than his older brother, Adam. Adam shook his head slightly and said, you cannot kill him. Although he likes taking risks, he never puts himself in actual danger. The others thought about it and realized he was right. They abandoned this tempting idea one after another. More importantly, if they were targeted by Amen, they might not even be able to sleep well in the future. George III spoke up at this moment and asked, what if Amen continues to help Frank this time? Adam spoke, I will find someone to hold Amen back in the forsaken land of the gods. He won't have the chance to appear in East Balam. Adam then dismissed the gathering, and the figures vanished one by one from the long table. The gathering thus came to a hasty end. From beginning to end, they never proposed taking action against Frank directly. Any single one of them had the ability to shatter Bolin City's barrier. This was because of the rule that they could not take action against blessed and believers, and even more so because Frank was merely a sequence 7, unworthy of their personal intervention. In Bolin City, the sky was not yet bright. Zola was still sleeping when his wife kicked him. Zola was a bit angry and cursed. "Are you crazy? Kicking me in the middle of the night?" His wife said, "Aren't you supposed to get up at 6 for training? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten if you're late?" Zola woke up instantly. The pain of being beaten yesterday and the fatigue of the training were still vivid in his mind. Zola really didn't want to go today, so he whispered to his wife. "How about we just flee Bolin City? Anyway, I know blacksmithing. No matter which city we go to, we won't be captured and sold as slaves." His wife said, "And then starve our son to death on the way. Do you have money or food? When you get to another city, will you have the money to buy iron ore, or the money to build another blacksmith shop? Or do you think we can survive on begging?" Hearing the commotion, their son woke up as well. The 6-year-old was so thin he looked only 4 or 5, but he already understood a lot. Hearing about begging, he immediately said, "I don't want to go hungry. I want to eat meat." His wife urged, "Don't you want to eat your fill every day? I don't think they intend to use you as cannon fodder. As long as you don't make mistakes, they won't beat you." Upon hearing that he could eat his fill, Zola immediately abandoned any thoughts of running away. The feeling of going hungry was enough to drive one mad. There were too many freemen who voluntarily became slaves just for a bite to eat. Although becoming a slave meant losing control over one's life and death and not eating to one's fill, at least they wouldn't starve to death at any moment. In recent years, since the colonizers came, the land was no longer theirs, and more factories appeared, leaving them with fewer and fewer ways to make a living. In the past, his wife could still weave some cloth at home, but now the cloth from the factories was getting cheaper and cheaper. After an exhausting day of weaving, she couldn't even afford a single loaf of rye bread. He had heard that in some big cities, there were already factories making farming tools. Every time he heard this, a wave of panic washed over him. By then, their family would have no choice but to sell themselves to the plantation as slaves. He also understood that the herbs used on them yesterday were good things, and the beef they were fed was also something only noble lords could afford to eat. Zola's wife continued, "And yesterday, the people from the administrative hall said they are recruiting logistics staff, cooks, and factory weavers today. Various factories will also start operating one after another, brick factories, some cement factories, and the plantation is also recruiting women. Not only will we get our fill of all kinds of meat, but they'll also pay wages. I plan to go today, it's only 10 hours of work a day. Once we earn some money, it won't be too late for us to run. Oh, and they are also recruiting female soldiers. Female soldiers get the highest wages. Why don't you male soldiers get any wages?" Listening to his wife's nagging, Zola quickly climbed out of bed. But he immediately noticed something was wrong. The pain on the right side of his back caused by blacksmithing was completely gone, and his entire body was filled with strength. At 6 in the morning, Frank looked at the formation in front of him. A clerk from the administrative hall walked over and reported the newly tallied head count to Frank. A total of 2 people had run away, which was fewer than expected, but they wouldn't be able to escape either. Frank had been on guard against their escape, and Caven should have already caught them and be on his way back. What Frank was thinking about was how to deal with these 2. He couldn't kill them, but letting them off lightly wouldn't work either, as it would deal a heavy blow to the discipline he wanted to cultivate. They would think to themselves that making a mistake was nothing major, and gradually stop taking discipline seriously. Frank sighed in his heart. As convenient as raw power was, the resistance to it would be just as fierce. The discipline formed through beatings carried too many hidden dangers. Although it was established quickly, it could be swept away just as fast. Moreover, without mutual coordination and the camaraderie of trusting one's back to a companion, they were merely squeezed together. Furthermore, Frank also had to guard against bullying, prevent them from punishing subordinates without reason, and stop them from racing down the wrong path. But there was no other way. What Frank lacked most was time, and now he could only drink poison to quench his thirst. He only hoped that this bottle of poison wouldn't be too lethal, and that there would be an antidote in the future. 83 Chapter 83 Weapons. Around 6:30, the platoons had taken turns finishing their meals. Frank required the food to be as rich as possible. With empowerment leaves, they lacked no variety of ingredients. The 2 who had tried to escape were also escorted back by Caven. As Zola ran, he listened to the screams coming from the administrative hall square, feeling fortunate that he hadn't tried to run. In the end, Frank chose to have them whipped, instructing the doctor to ensure they weren't beaten to death and to keep an eye on their mental state to avoid any psychological aftereffects. At the very least, those being whipped needed to look miserable enough that anyone could tell, and they had to maintain loud, vigorous screams throughout. The training method today was no different from yesterday. It was still primarily running, with a few additional items like pull-ups, push-ups, sit-ups, and 100-meter sprints. Surprisingly, over 100 female soldiers volunteered today, which was something Frank hadn't expected. For the remaining 1,400, Frank continued to use forced conscription. Women between 20 and 35 years old, without physical disabilities, children under 8, or pregnancy, were selected, and they didn't resist. Bolin City had a total population of 20,000, and Frank had managed to scrape together 10,000 soldiers. Other factions simply couldn't support so many full-time military personnel. But Frank and his people had hybrid Catalan empowerment leaves. Now, Bolin City allowed no one in or out, and eagles that had consumed the Archer potion kept watch in the sky 24 hours a day. The Archer potion provided an extremely high boost to eyesight, allowing these eagles to see very far. When necessary, these eagles could also be responsible for capturing and killing people. Currently, they had 10 eagles that had consumed the Archer potion. Only 3 could share their senses with a beast tamer, but the other 7 eagles possessed high intelligence and could also handle reconnaissance. Frank continued to run back and forth between the platoons, often guiding the leaders of each platoon, telling them what to pay attention to, and also noting down the particularly outstanding soldiers. Ernan and Kavan, along with people from the administrative hall, began going door to door to take a census. They collected a lot of information, from how many people were in a household and how many were laborers, to what the family lacked and whether their housing was sufficient. They also determined which houses were vacant and which were left behind by the Loan people. All of these had to be redistributed. It was now August, equivalent to February in the northern continent. Outside the city, apart from Frank's plantations, other plantations hadn't reached the sowing season yet. The slaves in the plantations all needed to be settled, but fortunately, there was no shortage of housing in Bolin City. Now, all shops in Bolin City were publicly owned, and Frank intended to concentrate them in one area. This wasn't because of insufficient supplies, but to save manpower. Each shop only needed one person, plus 2 people to manage the shop street. Within 2 days, everyone had to find a suitable position. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Frank ignored the chaos outside, continuing to handle various miscellaneous affairs in Bolin City and training these 10,000 soldiers. They trained every morning before 6 o'clock and could only go home to sleep at 10 o'clock at night after finishing their medicinal baths. In the training area, beams of light shone on the road every few meters. These were spirits driven by Kavan. Without spirit vision, one could not see the spirits, so the residents of Bolin City only felt it was magical. Magical grass that made you stronger when eaten. Magical medicinal baths that left them full of energy the next day, no matter how tired they were the day before. Magical people who could make someone with a broken leg from years ago walk briskly in just a moment. And magical eagles that could talk. From initial resistance to gradual acceptance, and now, many people had begun to worship Frank and his group. With the high-intensity training every day, they were either on their way to eat or on their way to train. The rest of the time, they were taking care of their physiological needs. Only 5 days had passed, and these people were no longer frail. Because of the spirit material, medicinal baths and the numerous apothecaries, their bodies had no hidden injuries, and previous ones had been healed. Over these few days, there were no idlers in Bolin City. The cement factory, brick factory, iron smelting factory, gun factory, textile factory, and clothing factory all started operations. Apart from Cole taking a few people running here and there, the rest of the workers were women. Now in Bolin City, let alone beggars, even children over 8 or 9 years old were instructed by Frank to follow the people from the administrative hall, learning to read while helping out as much as they could. Now in Bolin City, everyone was eating from a communal pot, just to shorten the cooking and eating time for the residents. In the long run, this might make them lack motivation, but under the current high pressure from both inside and outside, such a problem would not arise. The bunkers Frank planned to build already had their foundations laid. A total of 24 bunkers would surround the small Bolin City tightly, and now they were just waiting for the subsequent supply of bricks, cement, and steel bars. With architect and reinforced concrete, the bunkers could be built extremely sturdy. Fallen Mother Goddess World. Frank arrived at the construction square once again. It was at least 20 times larger than before. Here, there were not only architect S and sequence 6 inches runemaster, S, but also many ordinary spirit people and humans hammering away. Rifles, bullets, and grenades were constantly being produced and carried into Frank's room. These guns, bullets, and grenades had no runes, it was just that a bit of spirit material was added during iron smelting so that Frank could sacrifice them into the red thin tube. Seeing Frank, Maddie hurriedly came up to him and said, "Military advisor, we have now produced 5,000 rifles, 200,000 rounds of ammunition, and 500 grenades." Frank nodded and asked, "How many people are currently producing these weapons?" Maddie said very respectfully, 4,000 people. "If you need more, we can have various tribes send more people later." Maddie added, "The current production output cannot keep up, mainly because the supply of iron ore cannot keep up." Frank thought for a moment and said, "Wipe out the disobedient tribes nearby and have their people go dig for ore." Maddie had been waiting for these words, a smile appeared on his face, and he bowed and said, "Understood, military advisor." Frank said, "Remember to keep the planters, sequence 7 and above." The harvest priest he had possessed last time had an obsession with destroying the Starfire Kingdom, so Frank had to find a new host for possession. Just then, someone was pushing a cannon. Frank asked, "How many runic cannons have been cast?" Maddie, 8. Similarly, the iron production cannot keep up. There are over 300 cannonballs. Frank said, "Put all these in the warehouse. I will sacrifice them to the Mother Goddess of Depravity later." Now, Frank pushed all strange matters onto the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Maddie was now almost the third person in the Starfire Kingdom, after Frank and Caven. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the first person in the Starfire Kingdom. Military advisor, Frank only cared about weapons, and King Caven also didn't manage affairs. Frank promoted Maddie only because Maddie was obedient, didn't question him, had strength, and had ambition. He was a sequence 5 inches hypnotist, enchantress, in the fallen Mother Goddess world. Only the hypnotist and Rain Master had found the ritual to advance to sequence 5. Only these two pathways could advance to sequence 5, other sequences had no rituals, and forced advancement would only lead to loss of control. Maddie was originally a chieftain of a large tribe, but he was the first to have his tribe join the Starfire Kingdom. Frank wasn't afraid of Maddie undermining his authority. There were those who listened to the oracle of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, and there were those who listened to him. Maddie managed the people of the kingdom, and could make these spirit people accept it more easily. Chapter 84, Seeking Refuge. At night, Zola returned home after taking his medicinal bath, finding his son already asleep. Recently, the boy had also been fostered at the administrative hall, where he was even learning to read and write. His wife was using the moving white light outside the window to prick the blisters on her hands, which she had gotten from work. He had heard that the glowing thing was a spirit, and that some people could see it, but Zola couldn't. Zola sat by the window, pricking the blisters on his wife's hands and squeezing out the fluid inside. Then, he picked up some medicine from the bedside table and applied it to her wounds. Anyone could bring a bottle of this medicine home. Usually, applying it to minor bumps and bruises would heal them by the next day. Seeing that they no longer needed the light, the glow drifted away, bobbing gently. The two lay down in bed, but Zola couldn't fall asleep right away tonight. Having grown accustomed to the high-intensity training, his body had gradually adapted, and he no longer felt as exhausted as he did at the beginning. However, he had heard that the training volume would be increased further tomorrow. His wife was also awake. She said, "How wonderful it would be if every day could be like this." Zola replied, "Yes, indeed." Bolin City had been colonized by Loans since Zola was born, but he had heard the elders reminisce about life in the past. It was probably just like this, having enough food to eat and looking forward to the future. On the 6th day, on the shooting range outside Bolin City, bursts of gunfire and artillery fire rang out. Although there weren't enough guns and cannons to fully equip them yet, they needed to start getting familiar with them. Over the next few days, the Loan soldiers could launch an attack at any moment. Frank didn't have specialized artillerymen, but every square formation had to have a few people who knew how to fire cannons. Frank didn't skimp on ammunition either, striving to build up their marksmanship with bullets in the shortest time possible. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, another 4 tribes had been wiped out, so gun production should speed up significantly next. Frank went to inspect the fortifications again. Those digging trenches and building fortifications were also women. Frank was essentially using the women as men, and the men as beasts of burden. They were also terrified of the future. Having boarded Frank's ship, they could no longer get off, so they worked extremely hard. Fortunately, being able to eat their fill was already the greatest stroke of luck for these people. With doctors and apothecaries around, they wouldn't collapse from exhaustion either, and Frank would not allow a single life to be lost. "When will the bunker be finished?" Frank asked, looking at the half-completed bunker in front of him. The architect, in front of him replied, "At least 5 more days." Frank nodded. That was already very fast. After returning to the administrative hall, Frank met an unexpected person. After a day of internal struggle, Gale Warnard was pushed over the edge by his stepmother's mockery. He finally decided to visit Bolin City, planning to observe secretly first. But before he even reached Bolin City, he was spotted by an eagle in the sky and subsequently captured by the patrol. The people from the plantation had all seen him before, so they brought him to the administrative hall. Upon seeing Frank, Gale Warnard handed the newspaper in his hand to Frank. The massive headline on the newspaper, "Southern Continent's East Balam's Bolin City declared independence yesterday, establishing the Balam Empire," immediately caught Frank's eye. Frank looked at the description of himself on it. An orphan at 1 year old, adopted by the Church of Mother Earth's monastery. For as long as his original self could remember, he had been in the Earth Mother monastery. At age 6, when his roommate refused to sleep, he knocked the child unconscious. This memory also existed in the original self's mind. The other child had been crying loudly all night and refused to sleep, so the original Frank gave him a severe beating, causing the back of his head to hit the wall. At age 7, he showed no fear upon seeing a dead body, but instead hid the corpse. At the time, the original self was curious. He already understood what death meant, but he was still extremely curious. He hid the corpse under his bed, crawling under every night to talk to it. Later, when the corpse started to rot and smell, it was discovered. It was also because of this incident that no one in the monastery wanted to play with the original self. As for killing a cow at age 9, he had some impression of it, but it wasn't clear, and he didn't quite understand why the original self wanted to kill a cow. As for later colluding with Caven to murder 18 people at the plantation, Frank wouldn't go so far as to kill them, that had been done casually by Eamon. And Frank's purchase of slaves was likewise not for sacrifice. It was probably because the neighboring plantations smelled the blood from theirs. Over those few days, they had slaughtered over 1,000 hybrid, chicken cows, making the air literally reek of blood. Overall, although the news from the Kingdom of Loan was disparaging, it wasn't overly exaggerated. It wasn't like the days of Zhang Wei, where a single picture started it all and the rest was entirely made up. They still possessed some journalistic integrity. The description of Caven in there was probably about the same. But Frank didn't see any ferocity or cruelty in Caven, he only saw Caven's struggle to survive. After reading the newspaper, Frank said, "The first half of my life can be chalked up to different perspectives. How else do you think a 3-year-old child could survive? As for the blood sacrifices later on, they're all fake." Without waiting for Gale Warnard to speak, Frank continued, "If we can withstand the Kingdom of Loan's attack, I will give you the trading rights for all the goods in this city for the next 6 months. Frank would need an exclusive merchant for them in the future, which was why he spoke so much to Gale Warnard. Gale Warnard thought of the square formations he had seen, which already had the demeanor of soldiers. The continuous sound of gunfire and artillery outside showed they did not lack weapons. In his view, for such a small city, George III would at most send 1,000 soldiers. Any more, and the pensions for the fallen soldiers would be enough to buy several Bolin cities. Yet, he was still quite hesitant about doing business for Frank and his people. Frank didn't care either way. In the near future, no one would be allowed to leave Bolin City anyway. Inside a textile factory in Moza City, in the southern part of the harvest plains of the East Balam Empire. Juan looked at the over 300 people gathered before him. He was of mixed Loan and East Balam descent, and was a sequence 7 feet weapon master, of the warrior pathway. His father had been a plantation owner and a sequence 9 Beander, while his mother was a slave. Over 20 years ago, when he was 15, he had teamed up with several of his half-brothers to kill their father in his sleep. At the time, they knew nothing about Beanders. Seeing the characteristic that seeped out after their father's death, they thought it was a treasure. In the end, his second brother couldn't resist and swallowed it, immediately losing control and killing over a dozen of their brothers. He didn't have any sisters either. Their father disliked girls and had them killed as soon as they were born. Over the years, their business grew larger and larger. The only 4 remaining brothers gradually became Beanders, but they joined the East Balam Restoration Society, one after another, and were killed in uprisings. In the end, out of over 20 brothers, he was the only one left, as if cursed for patricide. Over the years, thanks to his Loan bloodline, He had made a lot of money and made many acquaintances. There used to be many of them, and they had plotted countless uprisings. However, the longer East Balam was oppressed by the colonizers, the more people there were who dared to resist. Now, only over 300 people remained, but new members still joined every year. Those who joined included both Beyonders and ordinary people. Currently, they had over 15 Beyonders, including 6 Sequence 8s. Of course, half of them had become Beyonders under his sponsorship. Most of them were concentrated in the Death, Warrior, and Hunter pathways. Over the years, they had constantly hunted the Loan soldiers and members of the administrative hall outside the city. They now possessed the ability to completely wipe out the stationed Loan soldiers. They had a seer, who was also of mixed Loan descent, which had helped them turn danger into safety many times. It was also because they had this seer, who divined that their uprisings could never succeed, which made them hesitant to rise up lightly. There had been another city that rose in rebellion before, very close to them. They had planned to join them overnight, but the seer, in their group divined that the rebellion would not succeed. As it turned out, the rebels were all killed the next day. This time, however, the seer couldn't divine any useful information regarding Bolan City. 10 days had passed today, and Bolan City had still not been wiped out. He planned to lead all his people to seek refuge in Bolan City. He also had his worries. The newspapers claimed that Bolan City had been conducting human sacrifices, and that both leaders were somewhat cruel and paranoid. But he ultimately decided to take his people there. In any case, the other side didn't have many people. They could help resist the Loan soldiers first, and at worst, they could part ways later. Yar, next to Moza City, was a port city. It also had a group of East Balam rebels, numbering about 200. Their leader was also a Sequence 7 and an acquaintance of his. Thinking of this, Juan cleared his throat and said, "Tonight, those with families, bring them along. Arrive in Yar before 10 p.m. and leave by boat. If you encounter the municipal hall or Loan soldiers on the way, it's best to deal with them silently. If that doesn't work, just shoot them dead. Don't get too entangled." The night was quiet. Juan and a middle-aged man in his 40s lay flat on the roof of a dock warehouse, watching the squads of heavily armed Loan soldiers marching ahead, their expressions turning rather grim. Evidently, these deployed Loan soldiers were heading in the same direction as them. All the cargo ships had been requisitioned, making it completely impossible to set sail now. Frank entered the gray thin tube again to take stock of the goods. Now, the red thin tube had practically become a storage center, filled with a chaotic mess of items. The 10th figure was only a tenth away from fully forming. He didn't know what kind of changes would happen when the time came. He transferred all the newly sacrificed guns and cannons to the armory. There were now 12,000 rifles and 48 cannons. Runes were carved on the cannons, eliminating the need for cooling and allowing for continuous firing. The Kingdom of Loan's warships also had similar runic cannons, and even, the future, possessed runic cannons, though he didn't know what kind of runes they were. For now, they didn't need any more guns or cannons. The firearms factory was guarded by Beyonders at all times, so the local citizens of Bolan City had no idea how many guns were actually in the warehouse. Later on, everyone could carry a gun and join the fight at any moment. After more than 10 days of training, they could now follow orders and maintain discipline, but they only looked the part on the surface. There was a severe lack of grassroots officers. If they went to the battlefield, they would likely lack the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Chapter 85, A New World. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, Frank looked at the dying spirit person, who was a Sequence 6 feet harvest priest, of the planter pathway. This was a spirit person in his 30s, with a transparent face through which pale pink blood could be seen. He had a relatively sturdy build and ordinary looks. Frank could also find a host body to possess from a Sequence 6 feet biologist, of the planter pathway. But they didn't understand the acting method. Even if Frank possessed a biologist, there was a high probability he wouldn't get the acting principles for harvest priest from them. In order to let his main body in the Lord of the Mysteries world digest the potion as quickly as possible, Frank ultimately chose to possess the harvest priest. A few minutes later, Frank familiarized himself with his new body. The body was simply too weak, and its spirituality was almost completely depleted. Frank called out softly, and a doctor came in from outside, immediately beginning to treat Frank's wounds. Frank fell asleep in a daze. Not knowing how long he had slept, Frank still had a severe headache when he woke up. This was the aftereffect of having his spirituality drained. The instinct of a sequence 8 feet doctor, of the planter, pathway had made this body heal its wounds automatically until its spirituality was completely drained. Kevin was standing by the window. Seeing Frank wake up, he turned around and said, "How is it?" Over the past 2 days, Bolin City in the Lord of the Mysteries world had gotten back on track, which was why Kevin had the time to stay in the fallen Mother Goddess world. Frank nodded, familiarly sensing the obsession of this body, and said, "To kill the person who whipped him. The target is a sequence 9 feet archer. The obsession is very easy to handle." Frank had his people employ the same method as they did with the logging before, letting their own people exploit and beat their own, creating division among them. Because he was a Beander who had possessed someone, the state of this body was extremely unstable and could lose control at any moment. Frank immediately ordered the spirit person who had whipped this body to be brought over. The person was quickly brought over, bound tightly, and Frank drove a silver dagger straight into their heart. The original body's consciousness immediately digested more than half of the total consciousness, leaving the remaining consciousness nothing to worry about. Frank's consciousness in this body had already firmly suppressed the original consciousness. Even a forced digestion would take less than a month. "When are you changing bodies?" Frank asked. During the uprising 10 days ago, the administrative hall only had one sequence 9 feet corpse collector, of the death pathway. Kevin planned to find another ordinary human body to possess in the fallen Mother Goddess world and then consume the precipitated corpse collector characteristic. Digesting the potion in 2 worlds should allow him to find the acting principles a bit faster. Yesterday, Kevin had already sacrificed the precipitated corpse collector characteristic to the red thin tube, and Frank had also bestowed it upon the fallen Mother Goddess world. Kevin said, "Today, then. I came to see if you needed any help here before I possess the body." Frank said, "Let's go, I'll keep watch for you." The two returned to Kevin's room. Their rooms were still ordinary wooden cabins, as they didn't bother with any special treatment to distinguish themselves from ordinary people. In contrast, the council hall currently being built was 100 times more luxurious than their wooden cabins. If there were ready-made luxurious houses, the two of them would definitely move in rather than trying to act approachable, but there were none right now. Thus, the priority of building new houses was postponed indefinitely by Frank. The council hall, warehouses, weapon manufacturing, and even building city walls all had higher priority than building a palace. The severely injured host body for possession had already been brought over. Since Kevin couldn't detach his consciousness from his body on his own, Frank had to kill the body of Yan Shuang. Before killing Yan Shuang, Frank asked, "Do you need to go back first? I can have him deliver you over in a bit." Him naturally referred to Frank's own persona, the god of space and consciousness. Kevin shook his head. He had never had any good feelings toward any gods. The god of space and consciousness was slightly better, but he still wouldn't open his heart and trust him completely. He trusted Frank more. Since Frank said it was fine, he wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Seeing Kevin nod, Frank drove the dagger straight through the heart of the body Kevin had possessed. A painful expression immediately appeared on Kevin's face. To make Kevin's consciousness leave the body quickly, Frank gripped the handle of the dagger and twisted it in a circle inside the heart of Yan Shuang's body. Kevin's eyes instantly turned cloudy, losing all luster. Inside the red thin tube. The consciousness of Frank, from the Lord of the Mysteries had already been waiting in the red thin tube for a long time. He immediately used the power of the red thin tube to transfer Kevin's consciousness into the new body, just as he had transferred Kevin's consciousness the first time. In the fallen Mother Goddess world, Frank saw Kevin's eyelids twitch and immediately used his doctor ability to heal the wounds of Kevin's new body. Seeing Kevin open his eyes, Frank immediately asked, "What is this body's obsession?" Kevin sensed it for a moment and said, "To kill the blessed, Enrui." Frank frowned. He had just abandoned Enrui's body, and now he had to transfer his consciousness back into it just so Kevin could kill it again. Thinking of Kevin's painful expression earlier, Frank felt a pang of sympathy. There was no other way. When people like Kevin changed bodies, because they couldn't die instantly, a sliver of consciousness would always dissipate and be absorbed by Frank's consciousness in the red thin tube. Changing bodies frequently would definitely have an impact on oneself. The two returned to Frank's room once more. After Frank finished transferring his consciousness, Enrui's heart was immediately pierced by the dagger. Kevin even copied Frank's previous action, gripping the handle of the dagger and twisting it 360 degrees. That really hurts. Kevin must be taking revenge, Frank thought before his consciousness plunged into darkness. A seconds later, his consciousness detached from the body. Frank tried and found that, in Rui's body could no longer be used for possession. After transferring his consciousness to his new body, Frank still felt a sharp pain in his heart, which only began to subside slowly after about 2 minutes. Inside the red thin tube. After Kevin killed Enrui, he digested the obsession within the possessed host body. The consciousness that could exist within the host body was limited. A portion of it was squeezed out of the body by Kevin's consciousness and absorbed by the red thin tube. In the red thin tube, the 10th figure completely formed, and Frank immediately felt a difference within the red thin tube. But as to what exactly was different, Frank couldn't tell. He only knew that he could now control 3 streams of consciousness simultaneously. Am I supposed to play the multiple identity game? Frank murmured softly in the red thin tube. At night, Frank began to dream again. In the world of his dream, abandoned cars were scattered everywhere, and derelict buildings were covered in cracks. Frank's consciousness slowly became clear, and he realized that he had arrived in a new world. These high-rise buildings and cars had been abandoned for at least 50 years. He wondered whose god's lair this was. Controlling his transparent consciousness to fly slowly, just as he wanted to observe this world more closely, he suddenly felt a sudden throb in his heart. Without a second thought, he immediately transferred his consciousness. Yet, his vision still went black, and a chill swept through his body. In the Lord of the Mysteries world. Frank sat up abruptly. It was pitch black outside the window. The dream from just now was still vivid in his mind, and his head was throbbing painfully. When he transferred his consciousness into the red thin tube, he discovered that his consciousness had decreased by at least 1/5. Frank exhaled sharply. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly, otherwise, his entire consciousness would have been lost there. Frank quickly filled the gap with other consciousnesses, and a flood of messy memories immediately appeared in his mind. There was a core memory bank in Frank's consciousness, storing the bits and pieces of his life as well as knowledge he deemed useful. These were the memories he was least willing to give up. Other memories were just like attachments, such as Zhang Wei's memories or the memories of Frank's original body. Frank didn't know how he managed to do this, but at the very least, his core consciousness wouldn't be overwhelmed and shattered all at once by a flood of chaotic memories. In the red thin tube, the 10th shadow that had just formed was now missing a 5th again, and he had to start gathering it all over. To begin with, exploring a new world had to be done by his main body. However, now that he had the new coordinates, he could just send his split consciousness. Whether it was the main consciousness or a split consciousness, they were completely different from clones, both only valued the single core of the main body. In the final analysis, whether it was a split consciousness or the main consciousness, they were both aggregates composed of countless microscopic consciousnesses, numbering in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions, like stars. Just like Amon's voting, it adopted the principle of the minority submitting to the majority. When Frank emerged from the red thin tube, the mother goddess immediately asked, "Frank, did you discover a new world?" Frank was puzzled, but he still answered honestly, "Yes, but I was discovered the moment I entered." The mother goddess didn't bother to ask Frank further and said directly to him, "Let me examine your memory." Frank couldn't stop her, nor did he have any bargaining chips, so he could only reply, "All right." After about a minute, the mother goddess said, "Replenish that 1/5 of your consciousness as soon as possible." Frank, however, could hear urgency and an irrepressible excitement in the mother goddess's voice. Frank didn't want to think too much about it. When it came to dealing with the mother goddess, he might never be able to resist, so he simply chose to lie flat, gradually not even bothering to think about it. Chapter 86, Besieged. Zola put on the clothes that had been distributed to them yesterday. They were all green, and everyone had 2 sets, which had been rushed out by his wife's factory. It was already past 10 o'clock, and his son and wife were no longer at home. Zola was the gunner for their phalanx. In fact, his marksmanship was quite good as well. In every phalanx, the gunners were among the people with the best marksmanship. He had been training for 12 days in a row. Both his arms and legs were a size thicker than before. With his current physique, he could work at the forge twice as fast as before. Now, they assembled at 5:30. Usually, they would start with a half-hour sprint, then eat. After they were full, they would eat a red leaf, followed by more intense exercise. As long as they could maintain basic formation, they were to run as fast as they could. When they were too tired to run, they would do various sit-ups, push-ups, and the like. Afterward, while ensuring their hands didn't shake, they would practice marksmanship and swordsmanship, as well as close-quarters combat techniques, until the very last bit of their energy was drained. Then they would continue to eat, consume the red herb, and slowly jog while waiting for their energy to recover. They repeated this 8 to 9 times a day. In between, they would help dig defensive fortifications and patrol the border. That bunker was finally completed. Last night, their phalanx had practiced night combat there, so they were allowed to sleep until past 10 o'clock this morning. When Zola arrived at the assembly square, he discovered over 100 people he didn't recognize. Who has the audacity to not wear the military uniform issued yesterday, and there are so many of them? Zola thought to himself. Although he was also reluctant to wear his new clothes, he didn't have the audacity to do that. And the general even came out to receive them. It looks like they're in for a rough time. Zola thought with a bit of schadenfreude. He didn't even realize that he had already developed a sense of belonging in the army and had spontaneously begun to dislike people who didn't follow the rules. Their phalanx ran away from the assembly square to the chant of 1, 2, 1. 2 days ago, at the docks of Yar, the Loan army stood in neat rows and columns. According to Juan's observation, there were at least 1,000 people. And this group, without a doubt, was certainly heading to Bolan City. This was just one port in Yar. The number of Loan soldiers at other ports was likely even greater. All ships at the port were prohibited from sailing, so their plan to travel by sea fell through. The uprising leaders in Yar, upon seeing so many Loan soldiers planning to attack Bolan City, immediately got cold feet. Juan also understood that with the Loan army sending so many people, them going to Bolan City now would just be seeking death. But for over 20 years, he had waited too long for this opportunity, and he was unwilling to give up easily. He took over 400 people and returned to Moza City. Among these 400 people, he left behind over 200. These 200 people included women, children, and men with families. The other 200 intended to take the train to Shax in 2 groups to make one last stand. Traveling by train was bound to be faster than by cargo ship, and he hoped to arrive in Bolan City before the Loan soldiers. He had thought about hijacking a train to go there in one trip, but none of them knew how to operate a train. If they weren't careful, they would get stranded halfway, and the people left in Moza City would also be implicated. After a day and a half on the train, they finally arrived in Bolan City. But upon arriving in Bolan City, everything here left him confused. Squads of soldiers were running quickly while carrying rifles. There were at least several thousand of them. There wasn't a single beggar on the streets of the city. No, besides children and dogs, he hadn't seen anyone else on the streets. Frank looked at the 100+ people in front of him. The person in the lead was quite tall and sturdy. Frank had already understood the purpose of these people coming to Bolan City beforehand. He said warmly, "Welcome to Bolan City. I am the general of Bolan City. The king is currently training the army." As he said this, Frank started laughing himself. Whether talking to others about the Bolan kingdom, or using the terms general and king, it made him so awkward that he wanted to dig a hole to hide in. But since he had already established a kingdom as a joke, he didn't mind being even more awkward. Frank hoped that these titles would cause his opponents to lower their guard. An arrogant leader would always be looked down upon. In the past few days, there had begun to be Loan beyonders who couldn't wait for the Loan army to arrive. They would bring a dozen or so people and try to use Frank to farm military merit. They weren't actually attacking Frank, rather, they felt that as beyonders, they could escape if they faced Frank, so they brought a few soldiers to persuade him to surrender. There was no shortage of opportunists anywhere. Although Frank detested this group of people very much, he didn't make things difficult for them. He had someone tell them that only George III was qualified to meet the king of the Bolan kingdom. In fact, newspapers in major cities of the Loan kingdom were now treating the Bolan Empire as a daily joke. The Loan soldiers who came to persuade them to surrender had become new heroes of the Loan kingdom. They dared to risk their lives to negotiate with the devil. In addition to paranoid, cruel, and bloodthirsty, Frank and Caven had gained new attributes: arrogant, ignorant, and stupid. Of course, Frank was unaware of these news reports. But he could roughly guess the news from Loan. After all, these things were the same everywhere. Frank hoped these reports would influence George III's judgment. Juan was also stunned when he heard the title, King, but thinking of the army outside, he accepted the title of King. In his view, it was just a title. If he hadn't seen the army outside, he would have thought these people were just a bunch of buffoons, but having seen the well-drilled army outside, he could in no way look down on this group of people again. Frank first learned about their beyonders and their beyonder abilities and discovered that 3 of them were of the warrior pathway. Frank and his group were extremely lacking in close-quarters combat methods. Frank only had the Mother Goddess dig out the military boxing he had learned in college from his mind and had them train in it. But in such a supernatural world, the effect was truly limited, and it couldn't be learned quickly either. The swordsmanship only consisted of hacking and slashing, which was like a joke. Perhaps hacking and slashing tens of thousands of times would be useful, but they didn't have that much time. These three of the warrior pathway could serve as close-quarters combat instructors. Moreover, most of them had participated in uprisings, so they could fill into the phalanxes to serve as junior officers, slightly compensating for the shortage of low-level officers. When fighting a war, the effect of one person who doesn't panic is huge. Frank wasn't afraid that they were undercover agents. Now that the Bolin City bunker was built, once anyone entered Bolin City, no one would be able to leave. Now the bunker was just missing a few machine guns. Unfortunately, Cole didn't know how to build them. The next day, the other 100 people also arrived in Bolin City. Just as Frank had finished arranging them, the beast tamer ran over. "General, Loan soldiers have been discovered. They have already arrived at shacks, and there are an estimated 5,000 plus people." 5,000 plus people? So many people? Frank asked in confusion. Yes, 5,000 people, with 16 cannons and 4 airships. Frank, have the Eagle keep watch at all times. Notify Caven and the others. With the Loan forces sending so many people at once, it was obviously more aimed at him, this, blessed. Chapter 87, Victory. At night, the Loan Kingdom soldiers surrounded Bolin City completely. The Loan soldiers also began to build fortifications. The fortifications on both sides were almost touching. Clearly, the enemy also understood the nature of Frank and his team's barrier. Frank allowed them to besiege the city. He and his soldiers could not leave the barrier, but Frank would not allow a single Loan soldier to step a half step inside it. Among the 5,000 opposing soldiers, there were certainly mid-sequence beyonders who could slaughter ordinary people, so going out would not be worth the risk. The 10 eagles also flew back into the barrier, but with the enhancement from the archer potion, the enemy's movements remained within their sight. Various trenches had been dug, and the fortifications created a height difference of over 2 meters, allowing rifles to strike effectively. There were also trenches inside the city to avoid bombardment from airships. The Loan soldiers were relaxed, and laughter could be heard from time to time, while on Frank's defense line, everyone dared not breathe loudly, feeling somewhat oppressed. Time passed in torment for one night. Whenever the Loan soldiers slept, Frank let the Bolin City soldiers sleep. Whenever any Loan soldiers woke up, Frank woke up the Bolin City soldiers. As soon as the sun rose in the morning, the 5,000-strong Loan army pressed forward from all directions simultaneously. Frank immediately ordered the cannons to fire. With the sound of each blast, smoke immediately filled the Loan soldiers' front line. The 48 cannons fired almost continuously, and by the time the Loan soldiers reached the range of the rifles, their numbers were already less than half of what they were when they started the charge. The Bolin City riflemen and archers occupied the high ground, taking advantage of the terrain to fire and shoot arrows continuously. Additionally, archers in the bunkers used their strength to throw large grenades downwards, making it impossible for the Loan soldiers to mount an effective counterattack. The first wave of the charge ended hastily, and less than 1/10 of the Loan soldiers returned to their positions. The Loan officers clearly did not know that Frank's cannons did not require cooling, so they immediately sent people to charge continuously. Bolin City was not large, and the firepower formed by the 48 cannons was very dense, covering almost every direction around the city. Such charges were clearly meaningless. Time and again they charged, and time and again they were beaten back, leaving only a pile of corpses between the two sides' positions. The Loan soldiers' position began to feel oppressive, while the Bolin City position became much more relaxed. The Loan army also wanted to bring up their cannons, but Frank gave them no opportunity. Whenever he saw signs of the enemy's cannons moving forward, the 48 cannons would immediately focus their fire on them. In the ranks of the Loan army, there was a young man in a black trench coat, about 23 or 24 years old, with brilliant golden hair and lake blue eyes. He was quite handsome, but the smile that had always been on his face had long since disappeared. He was the commander of this military operation, Alfred Hall, and he had never imagined that this battle would be so difficult to fight. A few days ago, he had even written a letter to his sister, Audrey, telling her that this Bolin City only had 20,000 people and that setting up a king and general was like playing house, which was particularly ignorant and laughable. But now, the enemy had already built Bolin City into an impregnable fortress. Low sequence beyonders had little effect in the face of such dense firepower, yet those above sequence 7 could not enter the barrier. He also realized that the enemy's cannons did not require cooling, and those throwing grenades and shooting arrows could not be ordinary people. How could such a small city have so many beyonders? Alfred Hall issued an order: have the werewolf, pyromaniac, weapon master, and spirit medium lead people in a charge. All 4 were sequence 7. Wherever he was transferred, they followed, having been with him for several years. They were extremely tacit and could be considered his own personal Beander squad. The low-end position organized another charge, but this was clearly different from the previous ones. The 4 in front dodged left and right, and the dense firepower could do nothing against them. When they were halfway through the charge, one of the 2 kept emitting flames the size of a fingernail around him, while the other directly created a brilliant curtain of fire on the Bolan City position. Shrieks of agony immediately erupted from the Bolan City position. Frank immediately recognized one as a pyromaniac, one as a spirit medium, another had transformed into a werewolf, and the other, who was tall and sturdy, was definitely of the warrior pathway. Fortunately, after so many rounds of attacks, the mentality of the Bolan City army had stabilized, and there was no major panic. Caven began to command spirits, causing a torrential downpour to appear out of thin air over the position. Juan also took people and proactively moved out of the position to meet them. If he let them enter the position, it would cause heavy casualties among the ordinary people inside. Frank handed a small bag to the eagle beside him and said, "Be careful, scatter some in front of and behind them, but don't go outside the barrier." The eagle nodded directly, grabbed the vine seeds in the bag, flew in front of the group in an instant, and scattered the seeds evenly in front of the 4. The 4 also knew this was nothing good and wanted to go around it, but the vines immediately broke through the soil and quickly coiled towards them. In this kind of battlefield, the 4 dared not have their movements restricted under any circumstances. They wanted to retreat, but the eagle had already scattered seeds behind them. The 2 immediately began to create fire to burn the vines, but the pyromaniac could only shoot fireballs, and the spirit medium had almost exhausted his fire spirits by forcing them to self-destruct. He only had one spirit left that could create flames, and he dared not let it self-destruct either. Without forcing the spirits to self-destruct, normal command of the spirits could at most produce flames the size of a teacup, which was useless against the dense vines. Only the weapon master frantically cut the vines with a long sword. He alone could easily walk out of the vine range, but he still had to protect the others, so the 4 immediately found themselves in a precarious situation. "Send up 4 airships," Alfred Hall said to his subordinate. The revenue of this small city for 10 years would not be enough to build 1 airship. There were only 8 airships in East Balam, and he could not afford to lose them. Without probing the enemy's true strength, he generally would not deploy them. But the lives of the 4 were more important than the airships. Although he was a sequence 5A disciplinary knight, was simply not equipped to walk through a hail of bullets. Now, he could only use the strategy of besieging the enemy to save his allies. As soon as the enemy airships took off, the eagles observed it. But Frank really had no good way to deal with these 4 airships. Frank had people hang 3 super-sized grenades around the necks of the 4 eagles. This type of grenade was even larger than the ones thrown by archers. It could be considered a satchel charge with a pull ring. The pull cord was tied with a slipknot. The eagle only needed to use its beak to pull the slipknot. Lacking aerial units, this was the only method Frank could think of. The airships, powerful firepower, immediately attacked the position. Shrieks of agony erupted from the position again, and the reserve members immediately filled the gaps. The 4 eagles each targeted an airship. Fearing that there might be long-range Beander attackers inside the airships, Frank instructed the eagles to fly high and drop the satchel charges. But all 4 airships dodged the eagles' payload drops, and the satchel charges instead exploded violently on their own position. One of the eagles didn't even look at the satchel charge on its chest and dived straight at an airship, using its eagle claws, enhanced by the archer potion, to claw at it. A large gash was immediately torn into the airship. The eagle still wanted to grab the power system, and the airship could no longer afford to bombard the position below. Seeing this, the other 3 eagles began to follow suit. However, one airship opened its hatch, and one eagle flew in recklessly. Frank knew that this eagle had been affected by a Beander ability. It was either a Beander item or a hunter sequence 8 feet provoker. A moment later, a dead eagle was thrown out of the hatch. Seeing this, the other 3 eagles no longer slowly scratched the exterior of the airships. Instead, they used their claws to latch onto the airships tightly and used their beaks to pull the 2 pull rings simultaneously. Following 6 successive loud bangs, the wreckage of 3 airships and splattered flesh fell onto the position. The eagle's suicidal self-destruction made Frank's nose sting, but it was within his expectations. The Beander eagles had gained intelligence, but their personalities were fiery and very simple. After consuming the potion, Frank and his team had been teaching them the concept of suicide attacks. Over time, whenever they found they could not defeat an enemy, the first thing they thought of was mutual destruction. The remaining airship immediately turned around and headed toward the Lowen position. Clearly, the eagle's determination had terrified the people inside. They had thrown out the eagle's corpse to suppress the enemy's morale, but they hadn't expected the consequences to be so severe. Seeing the airship turn back to fly away, the remaining eagles on the position immediately flapped their wings, wanting to pursue. They had intelligence and understood grief, but flying up now was clearly sending themselves to their deaths. Frank immediately ordered the beast tamer to persuade them to stop. On the other side, after the three Beyonders were entangled by Caven and Juan with the help of others, they were easily coiled up by Frank's vines and easily shot to death with the help of archers. The weapon master's blade was likely a Beyonder item. It easily cut through Frank's vines, and in the end, only he escaped back to the Lowen position. Alfred Hall's eyes were red. The loss of the airships and the death of his three confidants were things he had never experienced before. Since birth, he had been at the destination that most people in the world could only dream of reaching, and he was also a famous genius who became an army colonel at the age of 20. But his greatest failure in life was losing to the person he had previously mocked so much. Alfred Hall said, "Order a retreat." Their position was stretched extremely long, surrounding Bolin City. In just one morning, at least 2,000 people had sacrificed their lives, and they could no longer continue the fight. The Lowen position raised a flag of truce, and Frank also fully displayed the aristocrat spirit, allowing the enemy to take away the corpses. But whenever the enemy dared to touch the Beyonder corpses, Frank immediately ordered his men to launch an attack, and the Lowen soldiers had no choice but to give up. The Lowen soldiers withdrew just like that, having been defeated by them. The citizens of Bolin City, from their previous panic, had all transformed into excitement. From the position to Bolin City, the deafening cheers rose wave after wave. 88. Juan's powerful insight. On the day after winning the battle, Frank found himself with quite a headache. In the northern continent, the Lowen kingdom had always been at odds with the Intis Republic, making it impossible for them to deploy troops in large numbers to deal with him. In East Balam, the troops they could deploy were also limited in order to maintain stability in the colony. However, combining both sides, deploying 10 to 20,000 troops was still not an issue, so Bolin City could not afford to let its guard down. Bolin City represented a matter of pride for the Lowen kingdom, so they would likely not give up on it easily. However, with George III busy attempting to ascend to godhood, they probably wouldn't be able to organize another offensive in the short term. Frank and the others should have a safe period of 2 to 3 months, or even up to half a year. The every citizen a soldier strategy could not be abandoned, but the intensity of the training could be appropriately lowered. Now, in the fallen mother goddess world, the zoo grass, offered as tribute by the major tribes was also dwindling, making it difficult to sustain high-intensity training. To counter the Lowen kingdom's offensive, Frank had practically forced Bolin City together into a chaotic mix. This certainly wouldn't work in the long run, and that was exactly what was giving Frank a headache. Furthermore, who could be utilized in the administrative hall, who could not, and the expansion of the administrative hall all needed to be put on the agenda. Who would go to the plantations and who would go to the factories was also something Frank needed to consider. Moreover, they had to be paid wages to motivate them. Wages in the textile mills would definitely be lower than those in the ironworks, but Frank had no money. They were also out of iron ore. Bolin City could not be entirely self-sufficient, and many things had to be purchased from the outside. Sitting in his office inside the administrative hall, Frank wrote down list after list of tasks that needed to be done, only to cross them out one by one. Frank realized he was truly not cut out for this. His mind was in a tangled mess. He still preferred doing experiments and crossbreeding. Frank didn't know if this was his own genuine preference or if he was being influenced by his original body. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. "Come in," Frank called out loudly. The one who pushed the door open and entered was Juan. Over the past 2 days, Juan had also been observing this newborn nation, and he had learned about the empowerment leaves. The empowerment leaves, and the numerous planters, were the core of this emerging nation. With the empowerment leaves, there was no shortage of food, allowing Bolin City to implement its every citizen a soldier policy. The Savon pathway gave Bolin City the ability to build various factories, thereby allowing them to be self-sufficient in most daily necessities and firearms. Immense financial resources and authoritarian power had quickly organized Bolin City together. This allowed the emerging nation of only 20,000 people to unleash tremendous energy. However, they clearly did not intend to maintain their authoritarian rule. Just yesterday, as soon as the war ended, they abolished many of the harsher regulations, and the factories were switched to an 8-hour workday. Yet one could see the hidden dangers in this. Without authoritarian power, implementing benevolent governance without the corresponding administrative means only made everything look chaotic. Of course, compared to the barbaric, hands-off approach of the Loan Kingdom and other places, it was more than just a little bit better. But compared to their previous methods, it was far too naive. Through his business, he had traveled to many countries and had also pondered how to save East Balam. First and foremost was not to oppress the people. If they continued to be oppressed after independence, then independence would lose all meaning. If Bolan City could truly implement the rules they modified yesterday, Bolan City would be a paradise. It was the future he had always been searching for. Seeing Juan enter, Frank poured him half a glass of water. He pointed to the wine rack, gesturing for Juan to help himself if he wanted some wine. Now, the new grapes were about to ripen, yet not a single bottle of the original 30,000 bottles of wine had been sold. Gale Warnard still hadn't made up his mind to do business for Frank and his people. Now that they had Juan, Frank planned to let Juan handle the business. Frank had learned that Juan owned 6 plantations and 4 factories, supporting over 1,000 people. He had never oppressed his workers or plantation farmers, yet he still managed to make a profit. Moreover, he was able to sponsor many people to become beyonders, making him clearly very well suited for business. Juan looked at the wine rack, took a bottle, took just a single sip, and said, "It would be such a pity if wine of this quality can't be sold." Frank nodded. Just as he was about to ask Juan to lead some people to do business, Juan spoke first. "I've noticed that many of the new policies haven't been detailed properly. Everyone is in a bit of a mess, just doing tasks for the sake of doing them." Frank was also aware of the current situation and planned to sort it out gradually. Realizing that Juan had managed many people and must have noticed something, he asked humbly. "Indeed, my mind is in a complete tangle right now, and Caven is even less suited for this. Do you have any good suggestions? First, start with the administrative hall. Detail their responsibilities. Currently, many people in the administrative hall are doing things they aren't suited for. There are many unnecessary positions, while other positions are in desperate need of recruitment. There is a mixed-blood Loan girl named Eloise. She is extremely introverted, yet she is tasked with surveying and tallying the needs of Bolan City's citizens. When faced with bolder, more aggressive women, she doesn't even dare to speak. Penabry, the one in charge of recruitment at the administrative hall, is rather impatient. The people she recruits all tend to have personalities similar to hers. Juan discussed the matters of the administrative hall with Frank for nearly an hour. Details that Frank had never noticed were easily observed by this big fellow of the giant pathway. After Juan pointed it out, Frank thought about it carefully and realized that was exactly the case. Juan had been here for less than 4 days, and he spent most of his time teaching combat to the military. Frank marveled at how sharp his insight was, and how meticulous his mind must be. Over the past few days, he had probably even figured out Frank's own personality. Knowing that Frank didn't care about power or the social hierarchy that came with status. Thus, he didn't stand on ceremony with him and spoke so directly from the start, clearly having come well prepared. Thinking of this, Frank pulled Juan straight into his own chair. He said, "I'm handing the administrative hall over to you. Just brief me on the policies, and I'll leave the concrete implementation to you." He then pulled out his newly written socialist theory from the cabinet, handed it to Juan, and explained his original body's ideals of equality for all and equality between men and women. Frank was fundamentally unsuited for the work of the administrative hall, nor did he like dealing with these trivial matters. He barely even knew how to handle interpersonal relationships. Managing 20,000 people was already a bit of a struggle. He only needed to control the direction of Bolan City on a macro level and establish the rules. There was no need for him to meticulously concern himself with the implementation of every single matter. As long as he was clear on the outcomes of how things were handled and wasn't fooled by those below him, it was fine. Besides, Frank had no desire for power. 89. Gale Warnard's choice. By the way, I don't have any money. In the plan Juan and Frank had just discussed, many parts required money. Juan was still reading the book Frank had handed him. The content was very novel and highly attractive to him. Hearing Frank's words, he paused in surprise. He had assumed Frank and his people were very wealthy, as neither the massive weaponry nor the spiritual materials could be handled with just a few tens of thousands of pounds. However, Juan didn't delve deeper. Money would always run out eventually, so he said, I plan to bring over the rest of the people remaining in Moza City, including those who didn't participate in the uprising with me. There are over 1,000 people in total, provided they are willing, of course. I intend to sell my factories and plantations, selling them for a few tens of thousands of pounds shouldn't be a problem. I'll arrange for people to go to Moza City today and bring them over by cargo ship. That's fine. Bolan City still has too few people, it can easily accommodate 100,000 permanent residents. You can also notify the insurgents from Yar before. Not everyone would knowingly walk to their deaths, so as long as they didn't come to Bolan City to cause trouble, Frank welcomed them. Of course, they might be entrusted with important tasks by Frank later, but he wouldn't trust them wholeheartedly. Just then, the door to Frank's office was knocked on again. Frank opened the door to find Alan standing outside. Under the supply of sufficient energy, Alan had grown taller again. Frank guessed he had giant ancestry, he was only 16 this year. Frank looked at Alan, and Alan said, "Instructor, I want to return to my tribe and bring the people from the tribe over." Frank was quite surprised and asked, "Wasn't your tribe wiped out by slave traders?" Alan's voice was very deep, and he said in a muffled tone, "No, I was captured while out hunting." Frank hurriedly said, "Call Ernan and have him take 10 people with you. Choose 1 or 2 from every pathway." Frank knew that in order to prepare for godhood, George III had been capturing slaves to build his mausoleum, and he hoped Alan's tribe was safe. He then said, "Apply to Cole for 1,000 pounds, and take a ship after picking up the people." Cole had been managing the money for a long time, but now that there were more people to manage, many things needed to be formalized. It couldn't be like before, where it wasn't clear where the money was being spent. After sending Alan off, Juan also left Frank's office. He chose to occupy the office next to Frank's. Although he knew Frank was sincere in letting him directly occupy Frank's office, his many years of business experience made him very astute. Occupying Frank's office would cause others to have thoughts of usurping power, but opening an office next to Frank would only make people think of appointment. Twilight Hermit Order. The long table bore the marks of time. Adam spoke first, asking George III on his right with confusion. 5,000 Loan soldiers couldn't take Bolan City. George III said, "Bolan City doesn't know what method it used, but in over 10 days, it gained at least 10,000 soldiers. They don't lack guns or cannons, and there are quite a few beyonders as well. There is a type of eagle that has consumed a potion, its claws are very strong and extremely sharp, capable of cutting open airships. I cannot think of any of the 22 sequence pathways that have this kind of extraordinary ability. The cannons also almost don't need cooling. I have asked the artisan, and this planet currently doesn't have such runes. They have archers, but they shoot very accurately. The arrows brought back also have runes that I haven't seen before. They are mystical items, but the principles are different from mystical items, they weren't built by the artisan pathway. It is almost certain that the Mother Goddess of Depravity has provided Frank with a large number of precipitated characteristics. The 2 rows of people sitting at the long table were very surprised to hear that 5,000 Loan soldiers couldn't take Bolan City, but upon hearing that the Mother Goddess of Depravity had provided Frank with precipitated characteristics, they felt it was even more unbelievable. Cultivating Frank alone was understandable, but what was the point of cultivating so many low-sequence beyonders? This was almost like throwing meat buns at a dog, the characteristics would eventually be obtained by them. Doing this would only make them understand the outer deities better, while simultaneously increasing the Earth's foundation. Before Adam could speak, the middle-aged man sitting at the end of the table on the left said, "Regardless, we cannot let Frank continue to develop. If Frank gains a foothold and attacks East Balam cities one by one, expanding the barrier bit by bit, in the end, even we might not be able to deal with him. Everyone knows the consequences of letting the Mother Goddess of Depravity gain a foothold, right? Moreover, the relationship between Amen and the Mother Goddess of Depravity is still unclear. Regardless of what their plan is, this Frank seems to play a key role, and we cannot let their plan succeed. Capturing him might also help us figure out the relationship between Amen and the Mother Goddess of Depravity." Adam nodded, clearly agreeing with the other party's point of view. One could never be too careful about the Mother Goddess of Depravity. George III was about to become a god, and he should not be disturbed at this time. The current development no longer fits the era's expectations and must be corrected. Adam spoke, "The Mother Tree of Desire is currently being hunted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity in the cosmos. Although it is unclear why they broke up, it should have to do with Amon's slaughter of the Rose School of Thought in East Balam last time. Tell the abomination, SUA, that we will help him hold back Amen and let him take action to break Bolan City's barrier. He should be very happy too." Gale Warnard walked on the streets of Bolin City, watching the children playing happily on the street. He heard that a school would be opened in 2 days. Thinking of his own experience of not wanting to study and getting beaten when he was a child, Gale Warnard smiled. Bolin City no longer forbade him from leaving, but he didn't want to go. Bolin City changed almost every day now. There was no filth on the streets, no beggars. Even if one was missing limbs, one could live very well here. Since the war ended, there was no more eating from the same pot, but the large canteens were still open. Many people who didn't want to cook for themselves could go eat, though it started to cost money. The prices here were very low. Daily living expenses only required a few copper pennies, especially the prices of wine and beef. Recently, an 8-hour workday was stipulated, with weekends off, and people were no longer in a hurry. Walking past a corner, Gale Warnard saw a group of men building houses, which was rare to see. He walked up and asked, "Are you not training today?" A man opposite smiled and said, "We didn't pass the training standards. Now we only need to train for half a day, and we help the factories and the administrative hall for the other half. They will use cement and bricks to build 3-story buildings here. As long as your house is judged as a dangerous building by the administrative hall, you can move in for free. If you have money, you can also buy it directly. With the current salary, you can afford it in half a year. I heard there is no steel, otherwise, they could build higher." Gale Warnard asked again, how many people didn't pass the assessment? Including men and women, there are over 3,000. With 7,000 more full-time soldiers, does Lowen still have hope of taking this place back? Should the beautiful life here really be destroyed? Gale Warnard asked himself in his heart. Gale Warnard left Bolin City and bid farewell to Frank that afternoon. A new batch of wine had already started brewing, but the first batch of 30,000 bottles of wine had not yet been sold. He had to go to Odin first to see if there were any larger merchant ships there to transport these 30,000 bottles of wine to the Lowen Kingdom to sell. Afterwards, he would sell beef, purchase iron ore, and so on. He wanted to see how far the Bolin Kingdom could go. 90. Abomination, SUA. Monday, 3 p.m. Above the gray fog, inside the magnificent palace that resembled the residence of the giant king. 4 blurred figures were carved on either side of the mottled long table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun." Audrey's tone lacked its usual lightness. Klein, sitting at the head of the mottled table, looked at Audrey almost subconsciously, and Alger did the same. Having attended so many gatherings, this was the first time Audrey had clearly shown signs of unhappiness. However, neither of them asked. After the trading session ended, Audrey was the first to speak. The Kingdom of Lowen launched an attack on the Balam Empire last Friday, but returned in a crushing defeat. Klein and Alger were both very surprised. At the last gathering, they had discussed the Balam Empire, and knew that the Balam Empire had an armed force of only over 150 people. The Lowen newspapers had not reported it either. Alger asked in confusion, was the army sent by Lowen too small? Audrey replied, no, Lowen sent 5,000 soldiers and 4 airships. What she didn't say was that this war was commanded by her second brother, who had been temporarily stripped of his military command by George III. Audrey hesitated for a moment, then finally added, the opponent is a blessed of the mother goddess of depravity. I don't know what method they used to gather 10,000 soldiers in such a short time. This was something Susie had overheard while her brother and father were talking in the living room. Alger once again marveled at the strength of Audrey's intelligence network, while thinking to himself. Audrey is clearly unhappy. It is very likely that someone in her family commanded this war and was punished by the Lowen royal family. Klein, however, recalled that Azek seemed to be very concerned about Bolin City, so he planned to tell Mr. Azek this information later. At this moment, illusory sounds were already reaching Klein's ears, so he ended the gathering. After coming out of the washroom, Klein greeted Roseanne, hailed a carriage in front of the Blackthorn Security Company, and headed straight for Hoy University. Klein knocked on the door of Azek's office and pushed it open to enter. Klein did not exchange pleasantries with Azek, instead directly retelling everything he had just heard from Audrey about the Balam Empire, as well as the news in the papers about Frank and Caven. Azek rubbed his forehead. He was recalling more and more information regarding Bolin City. His third lifetime had been spent there, a very remote city. His name had been Yag Aber, and he had a son. He had vague memories of other things, but he couldn't recall them for the time being. Originally, he had planned to go to Backland to search for his memories, but since there was an evil god sacrifice in Bolin City, he decided to see if he could stop it, and by the way, see if he could find his descendants and recover his memories. Zola stood excitedly in the front row. During this war, his left ear had been grazed by a bullet, leaving a piece missing. Today was the commendation ceremony for the previous war. The artillery in their phalanx had caused the most casualties. During the final charge by the Loan army, some ordinary Loan soldiers had already reached their artillery position. It was he who led the men in hand-to-hand combat against the Loan soldiers. In this war, he was awarded a first-class merit. Besides him, 2 others also received a first-class merit, but one named Alan had temporarily left Bolan City, so only he and a young man in his 20s were standing in the first row. There were 5 second-class merits, among which was an eagle that was, proudly, turning its head left and right. Zola paid special attention to it. From first-class to third-class merit, there were 18 people in total. Caven presented the honor badges one by one to the 16 people in the eagle present. The eagle's badge was a size smaller, very mini, and hung just right around the eagle's neck. After the meeting, the eagle immediately flew toward its companions, obviously to show off. Like children, their sorrow was very short-lived. Among the 16, only 4 were not Beyonders. Frank would arrange for them to become Beyonders later. If others digested their potions and needed to seek advancement, Frank would provide it to them. If he didn't have the characteristics or potion formulas, he would purchase them from outside. After handing over the work of the administrative hall to Juan, Frank immediately became free. For over 2 months, he had continuously acted as a harvest priest, accelerating the growth of plants, and had almost digested the harvest priest potion. In a few more days, he should be able to advance. During this time, the memories in his new body from the fallen Mother Goddess world provided Frank with many ideas for acting guidelines. The harvest priest had quite a lot in common with the archer, sequence 6 feet priest, but it did not require dancing specific sacrificial dances like the archer, sequence 6 feet priest. Instead, it placed more importance on the feedback given by the people who ate the food. Frank had accelerated the growth of watermelons. One type borrowed Caven's spirit, was given sufficient sunlight, sufficient nutrients, and was especially sweet after fully ripening. One type was completely unripe. The feedback given the most was actually from those who ate the raw melons. But people would only take a bite of the raw melons, so the feedback wasn't much. However, when they followed Frank's request and ate the raw melons completely, the feedback given was actually the most. It was just bitter for the people eating the melons. Of course, Frank only forced Hernan and others who were very close to him. They knew it was to digest the potion, but the feedback given did not decrease because of that. The cooking level of the food also affected the feedback given. The better the food tasted, the more feedback was given. It was impossible for Frank to let them eat raw rice, so he didn't test the effect of eating undercooked rice. However, Frank felt it should be the same principle as the raw melons. It was almost September, which was March in the northern continent, so it was time to plant crops. Frank had hybridized wheat, corn, cotton, and so on, and had hybridized seeds with higher yields. With the bonuses from the empowerment leaves, Beander item and the harvest priest, Beander abilities, these crops could be cultivated for a generation in just a few days. Compared to hybridizing high-quality seeds, it didn't require spending a lot of time like it did at the beginning. These seeds still couldn't be saved for planting and would slowly degenerate. However, it would be very simple to obtain such seeds next time, and ordinary people could also do it. In this world, the divide between ordinary people and Beyonders had always been too severe. They were almost people of 2 different worlds. When Frank was accelerating the growth of various crops in the plantation, the barrier of Bolan City was easily destroyed by the abomination, SUA. Wherever he walked, whether it was people, plants, or even insects and ants, they all turned into stiff corpses, crowding together and roaring. The stiff corpses that the people, ants, and insects had turned into followed closely behind him, while the stiff corpses that the plants had turned into tried, again and again, to break free from the shackles of the soil to follow behind him. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.